Bro, listen up. Imagine reading a tragic novel until 2 a.m. and waking up as the story's biggest loser, who is currently drowning in generational debt. Well, that is Lloyd, and he's about to engineer a devious scam, standing in the middle of a field like a total weirdo, while a glowing blue grid starts expanding across the grass, projecting a vision of a futuristic city that looks like a high-tier simulation, which makes Lloyd turn to Javier Azrahan, the guy who is supposed to be the hero, and start cackling with the energy of a man who just found a cheat code for infinite wealth. But before he becomes a mogul, we have to see the humble beginnings, starting with a system notification from some absolute being that chose him to possess a character in the very novel he was reading the night before, which is the most be careful what you wish for situation in history, because he wakes up face down in the dirt outside a random village, shivering in the cold only to realize his mouth is physically glitched, and the system basically laughs in his face, calling it a status abnormality, forcing him to piece together which unfortunate soul he actually possessed, until a voice calls out to him, identifying him as young Master Lloyd. And we see a knight in a blue uniform telling him to head back to the mansion, revealing that this light-haired guy is literally the protagonist of the novel, Javier Azrahan, who is destined to become a sword god while Lloyd is destined to be a total fraud. Specifically, the eldest son of a baron who is known for being a complete rascal, which causes our guy to have a total meltdown right there in the woods, while Javier just stands there looking amused that Lloyd finally has some self-awareness. They head back to the estate, which looks way too fancy for a family in debt, where Javier starts listing off Lloyd's crimes like he's reading a police report, mentioning how the Baron is worried about his rascal son returning home. And Lloyd realizes that Javier is being way too straightforward with his disrespect, leading him to ask the one question that actually matters: how much debt are they in? Javier doesn't even blink because the financial ruin is old news to him, and Lloyd is sitting there wrapped in a blanket, looking more disappointed in his life choices than my dad was when he found my search history after I forgot to use incognito mode, as he recalls the plot of the novel where the Baron and Baroness lose everything, trapped by a swindler until they eventually take their own lives, leaving the original Lloyd to die as a heavy drinker in some gutter, which makes our MC scream at the ceiling because his new life is total garbage. And he starts wondering what kind of wish would land him in this mess, as we see Javier standing next to a woman in a light blue dress, who is revealed to be Lloyd's mother, Marvia Frontera, and chat. Hear me out. She begs him to apologize for destroying a bar, and he actually agrees, which leaves his mother and Javier looking like they just saw a ghost, because this scumbag Lloyd agreeing to be a decent person is a total anomaly. And as they walk through the village, the locals start acting like a monster is loose, scurrying away and hiding behind hay carts just to avoid his gaze, with parents literally pulling their kids away from windows and slamming shutters, triggering a system notification that says the villagers are disgusted by him, which is why Javier clarifies that he's not guarding Lloyd, he's guarding the people. But Lloyd doesn't care about his reputation, he's just dreaming of a life of luxury. So he checks his system for any OP skills and finds scumbag and drunkard, which are the worst possible stats for a man trying to secure a future. And when they reach the bar, Javier gives him a look that says, I know you're lying. But Lloyd pushes through the door, determined to fix the mess he inherited, walking into a room that looks like a war zone with broken chairs everywhere. And he drops into a deep bow, shouting an apology that sounds way too aggressive, causing the bar owner to enter a state of maximum alert and wide-eyed terror. Because when a known menace starts acting polite, it usually means a felony is coming. And the system even roasts Lloyd for not knowing how a normal person apologizes. So they leave the bar with the owner still trembling and Javier lecturing him, explaining that the man's blood and sweat went into those decorations, and that the owner's mother is sick because the bar is a total freezer, which makes Lloyd stop in his tracks as he remembers the chilly interior. A metaphorical light bulb appears as his civil engineering brain starts clicking, feeling a sensation like a spark of genius hitting his central nervous system, as he realizes that this medieval fantasy world is missing a basic necessity, and the idea pops into his head with the force of an electrical explosion, visualizing a complex grid of green energy that maps out a heating system, realizing that the concept of a heated stone slab floor doesn't exist here, and that if he constructs it, he can basically print money from the nobility. Because while the original Lloyd was a bum, Kim Suho was a civil engineering major, who spent his military service building houses and carrying bricks all night, giving him the confidence to turn to Javier and demand they go back to the bar, marching forward with the energy of a man who just saw his first multi-million-dollar contract, which triggers a system notice that his real journey has officially started, introducing an RP system that measures his relationships, and currently, he's at 0. Lloyd is staring at these floating blue windows like he's trying to navigate a buggy battle pass, realizing that this RP system is basically a relationship tracker that starts him off in the absolute trenches, especially with Javier, whose favorability is sitting at a tragic -30. So Lloyd decides to try and cheese the system by dropping a random compliment, asking Javier if he knows he's handsome, only for Javier to hit him with the most stone-cold "I know" in history, which actually drops the score to -31 because the simp energy was too much, forcing Lloyd to realize he can't just flirt his way out of being a local menace. So he backs off before he makes the vibe even worse, and pivots straight back to the grind, pulling up to the pub with a contract and a pen like he's about to sign a multi-million-dollar rookie deal. Telling the bald owner he's going to pay for every single chair he broke by installing a high-end heating system for free. But the owner's suspicion is so high it's basically a physical barrier, because everyone in this town knows the original Lloyd was a total fraud. Which means the standard nice guy approach is dead on arrival, leaving Lloyd with only one option left to get this signature, which is to lean into his reputation as a complete dirtbag, crashing out and screaming at the owner to just trust him or else. And it works perfectly, because the owner is so terrified of Lloyd's energy that he starts sweating and signs the paper just to make him leave, leaving Lloyd to roll up that contract with the devious grin of a man who just secured his first source of passive income, while Javier watches in silence. As they head to the construction site where Lloyd starts eyeing the dirt, planning to keep the project small so he doesn't have to deal with complex math, until Javier finally speaks up, asking if this is just a new, elaborate way for Lloyd to harass the local business owners. But Lloyd just hits him with a lecture on cognitive distortion, explaining that Javier is trapped in the past and can't see the vision, arguing that experience is just a fancy word for being a hater, which leaves Javier questioning if this guy actually has a brain or if he's just yapping. And while Javier is busy having an existential crisis, Lloyd is already in the dirt, digging with the intensity of a man who sees dollar signs in the soil. Knowing that making this owner smile isn't about being a hero, it's about building the foundation for his future empire. So he starts a rhythm of digging and moving soil, using high-end lumber he basically borrowed from his own family's warehouse, climbing all over the wooden frame to set up a traditional heavy timber structure that looks way too advanced for a medieval village, until he finally collapses in the dirt, panting like he just finished a marathon because this body has the physical stats of a wet paper towel, while Javier just stands there looking fresh, wondering where a spoiled rascal learned how to actually build a functioning house. But Lloyd doesn't have time to rest, grabbing an axe and shaking like a leaf while he tries to chop wood for the flooring, losing his balance and almost taking his own foot off until a hand reaches out and catches the handle mid-swing. As Javier steps in to prevent a workplace accident, looking at Lloyd with that same, "You are pathetic" energy he's had all week. So Lloyd just hands him the axe and tells him the exact measurements he needs, treating his bodyguard like a high-end power tool. And Javier doesn't even hesitate, focusing his energy into the blade with the kind of focus usually reserved for slaying dragons, before unleashing a single, energy-infused swing that slices the entire log into perfect planks in a split second, leaving Lloyd standing there with a thumbs up, realizing that having a future sword master as a construction worker is a massive cheat code, since Javier's core breathing is basically the equivalent of a modern industrial saw, making the labor part of this job a total breeze. So Lloyd immediately asks him to help dig the trenches too, which sends Javier's blood pressure through the roof. But Lloyd just gaslights him, saying that since Javier is so curious about the result, he might as well help finish it faster. And honestly, Javier is so tired of the yapping that he just accepts the shovel, looking like he's contemplating his life choices. And the two of them start digging like their lives depend on it, with Javier trying to figure out if Lloyd has actually changed or if he's just a different kind of crazy, working through the heat and the sweat until the trenches are deep enough to support the new heating system, with Lloyd swinging his hoe with a level of focus that proves he's not just playing around with this engineering stuff, till the final shovel hits the ground and the building is finally standing tall against the sky, triggering a massive celebration from Lloyd, who screams that it's finished while Javier just stands there wondering what the hell they just built, as Lloyd points to a carved sign on the wall, explaining that it's his brand logo, which is the first step toward total market domination. And he tells Javier it's time to check the results and see if they can actually fix the mess the original Lloyd made. As we pan over to the fireplace, where the logs are finally lit and the heat starts moving through the stone slabs, showing the smoke rising from the chimney of a house that is about to become the most popular spot in the entire village, while the owner's mother lies on the floor, looking like she just found heaven as the warmth starts to heal her stiff joints, which Lloyd explains is the magic-like power of Ondal, a heating system so advanced for this world that it might as well be a miracle. As the owner thanks him with actual tears in his eyes, realizing his mother hasn't smiled like this in years. And Lloyd just gives a small, knowing smile, finally seeing a path out of his mountain of debt. While Javier watches the scene from the corner, his mind spinning because he can't wrap his head around Lloyd doing something genuinely good, looking at the happy couple and realizing that regardless of Lloyd's motives, the result is undeniably real, which triggers a system notice that Javier's favorability just went up by 2 points, putting him at -29, giving Lloyd a 36-point RP boost and a chance to act smug, asking Javier if he's finally ready to admit he's not trash anymore, as he brushes off the cost of the wood, knowing that the investment is nothing compared to the hype he's about to generate. Because this building was never just a house, it was a model home, a living advertisement for his engineering skills. And a few days later, there's a line around the block with people coming out of the house drenched in sweat and looking like they just left the sauna, as Lloyd starts his sales pitch, asking the villagers if they want to stop freezing and start living in luxury, offering them a 10% discount if they sign up for the full remodel right now, securing the bag before the winter even hits. But while he's trying to close a deal with a skeptical villager, a massive shadow falls over the table, and Lloyd looks up, his smile vanishing as he hears a voice he definitely didn't want to hear today, revealing his father, Baron Arcus Frontera, looking down at his son with an expression that says he's about to get grounded for eternity, as a system box pops up showing a massive 20-point drop in favorability, leaving Lloyd sweating as he realizes his own dad thinks he's up to no good. Back at the Frontera Manor, the dinner table is basically a war zone of silence, with the only sound being the rhythmic clattering of silverware, Lloyd is out here barely breathing just to avoid making eye contact with Javier, who is internally stressing about whether he'll even be allowed to work on the next project. Until the knight finally puts down his fork and asks the one question he's been dying to drop. What exactly is the young master plotting this time? Lloyd doesn't even look up from his plate, going into his default rascal mode and giving the most low-effort explanation possible, claiming he only built that heated room because the owner asked. Which obviously doesn't fly with Javier, who starts grilling him about making side deals with the locals and warns him that deceiving the estate's people is a one-way ticket to a bad time, while Lloyd just sighs, realizing his reputation is so cooked that nobody will ever believe he's just trying to turn a profit. So he stands up to dip before the lecture gets any longer, but his exit is cut short when his father, Baron Arcus, finally speaks up from the head of the table, asking if Lloyd is acting out because of the family's massive debt and telling him to stay on the right path because his old man is supposedly going to handle the situation. And those words trigger a core memory from Lloyd's past life as Kim Suho, back when people used to give him that same fake, smiling advice to just study hard, and everything would magically be fine. But he knew even back then that it was a total lie, and he wonders if he's really destined to be miserable forever just because of some cursed numbers in a bank account. Instead of crashing out, he looks his dad in the eye and tells him not to give up, realizing he's finally saying the words his past self never got to hear. And a few days later, we see Lloyd walking through the manor hallways, doing mental math on his 32 Type A and 57 Type B contracts while he touches his chin like a true corporate menace. Only to be interrupted by two NPCs named Meatloaf and Shaylo, a pair of loan sharks who don't even bother to greet him as they stomp toward the Baron's office. So Lloyd peeks through the door like a professional hater, watching these two bottom feeders scream at his father about a 5-day deadline. And the disrespect is reaching critical levels as they tell the Baron to start selling off his furniture or anything else he has left if he wants to stop whimpering like a coward. But Lloyd is actually grinning behind the door because the timing for his entrance is basically perfect for a maximum or a flex. Though before he steps in, he retreats to his room to check the system, noticing he's sitting on 36 relationship points thanks to Javier's favorability, finally moving out of the trenches. The system actually acts helpful for once, explaining that he can burn those points to upgrade his technical skills, though it immediately gets offended when Lloyd calls it a messenger brat. Which leads to a brief apology from our boy before a massive blue magic circle ignites under his boots, triggering a high-speed knowledge download that starts flooding his brain with the fundamentals of hydraulics and structural mechanics. And as the system notes that he's actually smarter than he looks, Lloyd starts yelling about being a top-tier scholarship student while his brain finishes processing advanced sewage and steel design programs. Which opens up a skill shop where he sees basic measurement and basic design available for purchase, and even though he's not sure how they work, he decides to just buy both at once, which causes his eyes to glow with a radioactive green light that makes him look like he's about to go Super Saiyan. And he's screaming out the window as a massive 3D architectural grid projects itself over the entire landscape, allowing him to measure distances with his bare eyes like a human GPS. Meaning he can now manipulate wireframe blueprints in midair, which is going to make his construction hustle 10 times faster than drawing on dusty paper. But then he starts wondering if he can summon a literal excavator to replace Javier's manual labor, and the system actually pings him back saying it's possible. Except the catch is that it's hidden behind a fantasy species random draw ad that looks like every predatory mobile game you've ever seen. And since one pull costs 50 points and he's currently down to his last one, he realizes he's basically broke in system currency. But the vision of a dragon and a massive horned beast appears in his mind, and he realizes these creatures are basically the fantasy version of heavy machinery. So his new mission is to farm as much RP as possible, and the fastest way to do that is to earn the favor of the biggest key character in the house. His father, Baron Frontera, who is currently being cornered by a different, even more disgusting creditor. This stout dude with a feather in his hat who is actually suggesting the Baron sell his wife and maids into service to pay off the debt. The Baron is looking horrified, but Lloyd finally teleports behind the guy, asking if he thinks being a creditor gives him a pass to act like a total animal. And he leans in close, physically invading the man's space while the creditor looks around like, who is this kid and why is he touching me? Until the guy realizes it's the troublesome eldest son and tries to dismiss him as a child, but Lloyd isn't playing, demanding to see a formal invitation letter immediately. Because he's about to drop some kingdom law knowledge, specifically Article 3 Section 6, which protects a noble's right to keep uninvited guests out of their house, explaining with a deadpan stare that entering a mansion without an invite is legally classified as trespassing, and the penalty for that is not something this guy wants to deal with. So when the loan sharks start stuttering that they've never heard of such a law, Lloyd just offers to check it with them and calls out for his personal bodyguard. And we hear the heavy footsteps of a man who actually knows how to use a blade, as Javier appears in the doorway looking like the final boss of a Souls-like game, his hand already resting on his sword hilt. And Lloyd gives him the most disrespectful order possible, telling him to just go ahead and take the trespasser's arm off, which sends the creditors into a full-blown panic, screaming about taking this to court while Lloyd just smiles, reminding them that he's the one who suggested they check the law together. And Javier draws his blade in a flash of light, asking the room whose side they think the court is really going to take when a commoner is caught trespassing on a noble's estate, leaving the loan sharks shaking in their boots while Lloyd casually slams a massive, heavy bag onto the table, dismissing their threats as absurd before his father finally finds his voice and calls out his name in shock. As the Baron leans over the table, sweating and asking what the hell Lloyd thinks he's doing by escalating a debt collection into a potential murder scene. But Lloyd just slides the bag over, explaining it's the down payment he collected from his construction business and that it should be enough to cover this month's interest. When the Baron starts accusing him of extorting the villagers, Javier steps in and vouches for him, promising to personally monitor the project to make sure everything stays legit, which finally makes the Baron go quiet, seeing that even the most honorable knight in the kingdom is starting to trust his scumbag son. So Lloyd and Javier walk away, with Lloyd acting all annoyed and asking how a meathead knight knew about specific noble laws. The truth is Lloyd knew it from the original novel, where after the Baron and Baroness died in the original timeline, these same loan sharks tried to dig up their bodies to sell them. And in that version of the story, Javier used that exact same law to justify slicing their heads off right there in the rain. And since the court found him not guilty back then, Lloyd knows he can use that same legal loophole to bully anyone who tries to mess with his family now. And the plan pays off immediately as the system pings with a 60-point RP drop, showing that his dad's favorability just spiked, giving Lloyd a total of 61 points and a massive grin, because now he finally has enough currency to go pull for those fantasy species and start building his empire for Real. Lloyd is out here in the dead of night, looking around the training field like he's about to commit a felony. But he's actually just opening his system interface to finally spend those hard-earned relationship points on a random draw, which triggers a massive eruption of green light and these mechanical gears that start spinning out of thin air, forming a complex magical circle that looks like some high-tier ancient engineering orbiting in the sky. And Lloyd is actually hyped for a second, wondering if he's about to summon a dragon or some world-ending beast. But the spell is making this nasty, grinding noise like a car engine that hasn't seen an oil change in 10 years. And out pops this tiny, light brown hamster looking all happy to be alive, which is not exactly the power fantasy he wanted, while Lloyd just stands there with the most unimpressed, soul-crushing expression I've ever witnessed, calling his new summon a failure to its face because it doesn't look like it can carry a single brick, which breaks the poor little guy's heart, making its eyes well up with tears like it just got its character arc cancelled. So Lloyd starts questioning its utility, asking if it can even shoot acorns or do anything besides look marketable for the audience. And the hamster spits out a soggy, wet mass of paper that turns out to be a manual for its own existence, explaining that this creature, Padong, can change its entire physical build based on what seeds it eats. Where red seeds turn it into a giant for 12 hours and blue seeds shrink it back down before things get too out of hand. So Lloyd decides to test the growth potential, hoping it can at least reach the size of a human to help with the digging. He feeds it the red seed and the creature starts vibrating with enough force to warp the dirt around its feet, unleashing a shockwave that sends Lloyd flying backward through the air like he just got hit by a truck. When he finally scrambles to his feet, he realizes he didn't just get a human-sized helper. He got a 10-meter-tall behemoth that's looking down on him with the most smug, arrogant energy imaginable. As the system reveals its skills include level 1 excavation, which Padong immediately demonstrates by tearing through the ground, moving so fast it leaves a trail of dust, showing off its cheek pouch skill that lets it store massive amounts of material, before spitting out a massive boulder of wet dirt right at Lloyd's feet with a disrespectful huff. And Lloyd is losing it with joy, realizing he just secured the ultimate piece of heavy machinery without paying a single cent in rent. Walking back to the estate while plotting how to gaslight everyone into thinking he's some kind of genius summoner. Feeling himself so hard he's calling himself a genius, ready to solve the labor shortage with one giant, smug hamster. The next morning is looking peaceful, but Lloyd is about to turn this rural valley into a high-intensity construction site, standing in front of 30 men with shovels and forcing them to shout safety slogans like they're in a military camp. Noticing how unenthusiastic they are, acting like typical NPCs who are just there to collect a check and go home. But he doesn't care because they're free manpower, and he starts lecturing them on how the flower of the military is actually just manual labor, which is a trauma he definitely brought over from his past life, where he did more weeding than actual combat training, pointing at a massive mound of soil and lying through his teeth, saying he dug it all up himself overnight, when we know Padong did it in 30 minutes. But he's using that lie to shame these dudes into moving the dirt, until Newman, the senior knight, walks up with that blonde mustache looking like he's about to be a total buzzkill. And Lloyd is just smirking because he knew this specific fraud would be the first one to step out of line. Remembering from the novel that while Javier is the goat, Newman is a traitor who eventually sells out the family, because he's drowning in his own gambling debts and wants to sell information to the highest bidder. So Lloyd is looking at him like he's a walking pile of trash, wondering how this dude even got a title in the first place. While Newman starts barking about how making the military do dirty work is a stain on their reputation as knights, accusing Lloyd of tricking the Baron and using the troops for personal gain like he's some kind of moral authority. But Lloyd just listens with his eyes closed, letting the man dig his own grave with his words, before hitting him with the most disrespectful line, saying Newman is right about someone getting hit. And he suddenly lunges through the air, swinging a shovel at the senior knight's head with zero hesitation, forcing Newman to block with his arm, looking completely stunned that a rascal would actually crash out like this, which sends the knight into a blind rage, shouting about how Lloyd is just the good-for-nothing son of a bankrupt loser. But Lloyd just puts a hand to his ear, mocking the man and asking if he wants to settle this without the ranks, spinning the shovel handle like a pro while looking down on this fraud with pure, unadulterated confidence, casually offering him a duel right there on the dirt, knowing he's about to humiliate this man in front of his own troops, leaving Newman looking like he's about to have a stroke, screaming that Lloyd is going to regret being such a menace. So the word is out, and the duel with Knight Newman is officially set for a month from now, which is why Javier is out here asking the most obvious question, wondering if Lloyd actually has the confidence to pull this off. But Lloyd immediately crashes out, screaming that he's just a bum compared to a mana hard expert like he's actually offended Javier would even ask, making the knight grip his sword so hard, he almost ends the story right then and there. Javier is standing there trying to process how this man can be a strategic genius 1 second, securing favors from the Baron and rearranging the whole construction battalion, and a total coward the next. And honestly, he's tired of the mental gymnastics, but Lloyd doesn't care about his feelings and tells the knight there's something he needs him to do. The request is simple. Lloyd wants to learn how to use a sword, but Javier shuts that down faster than a bad internet connection, explaining that his job is to watch Lloyd, not turn a scumbag into a lethal weapon, because a rascal with sword skills is a recipe for a disaster he doesn't want to deal with. Lloyd tries to play the talk nicely card, but when that fails, he shifts gears into a negotiation because he knows exactly what this man is missing. He drops the ultimate bribe, offering to fix Javier's chronic insomnia in exchange for those swordsmanship lessons. And the look on Javier's face says it all, because there is no way this bum should know about the secret torture he's been going through every single night. See, in the world of this novel, being a knight isn't just about swinging steel, it's a 4-tier hierarchy of experts. And Javier is an advanced sword expert on the verge of becoming a master, which means his nerves are so sharp and superhuman that his brain literally refuses to shut down. It's called Sword Master Syndrome, a bit of high-tier lore that nobody in this rural area should know, but Lloyd uses it to back the knight into a corner, forcing Javier to finally cave and agree to the deal, though he tells Lloyd not to expect any mercy during the training. Internally, Javier is just smirking because he's tried everything from herbal tea to aromatherapy and nothing worked, so he's positive Lloyd is about to look like a fraud. But a few hours later, we see the legendary Javier Azrahan slumped in a rocking chair, clutching a pillow and snoring like a baby, while Lloyd stands over him looking like a smug scientist who just solved a world-ending crisis. The magic technique Lloyd used was just reciting a reinforced concrete major's textbook about the strain rate of rebar, proving that engineering data is the most powerful sedative in existence, and now Lloyd is ready to rob every single sword skill this man has. The next morning, the honeymoon phase is over because Javier is awake and immediately orders Lloyd to run 50 laps around the dirt. Javier is watching him like a hawk, waiting for the complaints to start. But Lloyd just keeps his head down and keeps his feet moving, which is definitely not the lazy rascal behavior the knight was expecting. Lloyd starts shouting that he knows the game. Javier expected him to scream and quit, so he could just say he has no talent and walk away. But he's determined to prove he's not just some spoiled brat who can't handle a little bit of cardio. Javier looks like he just got hit with a bullseye because Lloyd called out his entire plan, and now the knight has to watch him run until the sun goes down. But then the system decides to violate Lloyd mid-run, announcing his being ugly skill just hit level 4, and now anyone who looks at him will feel a primal urge to punch him in the face. Lloyd is screaming at the air to get lost, and while he's physically dying from the exhaustion, he keeps pushing because he's got a cheat code. His own memories of being Kim Suho back in Korea, waking up in a tiny, depressing room with nobody to even say good morning to. He remembers the days he spent hauling bricks up 4 flights of stairs and loading heavy boxes onto trucks all night just to keep his stomach from growling. He was out there bleeding and starving, wishing for a life that didn't feel like a death sentence, telling himself to just hang in there for one more day. In his head, he's still that guy in the hard hat, carrying the weight of the world on his back and reaching for a light that felt miles away, sweating and straining for a qualification he wasn't even sure existed, reaching into the dark for a single spark of hope, only to end up collapsed on the floor with his spirit scattered like the bricks around him. So when he looks at his current life, he just laughs because this training pain is light work compared to the existential despair of his past life. And Javier is standing there watching this manic energy, realizing that Lloyd isn't just faking it. The man is genuinely sincere about the grind. The system pings with a notification because Javier's impression of him actually went up by 1 point, even if the total is still a deep-fried -28. Lloyd secures 18 relationship points for not being a quitter, and the knight settles over the estate while the gears of the plot keep turning. Meanwhile, Knight Newman is having a meeting, acting like he's the victim because Lloyd was rude to a family that's been protected for 5 generations. The other guy in the room thinks Lloyd is just losing his mind again, and Newman plays the part of the honorable knight perfectly, saying it's his moral duty to let the duel happen, acting like he's worried about hurting the future successor too badly while he bows his head in fake respect. As soon as he's in the hallway, the mask slips, and we see the real Snake, because he's planning to kill Lloyd during the duel. And if the Baron complains, he's going to murder the whole family, frame it as a suicide, and take the bag to a bigger city. A whole month flies by in a flash, and the arena is packed with people waiting to see the rascal get his character arc ended by a professional. Newman draws his steel and asks if Lloyd is prepared for what's about to happen, and Lloyd just kicks his shovel into the dirt, looking like he's about to do some landscaping on the knight's face, flashing a toothy, manic grin and telling the man to get ready to get hit by the most disrespectful flex in the history of the barony. Lloyd is standing there with a giant piece of construction equipment looking like he's about to landscape the entire arena, while Newman is over here fuming because he thinks getting challenged by a gardener is a violation of his knightly aura. And even the Baron is rubbing his temples wondering if his son finally reached the final stage of brain rot. But Javier knows better because he's been watching Lloyd do push-ups until he pukes and teach thermodynamics to old men for 30 days straight, proving that this isn't just some manic episode, it's a calculated play that's about to go live right now. So Newman draws his steel while Lloyd just grips the handle of his shovel with the confidence of a man who's already seen the end credits. And as soon as the knight lunges with a strike that should have ended the bloodline, Lloyd just parries it with a piece of iron, swinging that thing with a level of weight and precision that makes zero sense for a quote-unquote drunkard, flashing against a professional blade and not moving an inch, which has everyone in the stands questioning their entire reality. Especially Newman, who realizes he's not fighting a rascal anymore, he's fighting a problem. Because Lloyd isn't just swinging wild, he's using actual combat geometry to parse every move the knight makes, dropping lines about how every man in Korea can do this, which sounds like a flex, but is actually just a trauma response from his past life. Back when he was learning how to charge into gunfire with nothing but a bayonet and a dream. So he treats the shovel like a spear, catching Newman in the ribs and letting him know that this tool is multi-purpose, using the flat of the blade as a shield to redirect all that expert force right back into the dirt. And then he steps on the edge of the blade, prepping a move so disrespectful I'm surprised the system didn't ban him. Literally pogo sticking around the arena while laughing like a maniac, because why would you walk when you can bounce on your opponent's dignity? Leaving Javier in a state of pure existential dread because he can't tell if his student is a genius or just needs a psych ward. While Newman is over here screaming because he's getting outmaneuvered by a pogo stick. But then Lloyd drops the act and shifts his stance, telling the man that the shovel was only phase 1 of the beatdown. Integrating the high-level sword forms, he scammed out of Javier into a shovel-based combat style that shouldn't even be possible. And then the system pops up to let him know he's reached peak synchronization with his digging tool, which pays out a massive bag of relationship points because his parents are finally seeing their son do something other than drink. So he buys the new skill and wipes his brow, looking like he's just finished a light shift at the construction site, forcing Newman to realize that if he doesn't stop holding back, he's going to be the first knight in history to lose to a gardener. So he revs up his mana hard, letting that blue aura flare out like he's trying to go Super Saiyan on a budget, which catches Javier's eye because a mana-enhanced strike is usually a death sentence for anyone without a core. But Lloyd just watches the light show with a look that says he's seen better special effects on a 2004 DVD menu, identifying the mana hard immediately because he's the only one here who's actually read the script for this world. And while Newman is talking big about how this is the real deal, Lloyd is just going silent, knowing that it usually takes 5 years to build a core, but he's about to skip the grind entirely, as Newman brings down a strike meant to shatter bone and steel alike, only for Lloyd to look him dead in the eyes and call him an idiot for walking right into the trap. Because while the knight is screaming about breaking skulls, Lloyd is already activating the counter, blocking the mana-heavy blade and holding his ground like he's rooted into the planet itself, which is when Newman realizes his strength isn't just failing, it's being siphoned out of his body, as Lloyd flashes a grin that is genuinely terrifying, revealing that he's been waiting for this exact moment, activating the Azrahan core technique to turn his shovel into a mana vampire tool that siphons the knight's entire tank, leaving Newman gasping for air as his power gets vacuumed up through a piece of iron. And then Lloyd delivers the most satisfying impact of the entire arc, catching the knight right in the jaw, sending a single molar flying into the stratosphere like it's trying to escape the embarrassment, while the crowd watches in slow motion as their quote-unquote hero gets his dental work updated by a shovel. And before the man can even process the pain, Lloyd is already overhead with the follow-up, gripping the handle like he's about to bury a body that's still breathing, and slamming the flat side of that shovel down with the force of 1,000 unpaid construction bills, leaving Newman face down in the dirt while the entire village stares in a silence so loud you can hear the Baron's heart rate stabilizing, as the observers on the balcony try to figure out how a sword expert just got folded by a man with 0 mana, until the official finally finds his voice and announces that Lloyd Frontera has officially secured the win. And Lloyd just stands there posing like he's the main character of a different genre, telling the man this is how he gets beat. Then his expression shifts into something much darker, because the duel might be over, but the punishment is just starting. And as the official tries to stop him, Lloyd sprouts actual devil horns and pulls out a triangular metal tool for the finishing touch, crashing out on the defeated knight with a barrage of strikes that prove Lloyd isn't just a developer, he's a full-blown menace. Lloyd is out here acting like a total menace, being held back by 2 dudes while he tries to finish the job, as the official crowd watches in silence, staring at the blonde fraud face down in the dirt, while Javier looks on with that "I know something you don't" expression. Lloyd plays it off all cool, telling them to let go just so he can catch his breath, and immediately drop another shovel strike on the man's head. Ignoring the screams, because Javier realizes this isn't just a blind rage, Lloyd is targeting specific spots that hurt like hell without breaking any bones, maintaining a face so calm it's terrifying, like he already ran the numbers on how much of a beating this traitor deserves. Which makes sense because 15 days ago, back in the training grounds, Lloyd was already plotting, asking Javier to teach him the Azrahan mind technique, explaining the mechanics of mana flow like he's reading a textbook, pointing out how the body can pull energy from the surroundings to secure a massive power buff. And when Javier asks how he even knows about a secret, incomplete skill, Lloyd just smirks and says he heard the man talking in his sleep, putting on a total iron mask of a face while Javier tries to figure out if he's being messed with, ultimately refusing because the technique is still broken. But Lloyd isn't taking no for an answer, betting his own ego that he can fix the logic and finish the technique himself, breaking down the mana hard like it's a faulty plumbing system, explaining how the internal engine is rejecting outside energy because it views it as a foreign threat. Visualizing the shift where the origin of the energy changes, ensuring the two types of mana never have to mix and cause a system crash. Telling Javier to concentrate the flow separately, basically creating a dual-core setup for his spirit. Comparing it to an auxiliary engine that runs side by side with the main one, looking smug because he knows his engineering degree is finally paying off. And while Javier is lost on what an engine even is, he can't deny the logic is solid, leaving Lloyd to clap like he just solved a level 1 puzzle. Which leads to Javier pulling it off, completing a technique he'd been stuck on for years just because Lloyd looked at it like a blueprint. Hitting 3 circles on the first try and triggering a system notification, securing a +5 favorability boost from the most loyal knight in the game. But Lloyd is low-key annoyed because he didn't even want the heart technique. He just wanted the part where he can drain mana from people he touches. Fast-forwarding back to the arena where Lloyd is still being restrained, looking like a man who just won the lottery and a fistfight at the same time. Until the Baron finally steps in to save what's left of his knight's pride, shouting for Lloyd to stop the disrespect. And Lloyd just stops, breathing heavy and looking at his father with a gaze that says, "You really think this man has any reputation left?" Pointing toward a covered table and telling the Baron to check the receipts before he starts defending a snake like Newman. Feeling a pile of letters with the Toward seal, which is the definitive proof that this knight was selling out the estate for a bag. Exposing every detail from the Baron's personal habits to the plans for forging property documents, showing that Newman was ready to burn the whole house down. Leaving the knight screaming in confusion about how his secret stash was raided, while Lloyd smiles knowing he sent his pet hamster on a stealth mission. Reflecting on how the original novel called the Baron a kind man, which usually just means he's too soft to deal with traitors properly. But Lloyd knows the difference between being a kind leader and a good one, deciding he's going to handle the dirty work himself. Proposing a merciful punishment where they just drop a rat on the man's head and banish him, giving him a fake chance at redemption. Making the crowd whisper because they think Lloyd is finally showing weakness, not realizing the rat in question is a literal heavy machinery summon. And the Baron buys it, thinking his son has finally learned the value of a generous warning to the public. While Newman grovels in the dirt, thanking Lloyd for the mercy while Lloyd looks down at him like he's already a corpse. Knowing that if you give a snake a second chance, it's just going to use that time to sharpen its fangs and find a better angle to bite you. And Newman is already doing it, plotting his revenge and calling Lloyd a soft punk the second his back is turned. Vowing to come back for blood, only for Lloyd to hit him with a smile and tell him to enjoy his last few seconds of being conscious. Pulling out a sunflower seed and feeding it to Padong, who is about to show everyone why you don't mess with the developer's pets. Reaching toward the sky as the hamster starts glowing with the power of a small sun, preparing for the ultimate disrespectful finish. Thinking to himself that the best way to ask for forgiveness is to make sure the person you wronged can't speak anymore. As Padong crunches down on the seed and transforms into a high-velocity boulder of pure mass. Leaving the entire crowd, the Baron, and even Javier staring at the sky with their jaws on the floor, while Newman looks up and realizes that his merciful punishment is currently falling at terminal velocity. And Padong drops like a tactical nuke, mouth wide open like this is just a game of tag, and Newman is it, creating a massive impact cloud that shakes the entire arena, with Lloyd standing there like he just finished a standard day at the office. Looking down at the flattened traitor and officially declaring the banishment complete, since the man is now part of the landscape. And Lloyd just smiles at the sky, securing the win and the estate's safety in the most unhinged way possible. The Magentano kingdom is looking peaceful for once, but we know Lloyd doesn't do peace, unless it's the kind that comes with a massive profit margin. Which is why Sir Padong is currently out here doing the work of 10 excavators, kicking up dirt like his life depends on it. And honestly, seeing this hamster creature handle the heavy lifting makes you realize Lloyd basically summoned a biological cheat code for construction. While Lloyd and Javier just stand there watching the trench get deeper, with Javier trying to figure out why they're even bothering to prep a road in the middle of nowhere. The rest of the engineering unit is actually putting in shifts now, looking exhausted but determined because they've realized Lloyd is a bigger menace than any monster they've ever faced. And Lloyd's head is already back in ancient Rome, thinking about the Appian Way and how a solid road system is the first step to turning this backwater estate into a financial powerhouse. So when Javier asks why they're wasting time on pavement, Lloyd just tells him to shut up and watch the property value skyrocket because of the better infrastructure. But Javier isn't an NPC, and he's starting to realize the math isn't mathing. How does a former alcoholic rascal suddenly know civil engineering and high-level summoning magic? So he looks Lloyd dead in the eyes with the kind of suspicion that usually ends with someone getting their soul searched, asking if this is even the real young master. The system warning pops up in bright red, confirming that Javier's doubt is reaching a critical level where he might actually decide Lloyd is a skinwalker and crash out. And Lloyd starts sweating, remembering that in the novel, Javier's personality was basically a hair trigger for justice and violence. Meaning if he thinks a stranger is wearing the Baron's son's face, he's going to pull that sword and end this series right here in the dirt. Lloyd realizes he has to pivot immediately, so he starts the ultimate gaslight, claiming he's just been studying in secret this whole time and asking why he isn't allowed to have a hobby. Triggering his persistent skill to keep the conversation moving before Javier can process how much of a lie that actually is. And he leans into the disrespect, asking Javier if he's watching him 24 hours a day and reminding him that everyone thought he was just a drunk shithead, so of course they wouldn't notice him studying. Turns the logic back on Javier, pointing out that Javier is a literal sword prodigy in his 20s, so why is it so hard to believe Lloyd is just a genius at summoning? Leaving Javier completely speechless and buffering while Lloyd decides to take the win and walk away before the logic starts crumbling again. He marches off, telling himself that the gaslighting worked, and immediately gives Knight Byron orders to keep the site secure while he goes to handle some business. But Javier isn't letting him out of his sight, claiming it's his duty to observe, though we all know he's just waiting for Lloyd to slip up and reveal his true identity. They head off toward the Rudneo estate, a remote town where Lloyd is planning to collect some unpaid bags from people who think they can scam a Frontera and get away with it. We find ourselves at a local inn where someone is currently throwing a temper tantrum, slamming their fist onto a table because they just lost a fortune. And it turns out to be Thorda, the real estate scammer, who is currently crying about gambling away the money he stole while his scarred bodyguard looks on with zero respect. And the bodyguard basically tells him that if the payments stop, the protection stops, which sends Thorda into a full-blown panic. But the scammer starts plotting his next move, thinking he can just hide out and find some new victims to fool until a voice from the doorway asks if he's talking about him. Lloyd kicks the door in with maximum disrespect, making an entrance that screams, "I'm here for my money and your dignity." And he sits down at the table like he owns the place, looking at Thorda and realizing the man doesn't even recognize the face of the guy he swindled. So he introduces himself as Lloyd Frontera with a smirk that says he's about to make this man's life a living hell. The bodyguard realizes things are about to get violent and moves in, which is when Lloyd's fight or flight kicks in and he immediately chooses flight, screaming for a retreat. And Javier doesn't hesitate, grabbing Lloyd like a sack of potatoes and launching them both through the window while the glass shatters everywhere, falling through the air into the narrow alleyway below while the bodyguard follows them out, looking like he's ready to catch a body. The scarred man lands and stares them down, but Javier is already drawing his blade, his focus shifting into that sword expert mode where everything else disappears. And the bodyguard tells them to hand over Thorda and leave if they don't want to be treated as accomplices, but Javier is just following Lloyd's pre-game instructions, remembering how Lloyd predicted they'd end up in this exact alleyway, which means the young master is once again 10 steps ahead of the danger. The scarred man starts calling Javier a young bastard and begins channeling some sketchy-looking dark energy, asking if Javier even knows how to use that toothpick he's holding. And the narrator reminds us that in the original novel, this was the moment Javier sought revenge and fought Thord's bodyguard for the first time, facing off against a black evil magician whose gravity magic was a total nightmare for a senior sword expert to handle. And Lloyd is watching all of this from a broken window with a smile, knowing that the novel version of this fight was a desperate struggle, where the magician basically pinned Javier to the floor with overwhelming pressure, making every movement feel like he was carrying a mountain. But the current Javier isn't the same man from the book, and he deflects the magical strike like he's just swatting away a fly, leaving the magician shocked because his gravity trap didn't even make Javier flinch, let alone crush him. Javier drops into a low stance, his aura flaring up in a way that tells you this dude has been grinding off-screen, thanks to Lloyd's training. While the antagonist panics and throws a desperate strike, screaming for Javier to die because he can't handle the power gap. But Javier just plants his sword and releases a shockwave that shatters the cobblestones, proving that he's no longer just an ordinary expert. And as the magician stares in pure disbelief, we see the glowing mana heart in Javier's chest, pulsing with a light that shouldn't be there, confirming that thanks to Lloyd's auxiliary engine logic, Javier is now rocking triple circles and has basically outscaled the entire plot. Javier swings his blade in a massive arc of pink energy, a move so clean and disrespectful that it basically ends the magician's career on the spot. Then he casually asks if that gravity magic was supposed to be a threat, looking down at the scarred man like he's a bug that's barely worth stepping on. Thorda is currently being tossed around by the residual force, screaming that this wasn't in the contract and trying to act like scamming a noble isn't a death sentence. He falls backward into a barrel, realizing that his bodyguard just got washed, and he's now alone with a very angry sword expert. And Javier stands over him with a cold gaze, promising to cut off his leg, so he has to crawl his way to the court to face his crimes. The sword comes down in a blur of steel, but before it can connect and turn this into a horror movie, a voice screams for him to stop. And Lloyd jumps into the middle of the mess, blocking the path and looking like he's about to have a heart attack, asking Javier if he's actually lost his mind. Because if the witness goes to court with a missing limb, the legal fallout is going to be a nightmare for the estate's reputation, leaving Javier standing there confused, wondering if Lloyd has suddenly developed a heart and started feeling sympathy for a scammer. But Lloyd's face is pure stress, because he doesn't care about Thord's leg. He just cares about the fact that a maimed debtor is a lot harder to squeeze for every last cent. Night falls on the town, but the real darkness is happening inside that room where Thorda is currently tied up. And Lloyd is giving him the most terrifyingly calm, "Don't be scared" speech while explaining that greed usually makes people messy, basically telling the man that he isn't going to execute him because a dead debtor is a 0% return on investment, which makes Thorda think he's actually getting a pass, not realizing he's just being traded to a different kind of devil. As Lloyd slides a piece of paper across the table like he's offering a business deal instead of a life sentence, explaining that while he'll pay him a salary, he's taking an 80% cut right off the top for debt repayment. And the best part is that this payment plan is scheduled to last for the next 520 years, leaving Thorda looking like he just saw his own ghost, while Javier realizes his boss is a financial predator, who is mentally using a straw to sip every bit of value out of this man's soul for the rest of eternity. And when the guy tries to complain about fairness, Lloyd hits him with that "sign it or I'll break your wrist" energy. So the red-haired authority figure just tells them to handle it in court, forcing Thor to sign his life away in tears. And eventually they're back on the road with the scammer tied up in the back like a sack of potatoes. While Lloyd explains that every penny of this loot is going straight back into hiring more workers because 30 soldiers aren't enough. Which brings us back to the estate a few days later where a massive recruitment notice is offering 20 gold, drawing a crowd that clearly hates Lloyd's guts but loves the idea of not being broke for the winter. And while this light-haired official is talking about the Ondal construction and the trader situation from before, Lloyd is out here looking stressed by the paperwork until a random villager walks up with a different vibe, asking for the work contract but pausing to give the young master some genuine, unscripted gratitude for the heating. Bowing down because the Ondal system saved his kid from catching a deathly cold during the freezing weather. And for a split second, Lloyd actually feels a tiny bit of shame for being a manic capitalist driven by greed, until the man mentions he has relatives at the nearby Racona estate who want the same system installed, which instantly flips the greed switch back on because Lloyd realizes he can now expand his monopoly across the region, telling Javier he's going to upcharge them for travel expenses while looking like a total menace about the money. But then the conversation shifts to the road construction and the actual future of the estate's resources, as Lloyd predicts that the mountain is going to be stripped bare because the Ondal systems eat through wood, leading him to announce that he's canceling the Appian Way project to focus on a much more profitable resource, revealing that they're actually going to mine bituminous coal and sell it at a premium to their own customers, offering the locals a tiny discount while Javier looks on, completely disgusted by the lack of ethics on display. Lloyd just gives him a reality check, asking how else they're supposed to pay off a mountain of debt, leaving Javier with no choice but to accept that this greedy bastard is their only hope for financial survival. Even though mining coal in this area is notoriously dangerous because the ground is basically made of weak, unstable soil, which doesn't bother Lloyd at all because he's got that modern engineering knowledge in his back pocket, planning to use the shield method excavation tech to bypass the weak ground and secure the bag for good, leaving Javier to just watch and wonder what kind of monster his young master has actually become, as they finally reach the dark, rubble-filled entrance of the cave where the Real work begins. Deep in the shadows of the tunnel, a massive, chitinous limb slams into the rocky floor, followed by the sound of something heavy scratching against the stone as glowing red eyes appear in the dark, revealing an entire swarm of predators hiding in the shadows, waiting for someone to walk into their trap. And this massive, armored insectoid creature looms over the path, proving that the mining arc just turned into a survival horror. Starting things off with Lloyd out here looking like he's about to drop the most devious prayer of the century, shouting for a summon while a glowing green hexagram materializes around him, because my man is done playing around with basic construction and wants to manifest the ultimate bag, screaming for a high-brand Gangnam apartment like he's trying to manifest a 5-star pull in a gacha game, as a beam of pure green energy pierces the dark sky, signaling that the system is actually listening to his unhinged demands, materializing a whole modern skyscraper in the middle of a fantasy world because why build a castle when you can have central AC and a penthouse? Only for the fantasy to shatter, leaving Lloyd back at his wooden desk, staring at a floor plan and wishing he had actual cool skills instead of just intermediate design level 1, which is basically just a glorified printer for blueprints that makes him wish he could just summon 100 undead workers to do the labor for free. But he's got to work with what he's got, especially since that Newman incident padded his pockets with 639 relationship points after he left a favorable impression on everyone who isn't a total fraud, allowing him to dump those points into his skill tree and unlock intermediate measurement, which brings us to the mouth of this dark-ass cave, where he triggers his underground scanning, turning his eyes into glowing green cheat codes that can see 5 meters deep into the rock to find a safe route. Though he's still stressing over the labor because humans get tired and his main heavy machinery, Padong, is currently bedridden and sick from the last project, meaning Lloyd has no choice but to gamble his hard-earned points on the fantasy species random draw, dropping 70 RP on a single pull while a chaotic green magic circle starts spinning in the dirt like he's about to summon a demon, but instead, a glowing orb pops out and reveals this tiny, round, pink creature that looks like it belongs in a plushie aisle, landing right in front of him while the magical gears fade into the background, chirping bell, bell, with a bow on its head, making Lloyd immediately suspicious that this thing is either a secret assassin or just a total waste of points, though he remembers Padong looked weak at first too, so he starts interrogating the pink blob about its max stats and hidden utility, looking for any sign that this creature can actually help him secure the bag. And weeks later, we see the results at the forest tunnel where the operation has turned into a 4-step mechanical chain, starting with step 1 where this giant version of Bell is straight up eating the dirt in front of the shield equipment using its scooping dirt skill, while Lloyd stands back shouting orders like a foreman who's had way too much caffeine, telling Javier to get ready for step 2, which involves Bell firing projectiles of pure steel into the air like a chitinous railgun, leading into step 3 where Javier has to use his sword saint skills to precisely slice those bars in midair, so the blacksmiths in step 4 can hammer them into a support structure, leaving Javier to have a mid-work crisis wondering why a top-tier knight is out here cutting up giant snake poop, while Lloyd ignores the disrespect and keeps pushing the operation onward through the darkness, even though the lack of oxygen is making him dizzy enough that he'd be unconscious if they hadn't rigged up a ventilation pipe, But he refuses to leave the site because he's determined not to be like those trash-tier bosses in Korea who only talk big and never show up to the actual venue, swearing to lead from the front right before his system vision flashes a high priority signal, highlighting a massive seam of bituminous coal in the rock wall that makes the whole crew start cheering, while Lloyd thanks the pink creature for making the digging 10 times faster before telling Javier they need to dismantle the shield and expand the space. But the celebration gets cut short by a heavy thud echoing through the metallic hexagonal tunnel, triggering a lightning bolt of intuition in Lloyd's head because the ground here is supposed to be stable and shouldn't be collapsing, forcing him to trigger another scan that reveals a jagged hole in the wall that definitely wasn't there 5 minutes ago, and before he can even process the on his UI, a massive armored creature bursts through the debris and sends him flying backward, while Javier instantly snaps into combat mode to intercept the threat, revealing a dark, insectoid ant monster with glowing red eyes and mandibles designed to snip through armor. But Lloyd isn't just a designer today, swinging his shovel with a primal shout and slamming it straight into the ant's head, putting the beast down for good while he stands there breathing heavy, realizing this monster wasn't even in the original novel, which means his presence in this world is changing the script in a dangerous way, especially since the darkness of the tunnel is now filled with hundreds of glowing red eyes staring back at them, proving that where there's one ant, there's an entire colony of predators ready to crash out, forcing the workers to flee for their lives while Javier holds the line against a swarm of chitinous nightmares, leaving Lloyd to do the math and realize that if these things reach the surface, his entire estate is cooked, and he starts spiraling into a panic because they're low on oxygen and the shaft they built is way too sturdy to just collapse, until Javier delivers a reality check slap to his face to stop him from tweaking, shouting at him to think of something while he struggles to keep the swarm from turning them into lunch, which forces Lloyd to focus his entire brain on the coal and the tunnel structure, waiting for a single spark of logic to cut through the darkness until a light bulb finally flickers on in his head, signaling that he's found a solution, grabbing a torch and calling out to Javier with a plan that sounds like a total suicide mission, because he wants to attack head-on and enter the ant tunnel, which sounds absurd even to a sword expert, but Javier doesn't hesitate to clear a path, since Lloyd usually has a greedy-ass reason for everything he does. And with a look of pure focus, they charge into the heart of the colony to turn this disaster into a win. A messenger hits the estate with the worst possible energy, screaming about bad news, which sends the Baron into a total panic because monster ants and Lloyd do not belong in the same sentence unless a funeral is being planned. So he starts throwing on his armor with the speed of a man who knows his son is the reason his blood pressure is permanently high. Back in the trenches, Javier is out here putting in overtime, asking how much deeper they have to go into this bug-infested hellhole, while Lloyd tells him to shut up and let him cook, because his brain is currently working at max capacity, trying to find a way out that doesn't involve being eaten. The situation is looking grim as they get surrounded, and even a top-tier knight like Javier is starting to hit his limit in this oxygen-starved heat, forcing Lloyd to activate his scanner and lock onto the one thing that can save them, a massive pocket of methane gas. Knowing that where there's coal, there's gas, and if he can find it, he can turn this entire tunnel into a pressurized bomb. His eyes lock onto a green holographic cube through the interface, signaling that the bag he's about to secure is actually a massive explosion. So he starts digging like a man possessed, telling Javier to keep the red-eyed freaks off his back while he works. Lloyd is out here swinging a shovel like it's a high-grade weapon, screaming through the stress while Javier holds the line. As the bugs keep screeching, realizing these two humans aren't just snacks, they're a legitimate threat to the hive. Javier moves like a blur, showing why he's the main character of the original novel, slicing through armored carapaces without breaking a sweat, maintaining a perfect defensive perimeter while Lloyd focuses entirely on the geology of the situation. Everything stops when a screech loud enough to shatter eardrums echoes through the cavern, and the queen herself pulls up, looking like a nightmare with glowing pink eyes and a frame that makes the other ants look like NPCs. Lloyd realizes he might have bitten off more than he can chew, seeing the scale of the bug mommy standing in front of them, asking Javier if he can handle this boss fight, only for the knight to give him a deadpan no, because some things are just basic math. But since they can't exactly ask for a refund on this mission, Javier grips his sword and prepares to crash out one last time, as the queen lunges forward with the intent to end their bloodlines right then and there. Javier channels his core breathing, preparing a strike that looks like it's about to cost him a year of his life, clashing with the monster in a burst of light that proves he's still the GOAT even when the odds are zero. He's out here blocking scythe arms with his bare strength, screaming as the pressure of the queen's weight tries to crush him into the dirt, giving Lloyd the exact window he needs to stop watching and start finishing the prep work for their escape. The fight becomes a chaotic mess of sparks and mandibles, with Javier barely keeping his head on his shoulders, until Lloyd's shovel finally hits the sweet spot, prompting him to scream at Javier to start sprinting for the entrance. They don't need to be told twice, turning tail as the queen realizes she's been baited into a trap. It's a high-stakes track meet through the narrow tunnels, with a swarm of red-eyed nightmares nipping at their heels. As they dive into the passageway, Lloyd looking back one last time to make sure the trap is set, swinging his shovel with a burst of eat this energy to buy them one final second of breathing room. The impact lands, but in the chaos, the torch slips from his hand and tumbles toward the ground, leaving them in the dark for a split second as the queen looms over them like the final boss she is. Then the flame hits the methane, and the entire cavern turns into a swirling vortex of fire that erases the ant problem from existence, triggering a chain reaction of explosions that collapses the tunnel and sends shockwaves through the entire mountain.
I gotta tell you, it was perfect. Perfect. Everything, down to the last minute details.
In the middle of the debris, Javier uses his own body as a human shield, protecting Lloyd from the falling ceiling like a true G, while the rest of the hive gets vaporized by the heat of 1,000 suns. Back on the surface, the rescue team looks down into the smoking crater, realizing the mine they just closed might have become a tomb. The Baron has to physically hold Lloyd back from running into the fire, screaming that it's too dangerous for anyone to survive that blast. But Lloyd is already staring at the aftermath, his ears ringing from the sound of his own plan working a little too well. He looks down and sees Javier lying face down in the dirt, his back covered in scars, and his body totally spent. And even Belle is out of commission, looking like a crumpled plushie after giving everything to the cause. The victory tastes like ash when Lloyd realizes the explosion didn't just kill the ants, it sealed them in a tomb with no air. A system warning pops up in cold blue text, telling him what he already knows. The oxygen is flatlining and he's about to suffocate, forcing him to pick up the shovel again because the exit is 5 meters away and he's the only one left with the strength to dig. He starts swinging, declaring that nobody is dying today because these people aren't just assets anymore, they're his people. This sudden burst of genuine humanity actually triggers a system notification, acknowledging that he's not a total monster for once, dumping a massive amount of RP and likability points into his account as a reward for his tenacity. But points don't mean anything if you're dead, and the oxygen bar is currently flashing red like a low battery warning on a phone. With nothing left to lose, Lloyd screams at the system to find him a skill that can save their lives before the lights go out for good. Lloyd is standing there in the void looking like he's about to crash out while the system is out here buffering, searching for any scrap of knowledge in his brain that isn't related to drinking or scamming nobles. And it actually finds a way to bridge his memories with the Azrahan mind technique, prompting him to secure the power, which he accepts without a second thought because he's been low-key grinding his mana since the Newman fight, instantly acquiring the Azrahan core technique at single circle level 5 while glowing like a final boss. A tiny spark of mana starts swirling in the pitch-black darkness of his consciousness, and even though he doesn't have a mana heart, he can feel the circle forming, giving him a massive 120% boost. He knows normal training is a gamble with trash odds, but with the system, he can just pay to win. So he bets his entire life savings of RP to force a level up, surrounding himself with a blue aura. The cost keeps jumping up, but he doesn't have the luxury of being a cheapskate when he's about to suffocate. So he pushes it all the way to level 10, looking totally desperate because this is his only way out. The mana starts twisting into a new shape as the system triggers an evolution, and he officially evolves to double circle level 1. Doubling his amplification while looking like he just saw a ghost. This evolution drops 2 new skills, starting with Energizer, which basically turns off his fatigue for 10 minutes. And Power Outburst for a 3x boost, which is exactly what he needs to start his one-man excavation project. He screams Energizer like a madman, swinging that shovel with more energy than a toddler on a sugar rush. Moving so fast he's basically a human drill, while the oxygen bar at the bottom is flashing red like a low battery. He's staring into the dirt with green glowing eyes, praying to the system to show him any sign of an exit. Because if he doesn't find a hole in the next few seconds, this cave is becoming his permanent residence. He finally spots a marker in the green wireframe and lets out a primal scream because the end is in sight. While Javier and Belle are lying there looking like they've already checked out, Lloyd is still fighting for his life. His face is covered in shadows and sweat as the oxygen bar hits the final pixel, and he finally hits his limit, dropping the shovel because the 10-minute timer just ran out on him. He falls to his knees, looking totally broken while the system tells him his buff is gone. It's a silent, depressing shot of 3 losers at the bottom of a hole with 0 air left to breathe. He's not done yet, triggering Power Outburst for one last desperate push through the rock, screaming as he throws his entire soul into the shovel, creating a cloud of dust that would make a construction crew jealous. He manages to open a 30 centimeters hole, but he's only got 20 seconds of life left on the clock. He falls back into the trench, looking up at Javier and realizing they're still stuck at the bottom of the world. He starts thinking about how his second life was way too short and how he just wanted to be a rich noble. And then he just lies there in the dirt, waiting for the lights to go out while the ground starts to crumble. His eyes snap open when he hears a noise, pushing himself up just as the wall starts to give way. Padong bursts through like a tiny, round wrecking ball, looking way too happy for the situation. Lloyd realizes that fresh air is finally hitting his lungs, and suddenly his will to live is back at 100%. Outside, the moon is up and the rescue team is finally making their move into the dark. The Baron is out here acting like a real father, telling everyone else to back off while he goes in, only to see Javier walking out of the shadows, shirtless and carrying a half-dead Lloyd on his back. The Baron starts sprinting and screaming his son's name, while the system explains how Lloyd overcame his limits. Javier finally sets him down, looking like he's about to collapse himself after that insane carry. The night stays quiet while the family reunion happens in the dirt under the full moon. Back in the village, the rumors are spreading faster than a leaked group chat, and the locals are changing their minds about how the rascal Lloyd actually stayed behind to save the workers and fight monsters like a real one. They're realizing he's not the same punk who used to drink himself into a stupor every night. While everyone is out here glazing him, Lloyd is actually fast asleep in his own bed with Javier watching him. He finally opens his eyes, looking confused as hell while the system starts pinging him with notifications. He sees a giant blue box in his face and can't even process what is going on yet. The system tells him his heroic bravery just earned him a massive bonus, jumping his RP from 7 to 507. He realizes he's accidentally become a local legend, and he's out here celebrating the easiest 500 points ever. He ends the chapter with a grin so devious, you just know he's already planning how to spend those points. The sun is hitting the mine entrance just right, making everything look peaceful for a change. While the workers are back in the tunnels, hammering away and hauling rocks like their lives depend on it, which honestly is a mood. Until they spot Lloyd and Javier strolling through the passage, and the second they see the young master, the entire work floor stops. To start glazing him like he's the second coming of a saint, calling him a hero who fought for their lives while Lloyd just stands there, feeling the awkward pressure of being treated like a decent human being, even though 2 weeks have passed since that ant incident and the coal is finally flowing. But Lloyd isn't relaxing because he's out here in the dark with a torch, trying to sniff out any remaining risk factors before they become a problem. Javier is just watching him, wondering why the successor of the estate is doing the dirty work himself instead of just ordering the workers to do it. Thinking maybe Lloyd actually cares about their well-being for once, but he should know better than to give this man that much credit. Since Lloyd's actual logic is that if he does the dangerous shit personally, nobody can talk smack when he starts spending an ungodly amount of money. Which is why the system immediately pings a notification that Javier's favorable impression was about to go up, but hit a brick wall the second Lloyd opened his mouth. So they keep moving until Lloyd stops at a rock wall, sensing something hollow on the other side, and grabbing a shovel to dig. Only to breach a hidden chamber and find a massive green orc suspended in spiderwebs like some kind of high-protein snack. And Javier immediately draws his steel because he sees a threat, but Lloyd has to hold him back before he kills their newest business opportunity. Asking what this thing even is, though Javier points out the obvious. It's an orc, and it's probably still alive because monster ants like to keep their food fresh. Which is the exact moment Lloyd's face shifts into that manic, greedy grin we all know and love because he just realized he found a gold mine. And we cut to the estate infirmary where this orc, Hirosh, is finally awake and thanking Lloyd for saving his green skin, explaining that he's the son of a tribe leader and promising to give Lloyd anything he wants as a reward for the rescue. Which is music to Lloyd's ears because he didn't save this guy out of the kindness of his heart. He did it for the leverage. So he leans in with a wide smile and asks for 120 orcs to come pull shifts in the mine, but Hirosh shuts that down immediately, calling Lloyd out for looking like a total villain the second he got rejected, which is fair because Lloyd's face in this panel is devious. But the real issue is that orcs are warriors who only take orders from a chief, and since Lloyd isn't a warrior, his aura is 0 in their eyes. And we see the reality of Hirosh's situation. He tried to hunt an ant head for his rite of passage, failed miserably, and got paralyzed. So Lloyd starts chewing on the problem, literally and figuratively, trying to find the angle that turns this L into a fat bag. And he suddenly starts clapping, congratulating Hirosh on becoming an adult like he didn't just hear the man say he failed, pointing at a massive red ant head and gaslighting this poor orc into believing they actually caught the damn thing together. Spinning a wild tale about how the queen ant was shaking and crying in human language because she lost to a young orc warrior. While Javier stands in the back looking bored as hell, watching Lloyd lie through his teeth about ants understanding human speech. But Lloyd is committed to the bit, putting his hands on Hirosh's shoulders and telling him he's an excellent warrior who earned his stripes. And Hirosh is so dazed by the praise that he starts repeating it, his tiny orc brain trying to process this fake memory Lloyd just installed. Until he finally snaps and agrees to lend the workers, shouting it out with enough intensity to shake the room. And a week later we're deep in the mountains, heading toward the Steel Sand tribe to collect on that promise. Arriving at a village decorated with giant tusks and banners, looking exactly like the kind of place where people value brawn over brains. But the great chief, Akush, drops the hammer and says they can't do the favor, leaving Lloyd standing there looking like a fraud. As he tries to process why the deal is falling through after he spent a whole week traveling to this remote-ass location. Only for the chief to explain that orcs need massive amounts of meat to maintain their muscle, and if they stop hunting, the tribe collapses. Basically saying that protein is their lifeblood, and if they don't eat right after the hunt, they lose their gains and their survival. And Lloyd realizes he's dealing with a bunch of gym bros whose entire society is built on a caloric surplus. So he pivots the conversation, asking if they'd be able to lend the workers if the meat didn't go bad for a few days. And the chief looks at him like he's speaking a foreign language, asking if such a thing is even possible in this world. Giving Lloyd the perfect opening to drop that signature scammer smirk because he's about to introduce these orcs to the power of civil engineering and refrigeration. So we're taking a quick trip down memory lane to when we first touched down at the village and saw Hirosh losing his mind, screaming for his pops like he hadn't seen him in a decade, launching his entire body through the air with the kind of physical force that makes you realize these orcs aren't just big, they're built different, especially when Hirosh goes full sprint across the square, crashing into his father with a hug so heavy it sends a massive shockwave of dust through the whole settlement. Lloyd is standing there watching this reunion, realizing that if he ever got caught in the middle of that, he'd be turned into a fine red mist. But his brain immediately pivots to how 120 of these monsters are going to skyrocket his productivity, especially since their idea of a light workout involves lifting golden chandeliers and treasure chests like they're nothing but cheap plastic weights at a local gym. It's a gold mine in the most literal sense, so Lloyd wastes no time signing a contract to secure both the labor and the loot, explaining to a skeptical Javier that they're about to build a soup bingo, which is basically a high-tech stone freezer that does everything royal ice magic can do without needing a single mage, though he's being vague about where he learned the blueprints because he's too tired to explain his past life, focusing instead on the fact that they need granite, which is notoriously hard to quarry without dynamite. But Lloyd has a much cheaper replacement in mind, and that replacement is Javier, who is currently being framed as a piece of human artillery. See, in the original novel, there was this massive incident at a city called the Namrum. A purple barrier was draining the life out of thousands of refugees, while Javier watched, completely helpless until he reached the level of a sword master and invented a suicide tier move that involves forcing 3 of his mana circles to collide in a controlled explosion. And Lloyd is out here trying to get him to use that same world-class destructive power to break some rocks for a construction project, which is the most disrespectful flex in history. Javier actually pulls it off, letting out a blast that sends a pillar of fire screaming into the sky, shattering the granite into perfect pieces and proving that his talent is truly on another level, even if he's currently using a legendary technique to do the job of a heavy-duty excavator. Javier is rightfully suspicious, asking how Lloyd knew about a theory that shouldn't even exist yet. Lloyd just puts on his best face behind that metal mask and tells him to look into his eyes for the truth, even though Javier knows those eyes are filled with nothing but lies. The impact was so violent that the entire cliff face is cracked, and as the dust starts to settle, Lloyd is standing there shocked that his human dynamite plan worked perfectly on the first try. Javier walks out of the smoke looking like a top-tier waifu's dream, shirt completely shredded, and chest bare, which I know half the audience just paused the video to appreciate. But he's mostly just annoyed that his knightly swordsmanship is being treated like a power tool. Lloyd tells him not to worry about the thanks, even though Javier is actively grumbling about how he's supposed to be protecting a lord, not speedrunning a stone masonry career. With Javier acting as the quarry and Padong handling the heavy lifting, the work moves at a pace that shouldn't be possible, with the orcs joining in because they think construction is just a new form of extreme CrossFit, which lets Lloyd sit back and fan himself while calculating his profits, until he realizes the soldiers he sent for insulation are 3 weeks late. Javier drops the mood immediately, suggesting that either the men are lazy or they've met with a fatal accident, prompting Lloyd to drop the act and get serious about finding his people. Javier tries to go alone, but Lloyd shuts that down fast because as the boss, he's responsible for every single life on his payroll, and he's not about to let his workers die on his watch. They head into the canyon and find a discarded glove, one of the custom-made red ones Lloyd designed specifically for his crew, and seeing it lying in the dirt is the ultimate red flag. Javier senses that the mana flow in the canyon is behaving in a way that feels subtle but wrong. And that's when Lloyd's memory of the original novel finally clicks into place, turning his smugness into pure dread as he realizes they're walking into a situation from the book, where the soldiers aren't just missing, they're likely already dead, and the threat is just getting started. The mountain air is still, but don't let the view fool you because this jagged ravine is masking the exact kind of dark energy that usually ends a protagonist's career before it even starts, which is why Lloyd and Javier are currently standing at the edge of this massive dark maw on the cliffside as Lloyd confirms this is Rufalin's dungeon, a place he knows from the novel, as the spot Javier originally targeted way back at the start of the book, making this a high-tier death trap for anyone without a cheat code or a shovel. And Lloyd is actually fuming right now because he views kidnapping his soldiers as a direct violation of his private property rights, which is the only sin a capitalist like him truly recognizes. So he tries to stay cautious while Javier just decides to lead the way into the darkness like he's got a respawn button, immediately stepping right into a glowing pink magic circle that starts arcing with enough voltage to trigger a massive orange explosion that sends both of them flying back against the cave walls. And as the smoke clears, Lloyd grabs Javier by the collar to ask if he's even a real knight or just a high-definition NPC, since he should have known traps would be littering the floor, especially since in the original novel timeline, Javier got caught in this exact first trap and had to struggle through the rest of the dungeon with a severely nerfed body. But this time Lloyd is here to fix the script, telling Javier to use his mana sensing to realize that mana usually stays at a constant concentration in the air, meaning any unnatural clusters of blue light are basically giant neon signs saying that a magical landmine is waiting to ruin your day. So Javier locks in and starts seeing the particles swirling around the danger zones, following Lloyd, who is walking ahead with a shovel like he's just out here for a casual morning stroll, which is Javier looking at him with the most suspicious eyes because there is no way a normal dude knows the exact layout of a hidden dungeon unless he's got some hidden mana or is just a professional scammer who read the devlogs. But they don't have time to debate it because deep inside the lab, the hooded mage Rufalin has already noticed the intruders, and he's looking stressed, wondering if these people actually think they can rescue the assets he just kidnapped. So he slams his ancient book shut with a heavy sound and starts heading toward the holding cells where his experiments are waiting, hoping that this time his dark ritual actually succeeds as he drags a terrified soldier across the dirt toward a glowing red magic circle that looks like it connects directly to the underworld, standing over the kid with a massive bone-handled scythe while yapping about blood-soaked blades and 100 days of rituals until a voice from the shadows tells him to shut the up, and Javier appears looking like a total menace, telling the mage to take his hands off the property immediately, which makes Ruffalin lose his mind and trigger a secondary defense that causes a massive stone slab to rumble and start falling from the ceiling to turn the duo into a couple of expensive pancakes. But Lloyd isn't panicking. He's just taking a deep breath and puffing his cheeks out like he's about to do something extremely disrespectful to the laws of physics while the mage is grinning, thinking he's about to put them to sleep for good. But Lloyd triggers his Energizer skill, which basically means he's on a 10-minute infinite stamina glitch, digging into the ground so fast, it makes his work in the ant tunnels look like slow motion, while Javier realizes the mage's sleep magic is completely useless against him because his natural insomnia is the ultimate counterspell, though he still takes a second to judge Lloyd for looking like a human ground mole before leaping into the hole just as the ceiling comes crashing down. And Javier thrusts his blade into the floor of the tunnel to trigger a massive blast explosion that tears through the cavern and sends a shockwave right into the mage's entire setup, leaving a crater so deep it looks like the terrain just got deleted, and Lloyd crawls out of the pit looking like a sleep-deprived demon, asking if this is the mage's first time getting humbled. But Ruffalin isn't done yet, conjuring 2 more red magic circles to bring out his final boss, a massive green-skinned monster covered in stitches that roars with enough force to shake the entire dungeon, and the mage is cackling now because this is the strongest thing he's ever created, claiming that their puny weapons won't even scratch its steel-like skin, which has Lloyd actually looking worried for a second as he tells Javier that this one might be a problem, but Javier is already launching himself into the air, using the explosive force of a blast as a literal rocket engine to propel himself downward with a cutting blast wave that hits the monster's leg with the force of a tactical nuke, leaving the mage looking like he just saw his entire bank account hit zero in a single second while Lloyd stands there in shock because this technique wasn't in the novel, meaning Javier is officially breaking the script and becoming a monster in his own right. And after the smoke clears, Lloyd and Javier are just standing there in the damp cave like they're waiting for a bus, while Ruffalin is having a full-blown mental breakdown on the floor, realizing he's cooked and screaming about how he's going to die because he can't touch these two, which is when Lloyd hits him with a sharp HEY to shut him up. But Lloyd doesn't even care about the magic circles or the threats. He just gets straight to the point and asks how this fraud is going to pay for the weeks of construction delays he caused by kidnapping his workers, which has the mage immediately switching from deadly villain to desperate scammer, offering up every magic item in his lab just to keep his head attached to his shoulders.
You can't keep getting away with it! He can't keep getting away with it! He won't.
And Lloyd's face does that unhinged greedy shift because the bag is officially secured, while Javier walks in carrying a soldier to confirm that the men are exhausted, but at least they aren't meeting their ancestors today. So Lloyd crouches down with his shovel, looking at this pathetic heap of a man and asking what he was even planning to do with those bodies if they had died. Only for the mage to drop some generic fantasy nonsense about researching how to bring the dead back to life, which Lloyd greets with the most "be for real right now" expression I've ever seen. But then the mage gets all somber, claiming he only did it to bring back his dead wife and child, trying to pull a sympathy card on the one guy who values a coin more than a sob story. And we get the tragic backstory filter, where Ruffalin was apparently just a normal manor wizard living a happy life with his blonde wife and kid, until the local lord decided he wanted the wife for himself, leading to a pursuit that ruined everything. But Lloyd cuts the story short because he's heard enough of this villain with a reason yap session, and he looks the mage dead in the eye, asking a very practical question. If he actually succeeded in bringing them back, did he really think they'd thank him for murdering hundreds of innocent people just to save them? Or did he think the ghouls he created didn't have families who actually cared about them too? Lloyd is being cold as ice here, telling the mage that his story isn't nearly pitiful enough to justify the crimes, and that his nature is never going to change. Because someone who destroys happy families just to satisfy their own grief isn't a tragic hero. They're just a common killer who deserves zero respect. And with that reality check delivered, Lloyd just turns around and starts walking away, telling the mage he's coming back later with a crew to strip the place of every magic tool worth a cent, giving him one final warning that if he tries to touch a single hair on anyone else's head, the forgiveness trial is officially over, leaving the mage bowing and crying out, "Thank you," like a pathetic dog. But Lloyd's internal monologue is already shifting back to the original novel plot, where Javier made a massive mistake. Because in the original script, Javier actually forgave this dude and let him live, which allowed Ruffalin to just go right back to killing hundreds of people to power himself up, turning him into a recurring, annoying-ass villain that Javier had to fight over and over again because he didn't finish the job when he had the chance. But Lloyd isn't about to let this plot hole happen in his timeline, so he's showing his back on purpose while his eye starts glowing with that "try-me" energy. And Ruffalin falls for the bait instantly, his gratitude vanishing as he manifests a purple lightning sigil in his hand to strike Lloyd from behind, snarling about whether he actually said he forgave them. But he's moving in slow motion compared to the monster Lloyd has turned Javier into, as the mage prepares to crash out one last time, thinking he's finally got the upper hand on the guy who just insulted his entire life's work. But Javier was already 3 steps ahead, his hand on his hilt because he knew exactly how a snake like this would react to mercy, and he sends the mage flying with a strike so fast the blood splatter is the only thing the camera can even track.
Damn it! He got me!
Which triggers a memory for Lloyd back to his days as Kim Suho, working on a Korean construction site where some bum in a lime green vest was constantly on his case, calling him a rotten punk and demanding he bow at a perfect 90-degree angle just to satisfy the old man's ego, which is the kind of power tripping you see in every toxic workplace. And Suho actually did it, bowing and apologizing while telling himself that good things are good, and that avoiding conflict is the mature way to handle bums like this. Thinking that if he just stayed polite and took the abuse, the guy would eventually change and realize he was being an asshole. But the result was the exact opposite, because the more Suho bowed, the more the bully thought he was a pushover who wouldn't fight back, leading to the guy screaming in his face about his eardrums bursting and calling him pathetic in front of the whole crew. And you can see Suho clenching his teeth so hard they're about to shatter, telling himself to just hold it in because losing his temper would only make the job more exhausting. But the second the old man brings Suho's mother into the conversation to call her pathetic for giving birth to him, the peaceful act officially expires and a vein pops in his eye, leading to Suho grabbing the guy's shoulder with a grip that probably bruised the bone, his face shifting into the same menace energy we see from Lloyd. And he delivers a punch to the jaw that probably reset the guy's internal clock, because some people really need to be reminded that polite doesn't mean weak. The impact is so clean the background literally turns red, sending the bully reeling back in pure shock that the easy target just fought back. And he doesn't stop there, following up with a black boot to the chest that sends the guy flying into the dirt while the rest of the site watches in horror. It takes 4 grown men to restrain Suho while he's thinking to himself that he's probably doomed and losing his job for this. But when he shows up for work the next day, sweating under those metal pipes and waiting for the other shoe to drop, he sees the bully walking past with a bandage on his face, and instead of starting something, the guy just looks away and minds his own business. Because peace has finally come to the site, not because Suho was nice, but because he showed the bully the exact cost of being a jerk. Which brings us back to the dungeon, where Lloyd is standing over the defeated mage and philosophizing about how violence is sometimes the only way to stop a cycle, reflecting on how modern society loves to give light punishments to vicious criminals because they have a bright future, or human rights, even when they're serial killers. And he just scoffs at the whole idea, walking away while telling the mage that villains should receive punishments that actually fit their crimes, leaving the trash exactly where it belongs. The journey back from that dark mage's mountain is looking like a desktop wallpaper, all serene and peaceful, which is a massive contrast to how the actual group is doing, winding through these narrow forest paths while everyone except the main 2 looks like they're about to meet their ancestors, especially this one worker who's huffing and puffing like he just finished a marathon in a winter coat. And Lloyd sees the man struggling, looking over his shoulder with that unbothered expression before he just flat out tells the guy to hand over the backpack, because he doesn't want to deal with a corpse on the trail. Hissing at the man's protests because if the dude collapses, Lloyd is the one who has to carry both the bag and the body, so he just starts barking orders for everyone else to cough up their luggage too, ignoring the social suicide of a noble doing peasant labor while he tightens the straps, basically telling them that if they keep nagging him about nobility and honor, they can kiss their bonuses goodbye, which has the soldiers looking at his back like he's a literal saint, tears streaming down their faces because they've never seen a leader actually share the weight, while Javier stands there in the background looking like he's trying to solve a math equation he doesn't have the variables for, realizing that at this point, the truth of why Lloyd is doing it doesn't even matter anymore, because in the eyes of these men, they aren't following a rascal, they're following a leader who actually gives a damn. And right on cue, the system decides to chime in, letting Lloyd know that his reputation is skyrocketing and that this beautiful story is going to spread through the kingdom like a wildfire. But instead of feeling the warm fuzzies, Lloyd is out here looking disgusted, shouting in his own head that he doesn't need rewarding feelings when he could be getting paid in cold, hard cash instead. Anyway, the scene shifts over to the arid, dusty lands of the Steel Sand tribe where the sun is beating down on everything like it's personal. And we see the exterior of the stone-cold storage is finally done, looking like a solid piece of engineering built right into the hill, as Hiroshi leads the group inside to inspect the miracle building. The big man isn't impressed, poking around the stone walls and pointing out that it's still hot enough in here to ruin the meat, which would lead to the ultimate tragedy for an orc, muscle loss. And Lloyd just stands there with the most punchable, confident smile you've ever seen, telling him it's only warm because the ice hasn't been delivered yet, which makes Hiroshi pause, because there isn't a single cube of ice within 1,000 miles of this desert. So when Lloyd casually mentions that if there isn't any ice they can just make some, the orc leader looks like his brain just hit a 404 error, asking how that's even possible, only for Lloyd to double down on the mystery, looking like a high-tier scammer about to pull the rug out from under the entire tribe, standing there with his eyes closed and that smug aura, while Hiroshi just stares at him in a heavy silence. And you can practically see the gears turning in the orc's head as he wonders if he's been played, questioning if the whole Queen Ant story was just a massive lie to get a foot in the door. Then he starts shaking his head like he's trying to reset his own hardware, gaslighting himself into believing Lloyd is still a savior because the alternative, that he's been scammed by a kid in a vest, is just too much to handle. So he offers his help while Lloyd and Javier head for the exit, but as soon as they're alone, Javier drops the poker face and asks the one question Lloyd definitely wasn't ready for. And the silence is deafening as Lloyd's back stays turned, his hands shaking just a little bit while the cold sweat starts to bead on his neck. Because Javier sees those eyes and immediately knows there is zero plan, zero ice, and a 100% chance that Lloyd just signed a contract on a total whim, asking if he's really about to scam an entire tribe of muscular orcs. But Lloyd just pivots into a motivational speaker role, asking Javier if he knows the true characteristics of a failure. Acting like he's teaching a life lesson while he's really just stalling for time, claiming that you won't find anything in life without jumping into the deep end first. Clenching his fist like he's in the middle of a shonen protagonist's speech, shouting about how success is just about opening up and fixing the problem somehow. He raises his arm like he's leading a revolution, screaming about the entrepreneur mindset, while bathed in a golden light that makes him look way more inspired than a guy with no plan has any right to be. Leaving Javier standing there in the dark, looking like he's just realized he's tied his career to a man who is 1,000 times more likely to fail than succeed. But fast forward to the middle of the night, and Lloyd is actually out here on a rocky outcrop under the full moon, looking like he's trying to use 200% of his brain to solve the thermodynamics of a desert, deciding that his first step is to get Padong and Bell to start hauling water from the lake into some stone basins, because if he's going to innovate, he's going to need a lot of raw material. He starts breaking down the logic of ice magic, realizing that if mages can just rearrange mana to create frost, there has to be a physical principle he can exploit with his own skills. Reasoning that since he's been training in mana absorption every single day, he should be able to manipulate the energy flow himself without needing a staff or a pointy hat. Visualizing the different kinds of natural mana swirling around him in the dark, looking for the specific thread he needs to pull. Because at the end of the day, magic is just changing the nature of energy, and Lloyd is out here, holding his chin like he's about to invent the refrigerator a few centuries early. Sitting there with a smirk while the moon hangs over him, admitting that while he can't use mana like a traditional mage, he can do something similar by calling over his summons and leaning over the water, looking like he's about to perform a miracle or blow himself up. Activating the Azrahan mind technique with a level of focus that shows he's actually taking this seriously for once. Submerging his hand into the glowing blue liquid and attempting to absorb the heat energy directly, thinking that if he sucks the warmth out, the water has no choice but to freeze, only to immediately realize he did the exact opposite, heating the water up until it's steaming while Javier watches from the shadows, looking like he's witnessing a slow-motion train wreck. But as Javier watches Lloyd's face, he realizes the guy wasn't just talking trash earlier. He's actually out here grinding, trying to find a solution through sheer, stubborn effort. And Lloyd doesn't stop, dipping his arm back into the glowing particles with a look of pure determination that says he's not leaving until he sees ice. Just Javier looking more confused than ever, watching the steam rise as the entrepreneur mindset actually starts to look like real work. Until finally, the system gives him the notification he's been hunting for, confirming that he's developed a brand new skill and leveled up his mind technique to double circle level 2. So a few days later, we head back to the storage site where the air is thick with steam and the orcs are looking like they've just seen a ghost. And there it is, a massive, glowing blue cube of ice sitting right in the middle of the desert, while Lloyd stands there looking like he just performed a casual flex, telling them it'll be perfect once the insulation is in. And the orcs are absolutely losing their minds, shouting about how they never have to hunt every day again or throw away spoiled meat, turning the whole scene into a massive celebration. While Lloyd just side-eyes Javier with the most "I told you so" expression in human history, pointing to his head like he's the smartest man to ever walk the earth. And Javier just closes his eyes and raises his hands, finally surrendering to the madness and giving the entrepreneur mindset his official seal of approval. The Steel Sand tribe is out here officially giving Lloyd his flowers for saving their entire food supply. And Lloyd is doing that annoying humble brag thing where he pretends he was just following the contract. But the system doesn't lie, confirming he just secured 120 orc workers as the leader. Akush steps up, explaining that orcs don't move like humans because they actually value loyalty over pieces of paper, which is why he's officially declaring a blood alliance between the Steel Sand tribe and the Frontera family. And the entire tribe starts flexing their massive green muscles in a display of pure aura that has Lloyd and Javier looking like tiny NPCs. While the system starts blowing up with notifications because Lloyd just unlocked the true friend status with a whole tribe of monsters, dropping a fat 100 RP bonus into his lap, bringing his total to 611 and making him drop the act to celebrate with the boys. So after securing the most dangerous labor force in the kingdom, they start the long trek back to the estate. And the local villagers are having a collective heart attack seeing 120 hulking monsters marching through their streets, forcing Lloyd to realize he needs to do some serious damage control before the peasants start a riot out of pure fear. Especially since even the Baron and Baroness were looking like they'd seen a ghost when they first saw the orcs from the castle window. But the system keeps rewarding his menace energy, dropping another 300 RP because the hero's story is spreading like wildfire. Leaving Lloyd with 911 RP and a mountain of magical loot from the wizard he recently packed up, which has him sitting on the floor like a kid on Christmas, rummaging through skulls and glowing orbs to find the real profit. Until Javier asks if there's anything worth selling, only for Lloyd to freeze when he flips to a specific page in a dark tome. And without explaining a single thing, he tells Javier to clean up the mess while he sprints toward the mine like his life depends on it, bursting into the tunnels and screaming for Tords, the poor miner who's been working himself into an early grave. Only for Lloyd to grab him and ask if he remembers that insane 520-year labor contract they signed a while back. Just when Tords thinks he's getting a break, Lloyd shows him a diagram for literal necromancy, explaining he found a way to revive corpses, meaning the 520-year contract is no longer a joke because Tords is going to keep working even after he dies. And Lloyd is out here grinning like a psychopath, asking the man if he's happy that his debt is now eternal, forcing the most disrespectful smile through the pained face I have ever seen, while Tords literally starts weeping in despair. which is so unhinged that even the system tells Lloyd the King of Hell is looking to hire him for his demonic personality, leaving the mine behind as the scene shifts back to the manor, where things are about to get even more toxic. As Lloyd walks through the halls looking for the Baron to discuss the new orc logistics, only for a maid to tell him that the Baron is currently trapped in the reception room with those two bottom-tier debt collectors. And the second Lloyd hears the names Yahello and Meatloaf, his face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated irritation. Because inside the room, these two clowns are trying to strong-arm the Baron into handing over the entire mine, acting like they're doing him a favor by reducing the interest while they actively try to rob the family's future. Until Lloyd walks in with a fake-ass smile that's sharper than a razor, greeting the guests like he's actually happy to see them. And when they try to talk down to him like he's still the old useless Lloyd, he just keeps that terrifying grin plastered on his face, telling them that since they had a suggestion, it's only fair that he gets to make one too. Before they can even reject him, a massive green foot steps into the room and the vibe shifts instantly, as a Kush looms over the entire room with a literal fire aura, looking for whoever dared to make his brother Lloyd angry. And the debt collectors are suddenly fighting for their lives, huddling together on the sofa, while the orc leader threatens to tear them apart. While Lloyd plays the most manipulative good cop ever, laughing and telling his friend to calm down while the collectors lose their minds, casually asking if they want to hear his suggestion now that they've seen the consequences of saying no. And he leans in with a wide smile, telling them that if they reject him, he'll get hurt, which is the cue for the orc to roar again, promising to physically dismantle them if they cause even a second of suffering for the Frontera family, sending those two frauds sprinting out of the building faster than any Olympic athlete could ever dream of, leaving Lloyd to hand the Baron a document that basically fixes their entire financial situation through sheer intimidation, explaining that the estate is finally moving into the green now that the coal and construction business is booming. But the Baron drops a reality check, pointing out that having 120 orcs means their food bill is about to be astronomical, since these dudes eat 10 times more than a human, proving that even when you win, there's always another bag to secure. So the orcs are actually turning out to be the most efficient employees in history, clocking in with that high-tier strength stat and swinging the pickaxe like they're trying to mine through the center of the earth, which is why the human staff is out here having a collective stroke, because this man hasn't taken a break in a full day. And bro is literally fighting to stay in the mines because he's worried about losing his gains if he stops for 5 minutes. Since money means nothing to these dudes as long as they can get that unlimited protein supply, which sounds great until you realize that feeding 120 of these behemoths is a financial death sentence for the estate, leading Lloyd to drop the most devious suggestion, telling Javier that the only way to survive the grocery bill is to hike up the taxes, which naturally makes the knight go into a panic. Because Javier thinks this is just standard noble robbery, but Lloyd just hits him with that smug capitalist grin, explaining that it's only a loss if the people stay broke, so the move is to just expand the map and find more ways for them to generate bag, by taking the abandoned Mares wetland in the north and turning it into a massive farm for the citizens to grind on, letting them work the land so they can earn enough to pay the estate a cut without ending up in a ditch. And for real, walking into this swamp is a reality check because the land has been a dead zone for centuries, but Lloyd is just out here with a shovel, knowing that while he talked a big game, fixing the drainage on a terrain this wide is going to be a total nightmare, forcing him to drop the ego and start an analog simulation, which is basically just him playing in the mud like a toddler, failing over and over again while he tries to calculate the water flow. And by the time the sun starts coming up over the horizon, Lloyd is still on his knees in the dirt, looking like he's lost his entire mind while he mumbles about elevation and rainwater structures. It's been 21 days of this madness, with Lloyd refusing to eat or sleep while Javier and the Baron just watch from a distance, with the Baron admitting that he used to hate his own son for being a failure, but watching the kid struggle like this, for the sake of the people's future, is moving the old man to tears, seeing a version of Lloyd that actually cares about responsibility. So he decides to stay out of the way and let the boy cook, while Javier notes that the young master is finally standing on business, proving that he'll never give up once he sets a goal, which triggers a massive favorability boost from the Baron and nets him 20 RP, bringing his total bank to 931 while the forest goes quiet under the moon. But the grind doesn't stop just because it's dark, as Lloyd stares down at the intricate irrigation pattern he's carved into the dirt with his bare hands, finally seeing the logic click. And he lets out a feral cheer toward the sky because the water is finally going to drain exactly how he planned, instantly seeing the vision of gold coins falling from the ceiling and himself getting drenched in that sweet, sweet profit, drowning in the honeydew of his own success while he stands in the middle of the field like a man who just won the lottery, only to collapse onto his back a second later because his body is at its limit, though he's still smirking because compared to his old life, this physical exhaustion is light work compared to those all-night part-time shifts back in Korea. But then the system pings, announcing that his mud play was a high-level design experience, unlocking a private option called simulation mode, which lets him manipulate 3D data in his head. And as he tries out the new green wireframe visuals, he realizes he spent a whole month digging in the dirt for something he could have done in 5 seconds with a digital menu, while he sits on the ground in a disheveled mess, questioning if this was actually what he wanted when he first got dragged into this world, while the system basically tells him to shut up and realize that his wish is deeper than just getting a degree and a paycheck. But he's too busy to deal with philosophical nonsense, calling out Padong and Belle to help him get to the next stage, smiling at his little construction crew as the sun rises on the project, and he tells them it's time to meet a new co-worker, standing at the edge of the wetland like a general preparing for war, knowing that the first step is the hardest part. And he tells the two small creatures that they need to scoop out every drop of water in the swamp and toss it, which clearly sounds like a death sentence to Padong. So Lloyd decides to hit the gacha and spend his saved up points, hoping to draw a fantasy species that can handle the heavy lifting, opening the random draw menu with that gambling edge. Calculating that he can afford 4 pulls before the price gets too high, and he prays he doesn't get another useless mascot. Wishing for a large species to help scoop the water while the magical circle starts making that annoying noise in the air, spinning with those green gear motifs before it finally fires a projectile straight out of the center at high velocity. And it hits Lloyd right in the face, drawing blood from his nose like the system is just bullying him at this point. While the projectile bounces off the sand and reveals itself to be a tiny, round yellow creature that just shouts its own name, leaving Lloyd in a state of pure shock because he was expecting a massive behemoth, but he's stuck looking at this hippo-looking thing, while Padong and Belle start spinning around and welcoming the new guy, who seems way too happy for someone so small. So Lloyd asks for the instruction manual, and the creature just spits a crumpled piece of paper onto the sand like a total savage. And as Lloyd reads the fine print with a vein popping in his forehead, he sees that this thing won't grow no matter how many seeds he feeds it, leaving him staring at the hippo and wondering if he just wasted his hard-earned points on a useless yellow ball. And Lloyd is out here looking like he just got scammed by a mid-tier gacha pull, because this tiny yellow ball is definitely not the heavy machinery he was praying for, so he immediately tries to hit the refund button on the system, only for the interface to tell him to cope with the 1 drop per day limit, which triggers a full-blown labor strike from Belle and the gang who can sense he's being a hater. So he tries to explain that the workload is scaling and this hippo is basically a pocket-sized liability, but the squad is already out here with picket signs demanding recognition for their new coworker, forcing him to fake being intimidated by a bunch of plushies before he finally asks what this hippo actually does, only for the system to drop a skill called One Shot. That sounds suspiciously OP. And as he's wondering if this thing is just a glorified sponge for his laundry, the hippo gives him a confident nod like it's ready to do some serious damage, claiming it can hold 4 times its stomach capacity, which makes Lloyd realize the system is low-key hand-holding him through this project by giving him exactly what he needs. So they head over to a nearby stream for a field test, and the hippo just leans in like it's at an open bar, drinking with a rhythmic intensity that starts to make Lloyd look a bit concerned about the physics of the situation, because the hippo is physically expanding like a balloon in real time, and Lloyd realizes he might have misjudged the potential of this yellow unit. As the gulping sounds get more aggressive and the water level starts receding way faster than should be legally possible, the creature becoming a massive mountain of a unit while the entire stream gets sucked into a vortex of pure greed, until the water is just gone, leaving a swirling hole in the earth and a sound that tells you the environment just got nerfed, leaving the hippo looking like it just finished a 10-course meal and is ready for a long nap, while Lloyd stares at a cracked riverbed, wondering if he just accidentally committed a high-tier environmental crime, noticing a single fish out here fighting for its life in the mud, which finally makes the implications click in his brain. And he realizes that if one hippo can delete a stream this fast, then the entire Mares wetland is basically already drained in his head. As the summons laugh at his shock while he tries to ask the system if this luck is actually just a scripted cheat code for his project, only for the system to tell him it's pity points for being a loser, which makes him wonder if the UI is currently picking its nose while it roasts him. But he doesn't care, telling the hippo to keep drinking until it's physically sick because the profit margins just tripled. And he's got that manic look in his eyes again, announcing that the real construction begins at sunrise, because this massive swamp is about to get a vertical drainage makeover that would make a modern civil engineer weep. And the laborers are out here watching this hippo function as a high-volume industrial pump, realizing Lloyd is not a normal human being. As the workflow turns into a machine, with the hippo draining the surface before the boys move in to clear out the roots and trash. And Javier is out here using high-tier sword techniques just to drill holes for some bamboo drainage pipes, which is the ultimate flex of wasted talent. Padong compacts the soil to force the moisture into the stakes, where the hippo is waiting to suck it all out like a giant straw. And 10 days of this grind pass by with Lloyd using his simulation skill to design banks that are actually structurally sound, until the first section lights up green like a completed quest objective, and Lloyd is out here screaming with pure hype, promising the crew a bonus party because he knows a motivated workforce is the only way to scale this project into a fortune. And the men are roaring like they just conquered a kingdom while the summer heat starts to set in over the new fields, leaving Javier standing in the middle of this transformation looking like a cover model who accidentally stumbled onto a construction site, as he stares at his shovel and has a minor existential crisis about how a master swordsman ended up as a full-time laborer. But Lloyd just runs up with a bag of seeds, completely ignoring the fact that Javier is supposed to be a knight, hitting him with some sketchy logic about protecting the estate from pests until Javier just sighs and starts watering the dirt, planning his escape for next time, even though he can't deny that the swamp is actually turning into high-value farmland, which looks like a miracle of irrigation to anyone watching, especially the locals who have never seen land reclaimed like this. And as the people start looking at Lloyd with genuine respect, the system picks up on the energy shift in the barony, dropping a massive 450 RP bonus for social achievement, which Lloyd accepts with the grin of a man who just secured a massive investment. And for a second, he's just vibing in the success of his own engineering while the atmosphere turns peaceful. And even Javier is out here kneeling in the sprouts, looking low-key proud of the work he's done with his own hands. As Lloyd relaxes on a ledge and explains that they just need a water will to finalize the drainage system, mentioning they need a specialist technician to handle the build, though the peaceful moment is about to get interrupted by the sound of hoofbeats cutting through the air, putting both of them back into alert mode immediately. As a whole squad of riders pulls up, and Lloyd recognizes the white-haired dude as Viscount Racona from the north. It looks like he's about to be a major problem for the project's legality, pulling up with the confidence of a man who owns the map. And one of his associates demands to know who's responsible for this construction, while Lloyd just stands there with that unbothered smile, claiming the title of person in charge, only for the guy to drop the bombshell that they're supposedly trespassing on the Viscount's property, telling Lloyd to pack his bags and get out. But we all know Lloyd doesn't walk away from a finished investment without a fight. Looking at the Mares wetland, a place that's basically been a ghost town for centuries. And while the northern half is technically Viscount Lacona's territory, the map doesn't account for the fact that the Frontera barony did all the work, so this white-haired fraud pulls up out of nowhere, thinking he's about to secure the bag without lifting a single finger, which Javier recognizes as a legal problem. But Lloyd just smiles, asking if the Viscount is really trying to claim they're trespassing after he just fixed the land. Lloyd doesn't even look at the aide, just tells him to shut the hell up because the adults are talking, leaving the guy looking like a total glitch while Lloyd casually drops his name like he's the main character he is. The Viscount tries to act big, telling Lloyd his behavior is trash and demanding to speak to his father.
Where did these niggas be at when they say they doing all this and all that?
But Lloyd isn't moving, just casually mentioning that he hears the annoying buzzing of a dung fly, which the Viscount is too slow to realize is a direct insult to his entire existence until his aide whispers the truth. Now the real show starts, as Lloyd begins reciting the kingdom's land law like he's a high-tier lawyer, ignoring the Viscount's screaming to explain that neglected wasteland belongs to whoever actually cultivates it, listing off the requirements of funding, labor, and residential potential while the Viscount starts sweating. And as Lloyd walks closer to the horse, he reaches for the final proof needed to end this man's career, pulling a fully grown onion out of the dirt to satisfy the harvest rule, leaving the Viscount looking totally cooked.
That's where he's the goat!
The best part is that Lloyd actually planned this weeks ago, remembering how he tricked a confused Javier to planting these seeds by claiming it was pest control, making the knight a witness to the whole process. Lacona is having a total meltdown realizing Lloyd prepared every legal loophole in advance, but Lloyd just hands him the onion, telling him to take the vegetable as a gift before his expression goes cold, ordering the intruders to leave his territory. The Viscount can't do anything but fume in silence as his squad is forced to retreat from the land they tried to steal. Javier asks how he knew they'd show up, and Lloyd just sighs, saying low-tier trash always tries to steal other people's hard work. The workers start losing their minds with joy, cheering for Lloyd because he just protected their future and their homes. But Lloyd is out here crashing out because he realizes he actually has to pay all these people the bonuses he promised. The seasons start shifting as the summer heat fades away and the heavy autumn rains begin to hammer the estate, turning the paths into mud, which is the ultimate test for the drainage system Lloyd spent weeks building. He's out there in the downpour with an umbrella, obsessively checking every water wheel and conduit to make sure his math was right, knowing that if this reclamation fails now, he loses everything he's invested into this swamp. But the sun finally breaks through the clouds, revealing a grid of perfectly drained fields that didn't flood for a second, which triggers a massive wave of system notifications, awarding Lloyd a monumental construction achievement for changing the continent's geography. His skills level up to Intermediate 3, unlocking 3D simulation and underground scanning, while his relationship points skyrocket to 1,355. And Lloyd just gives that devious smile, declaring the project finished and moving straight to the next phase of his plan. Meanwhile, back at the Lacona mansion, the Viscount is literally screaming at his desk about the land reclamation being finalized. His subordinate explains that Lloyd secured the residents' loyalty with a 3-year tax break, meaning the land is officially his. And the thought of Lloyd sitting on a golden egg of fertile land makes the Viscount's stomach hurt from pure jealousy. He's clutching his gut in agony, refusing to let go of the wealth he thinks belongs to him, before he snaps, ordering his men to call the workshop's supervisor to start a new kind of war against the Fronteras. A few days pass and we find Lloyd waking up in his bedroom, but something is clearly off with the way he's moving. He's holding his head like his skull is about to split open, wondering if the exhaustion from the project finally caught up to him. But then he notices Javier waking up in a chair looking just as distorted and pained as he is. Javier is clutching his head, saying he's never felt a headache this excessive in his entire life. And Lloyd stops in his tracks, realizing that if a superhuman knight is feeling the same pain, then this isn't just exhaustion, it's a sign that something in the world's script is about to break. The morning sun is hitting this quiet valley like everything is fine, but the peaceful scenery is just a cover for the fact that the Frontera barony is about to have its entire infrastructure tested, because the residents are all waking up with a migraine that feels like a massive character nerf and MS. Emily is already out here, clutching her skull like she's trying to keep it from popping, while the livestock are instinctually avoiding the river like it's a toxic zone, which is the exact moment Lloyd and Javier step onto the scene to scope out the damage. Lloyd clocks the situation immediately, realizing the water supply is being tampered with, and he starts tapping into his meta-knowledge of the original novel to figure out which NPC is trying to grief his estate. But he's starting to realize the world's script is deviating since the ant incident, and even though he expected Viscount Lacona to be a greedy fraud, this move is a bit more personal than he anticipated. He does a quick background check and realizes the Lacona region's entire economy is carried by a mysterious dyeing technology that uses these Ladona berries. And the realization that these guys are poisoning his people's water just to flex their industrial waste sends Lloyd into a state of distorted, high-tier rage that usually ends in someone's bankruptcy. Back at the estate, the Baron is looking at this messenger like he just heard the worst trade offer in the history of the kingdom. As this goateed knight named Cornot casually sits there and demands half of the reclaimed wetlands just to stop dumping their chemical waste into the river. The Baron slams the table because he knows this is pure blackmail, but Cornot just smirks like a man who knows he has all the leverage in this negotiation. And when the Baron threatens to take this to the king's court, the knight basically tells him to go ahead because a legal verdict is going to take at least 2 years to process. He's out here asking if the barony can even survive that long while paying for legal fees and importing clean water, and the Baron is gritting his teeth because the math is not matting in his favor. Cornot stands up to leave, acting like he's already won the war, and he even has the audacity to address the Baron with a level of disrespect that's begging for a reality check. But the Baron isn't folding, declaring that his people put their blood and sweat into that land, and he's not giving a single inch to a low-life parasite. That's when the door gets slammed open with enough force to send Cornot flying, and Lloyd walks in looking like he's ready to start a podcast about why your opinion doesn't matter. He lounges on the sofa with zero cares in the world, casually mentioning that the parasitic neighbors have been tampering with the water, and it's time to discuss some very aggressive countermeasures. Cornot tries to get loud, asking if Lloyd just insulted his master, and Lloyd hits him with a facial expression so menacing it makes the background turn blood red. Before telling him he didn't know parasite scum could actually understand human speech, which sends the knight into a total aura deficit. The guy draws his sword to defend his honor, but Lloyd doesn't even reach for a blade. He just starts swinging a shovel with the speed of a level 99 boss. And the sound of metal hitting bone is rhythmic as Cornot gets folded like a lawn chair, sobbing and yielding before the first round is even over. Lloyd pauses just to catch his breath while the man is curled in a ball on the dirt, but then he decides to go in for seconds because he hasn't quite finished his revenge for the disrespect shown to the Baron. He's out here beaming with joy while delivering a shovel-based education, and Javier has to step in like a tired older brother just to make sure Lloyd doesn't catch a murder charge. A few miles away, Viscount Lacona is screaming at his bruised knight for failing a simple blackmail mission, but his face quickly shifts into a devious grin, as he realizes he can frame this shovel beating as an assault by a reckless noble, which would stall the court case for 4 years instead of 2. He's sitting at his desk thinking he's a tactical genius who just secured a long-term win by letting his man get thrashed. And he starts laughing like a cartoon villain, which is funny because Lloyd is back at the barony laughing even harder because he already predicted this exact move. Lloyd stands on the wall and addresses the Steel Sand Orcs like a populist leader, telling them that they aren't going to wait for a court that's rigged against them. And he rallies the whole squad to protect their land from the evil of greed, turning the entire workforce into a motivated unit of construction menaces. The plan is to build a massive reservoir to solve the drinking water problem immediately, and he calls out his summon Himanji to handle the heavy lifting. He starts using a level 3 one-shot skill to pump clean water from upstream, though Javier points out that neither Lloyd nor the summon can keep this pace up without crashing. Lloyd agrees that this is just a temporary fix, so he reveals his true vision. He's going to build a massive long-distance water supply system that changes the geography of the region, tapping into Lake Kapua in the mountains, and even though the labor costs are astronomical, he's planning to charge such a massive fee that the profit margins will be legendary. He's walking off with a shovel over his shoulder, talking about 100 times profit like he's already secured the bag, and everyone else is just living in his simulation. A few months pass, and the time skip hits us with a view of the city, where Viscount Lacona is currently biting his fingernails like his life depends on it. Because his business is in the gutter, and he's asking how things could have gone south so fast, right as a subordinate announces that Lloyd is at the front door. The Viscount is sweating through his wig, looking like a man who just realized he's the one being blackmailed now. And he walks in to find Lloyd lounging on his sofa under a crystal chandelier, looking way too comfortable for someone who's about to dismantle an entire industry. Lloyd hits him with the most disrespectful, "You look well," in history, and when the Viscount asks what he wants, Lloyd just says he's here to help with his problems. He leans back with a smug grin, asking if maybe the Viscount needs someone to save his crumbling dye workshop from total collapse, pointing a finger like he's already signed the deed to the place, while the Viscount's face turns pale from the sheer weight of the realization. The Viscount finally connects the dots, screaming that Lloyd is the one who ruined his entire business from the shadows. And Lloyd just gives him this menacing, wide-toothed grin that confirms he's the ultimate predator in this capitalist jungle. Lloyd is sitting back on the couch with his eyes closed, acting like he's just catching up with an old friend. But Viscount Lacona is vibrating with pure rage, complaining that the wastewater Lloyd dumped forced them to haul water from Lake Kapua, which Lloyd just meets with a smug smirk, reminding the man that his own knight was the one who admitted to the sabotage first, while we see the crew working on the massive pipeline project. And as Lacona slams the table demanding to know what happened to his workshop, Lloyd just tells him to relax, because he's getting to the best part, explaining how they hit a massive valley and had zero other options but to flex some engineering muscle by building a Roman-style aqueduct, which required them to blast out massive amounts of limestone for building material, as we see Lloyd out here doing the heavy lifting himself. Except some of that limestone accidentally ended up in the riverbed, which has the Viscount screaming because he still doesn't see the connection, till Lloyd drops the logic bomb that the water from that valley flows directly into the workshop's intake. meaning all that lime reacted with the dyes and turned the Viscount's high-end luxury cloth into actual garbage, leaving the man looking like his soul just left his body. And when he tries to bark about suing in the royal court, Lloyd just tells him to go right ahead. Knowing a verdict takes 2 years, and by the time the courts move, the Lacona brand will be a dead memory, which turns the Viscount's face into a mask of pure, helpless fury. So Lloyd decides it's time to head out, leaving the man literally kneeling in his own ruin. Ignoring the desperate threats about connections, because at this point, the man is just shouting at a wall. As Lloyd gives a casual wave over his shoulder, exiting the building like he didn't just delete a man's entire livelihood. Walking back through the woods with Javier, who is genuinely confused why Lloyd is just trying to make the guy crash out instead of settling things, pointing out that a legal war will drain their resources, but Lloyd just tells him to pipe down and watch the play. With a smile that says he's already calculated the exact moment the Viscount will break, looking out over the land like he owns the horizon. And sure enough, 1 month later, we're back at the estate where someone is face down on the carpet. And it's the Viscount himself, begging for a lifeline to save his dying workshop, while Lloyd and Javier look down from the couch like judges. Lloyd asks if those fancy capital connections finally failed him, reminding the man he lost the second his misconduct went public. The Viscount is offering a full apology, throwing away his status as a noble to beg for mercy, but Lloyd isn't moved by tears. He snickers at the idea of pride, saying if that stuff had any market value, he would have sold his own 10,000 times over already. Reaching out toward the crying man to clarify that he doesn't want an apology at all. He wants a signature on a water supply contract that turns the Viscount into a permanent ATM for the Frontera family. The Viscount looks at the price tag and starts stuttering about how water should be free, which is a wild thing to say to the man you try to bleed dry. Lloyd's eyes go wide and manic as the background turns blood red, reminding the man of a very specific lesson. That the one who taught him water has a price was the Viscount himself, and now the bill has finally come due. Back at the office, the clerk is staring at the numbers in disbelief, asking if they're really going to be receiving this much gold every month. Lloyd is out here clapping like a proud father, talking about paying off interest while his internal thoughts take a dark turn, laughing like a movie villain because he knows that contract he just secured has no expiration date, meaning the Lacona bloodline is effectively enslaved to this debt until the end of time. Visualizing the Viscount and his heirs bound in chains, Lloyd realizes he can't just let the man walk away with a light punishment. His face contorts into something straight out of a horror manga as he thinks about how he'd rip the man's blood vessels out if he could trade them for more cash. Clerk actually interrupts the demon time to ask why he's making such a terrifying face, but Lloyd just plays it off as being happy about the money. Before the clerk drops some news about the old orc treasure they've been sitting on, saying Count Cremo wants to buy it for a massive price. Lloyd is skeptical because a man that rich doesn't usually buy used junk, but apparently, the Count is looking to build a statue. The scene shifts to Cremo, the city of commerce, where the architecture looks expensive and the vibes are heavy. You see Count Cremo himself looking out over the bay under a full moon, just standing there in silence. Until the water starts to bulge in a way that definitely isn't natural, making the Count's eye twitch as he senses the shift. And suddenly a massive explosion of water hits the sky as something prehistoric screams from the depths. It's a massive, armored nightmare rising from a vortex, and the Count is frozen in place, realizing he's no longer the biggest fish in the city. The monster stands tall in the rain, a purple-hued crustacean with glowing eyes that looks like it crawled out of a Souls-like boss room. And the system identifies this thing as the Monster Giganton, officially ending the peaceful era of debt collection. So the plan is to move out in exactly 1 week, right as the major construction in Lacona wraps up and the profit starts flowing. Taking a small squad of only 10 men to keep the overhead low, which has the Baron out here doing yard work and reflecting on the new direction, while Javier stands there like a stone wall, promising to monitor Lloyd's every move even though the Baron's mind is stuck on the past. Admitting he used to be a mid-lord who would have folded under blackmail, but watching Lloyd's hustle has finally given him some actual guts. Recalling how he found a blue-haired orphan freezing in the snow years ago, proving he was always the warmest soul in this cold-blooded world. Because even if he's a nice guy, he knows a real leader needs to have firm principles and the drive to take action, just like Lloyd is doing right now. Even if Lloyd's only real principle is a manic obsession with gems and gold that makes him look like a total demon for the bag, which is why the Baron is officially changing the job description, telling Javier that he doesn't need to be a spy anymore, giving him the order to stop monitoring and start protecting Lloyd as the legitimate heir of the Frontera name. And Javier accepts the mission with a bow, acknowledging that Lloyd has miraculously saved the family's wealth, even if the man himself is a headache. Flashing back to the training grounds where the Baron asked a young Javier what he wanted to be when he grew up. And the kid was so shy he was blushing, but he still had the resolve to say he wanted to become a knight to protect his lord, getting a head pat and some genuine encouragement that a kid who survived a harsh winter alone would definitely become the world's strongest. Receiving a wooden sword carved by the Baron's own hands, only for the red-haired menace to show up and start talking trash, mocking his orphan status and stomping that wooden sword into splinters, telling him to keep dreaming in his next life like a total villain. Fast forward to the present, and the man who used to be a nightmare is walking into the room with his coat draped over his shoulders, while Javier glances at that same broken sword mounted on the wall, struggling to reconcile the trash he knew with the genius he sees now. And Lloyd is doing his usual high-energy salesman routine, welcoming his dear customer to the Frontera Lullaby services like a total weirdo. launching into a dense lecture about mortar injection and cylindrical solid bodies that is so boring it functions as a high-tier sedative, making Javier's head start to heavy drop while he tries to figure out why he doesn't hate this version of Lloyd as much as he should. Because this Lloyd is always in the dirt, always smirking, and always moving with the confidence of a man who owns the future, snapping his fingers with a red sun command that puts Javier into a deep sleep faster than a tranquilizer dart, leaving the knight out cold in his chair while the moon hits the window, signaling that the peaceful era of debt collection is about to get interrupted. As the building goes quiet and everyone is tucked in, but there is one window left wide open for a guest who wasn't invited. Some hooded dude with a glowing red eye and a serious grudge slides through the frame, whispering Lloyd's name like a curse, gritting his teeth and blaming Lloyd for his entire life falling apart before he leaps toward the bed with a blade, screaming for the heir to die as the steel descends through the air, looking to end the Frontera bloodline right then and there, only for Javier to wake up instantly and catch the strike with his own sword, sending a pillow flying as he blocks the kill shot, holding the line with zero effort while the assassin realizes he just tried to speedrun a boss fight he wasn't leveled for. And Lloyd finally wakes up in a state of total shock, drooling and screaming like he just saw his bank account hit zero, while Javier pins the intruder to the floor by the head, completely neutralizing the threat before the sun even starts to rise. Next morning at the site, Lloyd is back to screaming about safety, first while the pipes get lowered into the trench, hearing the report that the attacker was just a former knight of Lacona who got fired because the Viscount couldn't pay his bills anymore. And Lloyd just shrugs it off, calling the guy a small-minded loser for trying to get revenge instead of finding a new job, which has Javier looking at him sideways, wondering how a man who plans for every single detail could be so reckless with his own security. But Lloyd just asks him why he'd need any other precautions when he's got the goat standing right next to him, dropping some rare, high-tier sincerity about how much he trusts Javier's strength to keep them both breathing, pointing out that a kid who survived a monster attack and a winter alone is the most dependable thing on the entire planet. And that smile he gives Javier is a total aura flex, basically telling the knight that his existence is the ultimate insurance policy, until the silence gets too heavy and Lloyd starts panicking about how cringe he's being, begging Javier to say something back, making Javier hit him with a look of pure disgust and a blurg just to hide the fact that his loyalty is actually peaking. But the system doesn't lie, and Lloyd starts getting hit with notifications that the knight is finally letting go of his long-term resentment, cashing in a massive 320 RP bonus for the relationship upgrade, bringing his total to 1675 as the waterworks finally near completion, which means the job is done and it's finally time to head to Cremo to secure the wealth and start the next major hustle. The road to Cremo is looking peaceful as hell right now with the mountains and the autumn leaves setting a vibe. But the energy on the horse is actually trash because Lloyd is out here using Javier as a human pillow, snoring like a chainsaw while the knight just tries to maintain his dignity, until Javier decides he's had enough and delivers a quick reality check to Lloyd's skull, waking him up with a whack that has our man questioning his entire existence. And Lloyd is already accusing him of assault, calling out Javier's internal monologue about how annoying it is to carry a noble who can't even ride a horse, which is funny because Javier just plays it off with the most disrespectful deadpan face I've ever seen. So Lloyd finally hops off the horse, deciding he's tired of being the passenger prince and demands that Javier teaches him how to actually handle a stallion. But Javier hits him with the classic, "I'm a knight, not a tutor" rejection, even though the system is out here snitching on him, showing us that he secretly admires Lloyd's drive to learn new things. And it gets even weirder because the system starts translating their petty bickering into some weirdly wholesome, angelic dialogue that is Lloyd looking at the air like it's got a virus, which leads to him screaming at the invisible interface to shut the hell up, because hearing Javier's insults turned into "you're an angel" is a level of psychological warfare he didn't sign up for. But the system isn't just there to troll him, dropping a notification that rumors of the Waterworks project are spreading through the kingdom like a leaked group chat, which triggers a massive reputation boost, handing Lloyd a 600 RP bonus on a silver platter and bumping his total to over 2,000, proving that building infrastructure is the ultimate cheat code for status. And you can see the dollar signs forming in his eyes as he realizes that a high reputation is just a fast track to more expensive contracts and an early retirement on a private island, leaving Javier to wonder if his boss has finally lost the last 2 marbles he had left, watching him transition from a mental breakdown to a manic grin in less than 5 seconds. But the grind doesn't stop for a horse riding lesson, and the squad pushes through the winter snow, moving toward the coast as the landscape turns into a Souls-like DLC area, until they finally pull up to the gates of Cremo, a city that looks like it was built specifically for people who want to dodge taxes and make serious bank, where they meet Count Cremo, a dude who looks like he spends his weekends wrestling bears, and he's surprised that the talented builder Lloyd doesn't look like a rough laborer. But then the Count looks at Javier's high-tier aura and assumes he's the actual noble, asking him if he's single and ready to mingle with his daughter while ignoring Lloyd entirely. And when Lloyd tries to correct him, the Count actually crashes out, shouting at him for being a mere servant who dare interrupts a conversation between high-ranking nobles, which has Lloyd literally fighting for his life not to have a villain arc right here, his face glitching out as he realizes his own servant face is nerfing his social standing. So the Count eventually realizes he just disrespected the guy he's supposed to be doing business with and starts backpedaling faster than a fraud being exposed on Twitter. But Lloyd just takes the L on the chin, sighing about his unfortunate aesthetics while secretly plotting how to make this man pay extra for every single brick he lays. And we get a quick lore drop on Count Cremo, who was actually a major player in the original novel, serving as a mentor figure for Javier back when the story was still a tragedy. Recalling the timeline where Javier was a wanted criminal hiding in the shadows of the city, before the Count recognized his character and became his biggest supporter. But that's the old script, and in this version, Lloyd is the one sitting on the expensive sofa, trying to negotiate for jewels to decorate some underwater project he's cooking up, only for the Count to drop the mood, explaining that the city's trade is currently in the gutter because something massive has been lurking in the water for years. Showing us a flashback of the Gigantitan, a monster so huge its shadow alone is enough to make seasoned sailors retire on the spot and never look at a boat again. And Lloyd is sitting there thinking back to the novel, remembering that the Navy couldn't do anything against this beast because it never actually attacked, it just existed as a constant threat. Which reminds him of how much he hated the original book's ending, complaining that the author left way too many plot holes and didn't even confirm a season 2 for the fans. So he decides to take matters into his own hands, telling the Count that he's found a way to handle the monster by exploiting its one specific weakness. Mermaids, the undisputed goats of the ocean who are the only things the Gigantitan is actually afraid of encountering in the deep blue. And Lloyd's logic is simple. The monster is a coward that will run away from anything that even looks like a mermaid warrior, so he just needs to build a massive scarecrow, proposing a giant mermaid statue to sit right in the harbor, acting as a permanent no-entry sign for the giant crab that's been ruining the city's economy. But the Count has already thought of that and points out the engineering flaw, saying that raising the seabed to build a foundation would make the water too shallow for merchant ships. And Lloyd just lets him talk, listening to the Count offer to sell the jewels anyway just out of pity because he thinks Lloyd is about to take a massive financial loss. But our man isn't looking for a handout. He's looking for a challenge, telling the Count to keep his pity and watch a master engineer work his magic. Dropping the reveal of friction piles and box casings, a high-level construction technique that allows him to build a foundation without messing up the water level at all. So he dives into the freezing ocean, activating his system scan to map out the seabed like he's playing a Subnautica expansion pack. Surfacing with a shout that probably scared every fish in a 5-mile radius, confirmed that the sedimentary layer is the perfect consistency for his plan to work. And he goes back under to check the bedrock depth, focused on the technical details while the system helps him calculate the exact load-bearing capacity of the sand. Until he pops back up into the boat looking like he just got hit with a flashbang, screaming about how much the salt water is stinging his eyes. And Javier is just sitting there with the most toxic smile, admitting that watching Lloyd suffer is the most entertainment he's had since they left the estate. Leaving Lloyd to shiver in the boat, looking like a drowned rat while he tries to maintain his professional aura despite the hypothermia setting in. As Javier asks how he expects to build something that tall without using high-tier magic, which Lloyd finds hilarious because science is basically magic to these people. Thinking about the magic of cement and how he can replicate Roman-style concrete to create a structure that will outlast everyone currently alive in this kingdom. And as they head back to the dock, Javier keeps the banter at a sword master level, making sure Lloyd knows exactly how pathetic he looks after his little swim. But the mood shifts instantly when a top-tier waifu appears out of the blue, blushing and holding a letter with a heart on it like she's about to confess her love, leaving Lloyd completely stunned, his face turning pink as he realizes that even with his servant face, he might finally be securing a different kind of bag. Standing on the pier when this SSS-tier baddie named Christine pulls up, introducing herself as the Count's daughter and mentioning she saw them at the mansion yesterday, getting all flustered while Lloyd's heart starts doing backflips because he thinks he's finally about to get some maiden attention. But as she holds that heart-sealed letter out with both hands, looking like she's about to risk it all for a confession, we see Lloyd is already out here preparing his humble response, telling himself it's only natural that a developer of his caliber pulls top-tier waifus. Only for Javier to reach out and snatch the bag, leaving Lloyd in the dust while Christine dashes away screaming like she just won the lottery. And the silence on that pier is heavy enough to sink a ship as Lloyd tries to walk it off. But Javier is not letting this disrespect slide, turning around with a face full of shadows and pure rage because he can't stand how Lloyd is acting like he didn't just get passed over. While Lloyd plays it off with a confused look, acting like he's too busy for romance even though his ego is currently in the trenches, asking Javier if he's never seen a love letter before, which is the most projection I have ever seen from a man with zero riz. And as Javier's face turns red with genuine offense, Lloyd realizes he might have pushed the wrong buttons on his only bodyguard. But the system doesn't lie, dropping a notification that Javier actually feels bad for this man's pathetic romantic life, sincerely wishing him the best, which causes Lloyd to finally crash out, screaming at the top of his lungs that he isn't jealous while his face turns a deep shade of crimson, claiming he doesn't need a waifu because he's going to be the richest man on the continent, waving his hands around like a manic capitalist. Until the Count walks in and catches him mid-meltdown, making Lloyd pivot into a deep bow while the Count mentions he has the eyes of a serial killer. And as they get down to business, the Count drops the bad news that getting volcanic ash for the Roman cement is a total nightmare, with Javier backing him up, explaining that a trip to a volcano would take 6 months, which is a massive nerf to the project timeline. So Lloyd decides to stop chasing the past and pivots to Plan B, aiming to replicate modern Portland cement to keep the grind moving. And he locks himself in the workshop, hunched over his desk like a man possessed, trying to figure out the chemical ratios via pure trial and error. While the city of Cremo stays frozen in the background, waiting for this man to finish his research before the economy hits zero. But after 129 failed samples, Lloyd is starting to lose his mind, scratching his head and wondering if the drying process is the real fraud here. As he mumbles to himself about mixing ratios and 48 more combinations, looking like a student during finals week who hasn't slept in 3 days. Which is exactly when Padong and the gang start pestering him for attention, shaking him while he's trying to secure his future wealth. And even though he tells them he's too busy to play, these creatures are not taking no for an answer, climbing all over his head, until he finally snaps and yells at them to get lost. But that angry shout triggers a memory of a much smaller, fluffier friend, taking us back to his previous life as Kim Suho, where he had a little white dog that used to look at him with those same glossy eyes. We see the grim reality of a pet funeral, with the flowers and the portrait of a dog that didn't deserve to go out like that, showing Suho slumped over in a purple tracksuit, crying his eyes out because he realized too late that work isn't everything. Thinking about how that dog was the only family he had left, and the guilt of being too busy to play is finally catching up to him. Wishing he had brushed its fur or spent just one more hour being a present owner instead of a corporate slave. And that realization hits him like a truck in the present, making him kneel down and hug his summons because they're more important than some cement. So he takes them out for a moonlit walk along the shore, letting the cold air clear his head while the little dudes squeal with joy. Feeling like a total villain for treating his loyal companions like biological machinery instead of the family they actually are. And as he walks past the castle, he admits to himself that he's a moron for almost repeating the same mistake that left him alone in Korea, stopping in his tracks to finally give them the respect they earned through their constant labor and loyalty, kneeling in the grass to thank them properly, showing a rare moment of genuine sincerity that actually moves the needle, which triggers the system immediately, confirming that the summons are feeling the love and acknowledging his true intent. And the relationship level gets a massive buff, shifting from a master-servant dynamic to being a full-blown member of the gang, opening up a new upgrade menu that costs 500 RP, which Lloyd views as an unexpected bonus for finally acting like a decent human being. And when he asks who wants the level up, Padong and Hamon point straight to Bangul, the pink baddie with the bow. So he clicks accept on the prompt, watching as Bangul starts to glow with a blue aura that looks like a high-tier evolution, until a massive flash of light consumes the entire field, making Lloyd shield his eyes while he wonders if he just created a monster. But the system confirms the level up was a success, rewarding Bangul with a list of skills that would make a boss monster jealous. And Lloyd's jaw hits the floor when he sees the new level 1 skill called Volcanic Blast, which is the exact solution he needed, leaving Bangul grinning with a face full of sparkles, because being a member of the gang just became the ultimate power move. Cremo, the city of commerce, looking all peaceful and snowy under the winter sky, until a massive explosion rips through the mountains, sending a plume of fire and smoke into the atmosphere, shaking the ground so hard that the locals start panicking while Count Cremo watches the distant blast in shock. And while the smoke towers over the city, we see two figures standing in the frozen heights, with Lloyd staring at the falling debris like it's a shower of gold, shouting that it's actually ash, which is apparently a total gift from the heavens for his cement project, though he's screaming so loud that he realizes he forgot to tell Javier to cover his ears, leading to a quick test of the knight's hearing. And once he confirms Javier isn't deaf, Lloyd decides it's time to move because speed is the only way to get paid, starting with stage 1, where they install a massive 5-layer mesh diaper onto the back of a giant Bangul, who is trembling with so much internal pressure that Lloyd has to duck for cover before the blast, triggering a massive boom as Bangul unleashes her volcanic blast right into the filtering cloth, leaving the workers in the area clutching their heads while Count Cremo watches the whole show with narrowed eyes, realizing that Lloyd isn't just some random engineer, but a menace with techniques that shouldn't even exist. So while Lloyd is out here rubbing Bangul's side like a proud dad, the Count is already planning to report him to the king. But the grind never stops, and they move into stage 2 by lowering a massive wooden caisson into the harbor, using Hamong's slurping ability to suck every drop of water out of the structure so they can work on the seabed, which leads to stage 3, where Lloyd has to start the grueling task of hammering friction posts into the mud, working until he's drenched in sweat while Javier just stands there watching him with a completely blank expression, until Lloyd finally stops and asks what the hell that look is for, feeling the judgment radiating off the knight. And Javier admits he's just surprised Lloyd is being so compliant instead of complaining about his noble status, which is Lloyd's cue to drop a top-tier performance, begging Javier to help him so his poor family doesn't suffer. And the manipulation works perfectly, because Javier takes that hammer and starts slamming posts with enough force to shake the ocean, allowing Lloyd to finish the coaching session and move on to the steel frame using Bangul's launcher, before pouring in the hydraulic cement and dismantling the walls once the whole thing has hardened, leaving behind a solid artificial platform that sits perfectly above the high tide line, ready for the main event, which has the Count looking skeptical, wondering if a simple concrete block can really hold up a massive statue. But Lloyd just gives him a smile, knowing that as soon as this succeeds, those construction fees are hitting his pocket. And as the sun goes down, the water starts splashing violently against the new foundation, revealing the completed maritime scarecrow, a muscular mermaid statue that looks like it's literally walking on the water, which triggers a massive gala on the ship deck where the nobles are all drinking and chatting away, while Lloyd is over in the corner struggling with his formal collar, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else, trying to act like he's used to these events while Javier secretly mocks him for being so out of his element, until the Count calls for attention and introduces the young man who made this golden miracle a reality. And while the crowd starts whispering in respect, Lloyd tries to cope by saying he only cares about fast money. But he loses his cool the second he sees Javier looking at him with that same look of sincere pity, especially since half the nobles there thought he was just a lowly servant until the count set them straight, leaving the Golden Mermaid to stand guard over the harbor while the party lights up the dark night, unaware that a massive shadow is gliding through the depths, moving toward the ship with lethal intent. As a pair of glowing red eyes breaks the surface, locking onto the statue like it's a personal insult, identifying the mermaid as its natural enemy and deciding that everything on that ship needs to die, while the golden figure stands tall, holding its spear against the burbling threat rising from the dark waves. As the creature sneaks closer, realizing there's only one intruder in its territory that needs to be dealt with, and its only thought is the cold, hard intent to kill the thing that just invaded its home. While back on the deck, the nobles are still laughing, completely unaware that a calamity is about to crash the party, and Javier is busy being a top-tier waifu magnet, while a spiky nightmare rises from the foam behind him, leaving us with a close-up of the Gigaton, its eyes glowing with a pink light that spells the end for Cremo. The night starts off way too peaceful, with this massive wooden vessel cutting through the dark blue waves, looking like a high-tier cruise for the elite, while Javier sits on the railing looking like a top-tier waifu magnet, just vibing with a glass of wine under the full moon like he's in a perfume commercial. But his hand suddenly freezes mid-sip because his sword master senses just picked up a frequency that definitely doesn't belong in these waters. And he slowly turns his head toward the dark expanse of the sea, the kind of look that tells you the party is officially over before it even started. Lloyd walks up and immediately starts hating, telling Javier he looks like a statue, but making sure to clarify he's not nearly as handsome as the Greek ones. But the sarcasm dies instantly when Javier looks up and says something is closing in fast, and we see a massive silhouette that looks like a raid boss from a Souls-like, moving with a level of speed that shouldn't be possible for something Javier describes as being twice the size of their entire ship, which sends Lloyd's face into a state of pure, "we are cooked," as he realizes his peaceful retirement plan just hit a massive, purple, crustacean-shaped wall. The Gigaton breaches the surface like a nightmare, a massive purple lobster beast leaping through the air with enough force to capsize the whole fleet. And Lloyd immediately rushes over to Sir Genovan, the bearded commander who is currently busy being a clueless NPC while the world ends behind him. Lloyd starts whispering urgently about the Gigaton approaching and the need for an immediate evacuation, but Genovan is out here acting like a bot, asking Lloyd if he's enjoying the party while the literal physical manifestation of a calamity is breathing down their necks. And even when Lloyd asks if he detects anything strange out at sea, this man just stands there with 0 fight IQ, looking completely unbothered, assuring Lloyd that everything is fine because the Gigaton hasn't come this close in years, which is the universal signal for, "I'm about to be proven wrong." Right on cue, the Gigaton rises from the depths like a muscular stone god, towering over the ship and making the entire fleet look like toy boats in a bathtub, leaving Genovan staring in silence as his senses finally catch up to the fact that he just got massively outclassed by a walking mountain. Panic finally sets in, and he starts screaming for the crew to raise the anchors and get the boats away from the statue before they all get crushed. But the crew is out here moving in slow motion, struggling with the wooden capstans while the water starts splashing violently around them. And Lloyd realizes that if they rely on these NPCs, they're going to be fish food, so he shouts at Javier to take care of the anchor manually. Javier gives a quick nod and pulls a total main character move, leaping off the deck and diving straight into the dark water without a second thought, while Lloyd stays on deck and flings Padong into the air, calling for the gang to step up and handle the heavy lifting before the ship gets split in half. And Padong is just vibing, crunching on a snack midair before landing on a stone structure held by a massive gray entity rising from the foam. As Javier reaches the anchor chain underwater, drawing his blade and preparing to do some offensive engineering that would make a regular knight quit on the spot, he shouts, "Mana blast chop," and slices through the massive metal links like they're made of butter, while Padong handles the ropes with a snap, causing the ship to wobble violently as the passengers start screaming, realizing that the only thing keeping them stationary just got deleted by a teenager. But Javier's work isn't done yet, and as he swims through the bubbles, he notices something that makes his eyes go wide with genuine shock, realizing the Gigaton isn't just moving, it's actually sped up, entering its phase 2 state and becoming a blur of purple armor and lethal intent, while Padong stands on a pedestal like a tiny general, waving a spear and signaling the ships to scatter before the area becomes a graveyard. But it's too late for some, as a massive toothy sea beast form of the Titan rises and turns a whole ship into splinters while a nobleman screams for his mommy, leaving the rest of the crew in a state of total collapse as the hamster-like summon looks on, realizing the scale of the destruction is off the charts. The stone entity strikes downward with a fist the size of a building, creating a shockwave that sends everything flying into the night sky. And Javier gets caught in a beam of energy, only for a dark-haired man to grab him midair, saving him from being turned into a permanent part of the scenery. As the Gigaton falls headfirst toward the town of Cremo, looking like a meteor made of muscle and jewelry about to erase the local real estate market, slamming into the harbor district with a boom that levels buildings and sends debris raining down on the terrified citizens who were just trying to sleep. And some poor dude with a mustache is screaming for someone named Ellen while the stone fist of the Titan finishes the job, turning the street into a crater. Lloyd and Javier are standing on the wreckage of a hull, looking at the massive wave sweeping people away, and Lloyd realizes they can't save everyone here, until he feels a plop on his shoulder and Hamong appears, chirping its own name before leaping into the air to fire a water blast, using its one-shot ability to create a massive counterwave. pushing the survivors towards safety and showing off some SSS tier utility. While the Gigantitan continues its rampage through the city, crashing into buildings and proving that it's a calamity-level threat that doesn't care about the plot. Javier turns to Lloyd with that classic hero energy, shouting that they have to move toward the city to stop the monster before it kills everyone. Only to realize Lloyd is already on a small raft rowing in the opposite direction, telling Javier he's a fool for wanting to fight a god. And he asks Javier if he's lost all his bananas, because Lloyd is the only person here with the common sense to realize that running away is the only way to survive. Sir Genovan is out here losing his mind, screaming at his men to pull people out of the water because the sea is basically a giant ice bath. While the rescue teams are struggling to play lifeguard, the Gigantitan is busy doing a city-wide renovation, stomping through Cremo like it's made of Lego bricks, crushing buildings and hope in equal measure, while Lloyd and Javier are chilling on a raft like they're on a mid-disaster vacation. Javier looks at Lloyd like he's finally realized his boss has a zero or a deficit, but Lloyd isn't even hiding it, shouting that they're here for the bag, not to be the Avengers. Which hits Javier like a physical slap, because he actually thought Lloyd was a low-key hero after all those dungeon runs and mine rescues. Remembering the times Lloyd looked like a man with actual resolve, someone who wouldn't just leave people to drown for a couple of gold coins. But current Lloyd is on his peak survivalist energy, yelling that protecting someone else's property is a terrible ROI, and that running away is the only move that makes sense. And you can see the exact moment Javier's respect for him hits zero, triggering a system notification that his favorability just took a 5-point nosedive. Not that Lloyd cares about his social credit score right now, especially as Javier draws his blade with the most main character energy I've ever witnessed, telling Lloyd he could never just sit back and watch, while Lloyd is basically calling him a dead man for trying to be a saint in a world of monsters. Javier doesn't even wait for a reply, leaping into the dark sky like he's trying to speedrun his own funeral, landing on the water and using Mana Blast to surf across the waves, which is a top-tier flex for someone who's about to fight a walking mountain. Closing the distance to the city while the local army is finally waking up and prepping the heavy artillery for a fight they aren't ready for. The soldiers on the towers are screaming to open fire, sending cannonballs flying at the Gigantitan like they're throwing pebbles at a tank. And it's a total embarrassment for the military because the monster doesn't even flinch, making these professional soldiers look like level 1 NPCs. This thing is a nightmare given flesh, growling through its cracked armor with multiple orange eyes that say it's here for more than just a quick snack. Looking down at the town like it's a buffet before diving headfirst into the residential district with enough force to cause a localized earthquake, leveling the town square in a cloud of smoke and debris, while the screams of the citizens are the only thing the monster finds entertaining. The aerial view shows the damage is catastrophic, with the city's defenses looking like broken toys after just one decent hit from this beast. And it looks like the monster has a specific grudge, because it's muttering about how the mermaid statue has to go, which is a wild amount of pettiness for a kaiju. People are running for their lives as the Titan stomps through the chaos, and somehow Lloyd ends up face down in the dirt, looking like a total victim. Only to look up and see a massive claw coming down to turn him into a pancake, but Javier is already midair with a sword that's literally dripping fire, releasing a scream that's probably 90% frustration at Lloyd and 10% battle cry, as he puts everything he's got into this one swing, aiming for the monster's limb with a look of pure determination that would make any other knight quit on the spot. And the impact rings out with a clang that sounds like two planets colliding, but the result isn't what Javier was hoping for. Bro looks genuinely confused because his Mana Blast slice just bounced off the monster's armor like it was a plastic toy, and he realizes he's outclassed. And the Gigantitan isn't even impressed, slamming the ground and opening its mouth to show off a set of teeth that are definitely not for smiling. Javier tries to reset his stance, but the speed of this oversized lobster is difficult to track, swinging a claw that's bigger than the houses it just crushed. And the impact sends a shockwave that knocks Javier back, just as the monster's head starts glowing with a blue energy that looks like a death sentence, unleashing a massive crescent wave that cuts through the air, and Javier realizes he's trapped midair with zero ways to dodge. So he braces himself, gripping his sword like it's a lifeline while the blue energy swallows the entire frame, slamming him into a stone wall with enough force to crack the masonry and leave him coughing up blood, which is a brutal reality check. Javier looks up, dazed and bleeding, seeing the jagged silhouette of the monster looming over him like the Grim Reaper. And even though he's exhausted and knows he's probably going to die here, he's still trying to convince himself that he's done enough to buy the people time. He refuses to quit, lunging forward with a desperate lunge because his knightly pride won't let him die before the citizens are safe, but he's running on fumes. Meanwhile, Lloyd is still back on the raft, panting and trying to gaslight himself into believing that running away is the only logical move, telling himself he's just a construction guy and that it's not his job to die for a city that's already being turned into a parking lot. But then he starts thinking about the long-term consequences of letting a whole city get erased from the map. And a sudden realization hits him that has nothing to do with heroism and everything to do with his bank account. Because his face shifts into something truly terrifying as he calls out to Bangle, deciding that he's not letting his money burn to the ground. He grips a beam of wood like he's about to commit a crime, realizing that if the city is gone, his construction fees are going to be delayed indefinitely. So he rides in on Bangle like a man possessed, shouting that the monster is dead meat for daring to mess with his profit margins. And Javier is still out there fighting for his life, screaming as he faces down the beast one more time while it growls back at him. Javier leaps over the crumbling ruins, trying to find a gap in the armor of a creature that's basically a walking fortress. Thinking that since it's technically an animal, it must have a weak spot in its eyes, and he's ready to bet his life on that theory. Swinging his sword with a flash of energy, but the monster is smarter than it looks, tracking his movements with zero effort. Blade clangs against the hide again, and the monster's tail lashes out like a whip, forcing Javier to stay on the defensive. But then Lloyd's voice cuts through the air, commanding a hamong hammer. That's about to change the entire dynamic of the fight. A massive, pale, round shape drops from the sky like a tactical nuke, and you can tell the Gigatoton didn't see this coming. Smashing into the monster's head with a smash that forces its jaw open and sends it reeling toward the ground. And Hamong is out here doing the most, sputtering water as it executes the perfect landing on the target. Right before it plops onto Lloyd's head while he stands there with glowing red eyes, looking like the most dangerous debt collector in history. Stepping forward with a shovel in hand, dead set on ending this monster because nobody, and I mean nobody, messes with his cash flow. Lloyd is lurking on the rooftop like a debt collector waiting for a check to bounce, watching the Gigatoton. While Javier is out here doing high-altitude cardio, leaping into the air with his sword raised like he's actually going to do something, but the blade just clangs against that dark hide, creating a blaze that does 0 damage, leaving Javier looking stressed because brute force is officially a scam against this calamity tier tank. And he's realizing he has no way to pierce the armor, yet he suddenly feels this weird wave of calm wash over him, because seeing Lloyd standing there with a shovel under the moonlight means the cheat code has arrived. But let's rewind 2.5 minutes to see how our resident scammer actually pulled up to the scene, riding Padong across the snowy rooftops like they're playing a high-stakes game of Temple Run, with Lloyd shouting at the furball to keep a safe distance so the monster doesn't immediately clock them while he tries to find a single structural flaw in a creature that's basically a walking fortress, realizing that Javier's mana blasts are bouncing off like they're made of plastic, which triggers Lloyd's inner engineering brain to stop worrying and start analyzing the molecular composition of this massive, red-eye problem, because if it exists in this world, it has blueprints, and Lloyd is about to hit it with his survey that turns the entire battlefield into a green wireframe HUD, scanning the Gigatoton's anatomy like a corrupted save file. Which brings that classic, devious grin back to his face, because even living calamities are just made of dentin and chitin arranged in a triple-layer honeycomb structure that's a meter thick, which is honestly just disrespectful engineering. So while Javier is still out there swinging for his life and screaming into the void, Lloyd is watching the kinetic energy of the impact migrate through the monster's nervous system like a diagnostic tool, tracking the shockwaves as they collect in a single spot on the creature's head, which means the energy is being funneled into that hollow horn before being released, giving Lloyd the exact coordinates for a surgical strike. So he enters simulation mode to calculate the trajectory of a mana blast that needs to hit the water sac powering the hydraulic claws, shattering the horn in a digital projection that proves the math checks out, even if Javier is currently losing his mind and begging for a plan while Lloyd starts doing weird, rhythmic hand gestures in the air like he's trying to conduct a silent orchestra, making Javier think the stress finally broke his master's brain, until Lloyd roars at him to target the horn, screaming for him to cut that thing off right now because the construction schedule is not negotiable. And Javier just trusts the process, launching himself toward the massive, curved structure without a single second thought. Even though he knows cutting a horn isn't a fatal blow, he knows Lloyd never says anything he can't back up with cold, hard logic, so he sticks the landing on the monster's jagged, red hide, dashing forward with the kind of blind loyalty you only see in top-tier waifus or highly paid mercenaries. While Lloyd keeps coaching from the sidelines, reminding him that mana isn't just about hitting things with power, it's about the frequency, telling him to strike lightning quick even if the individual hits feel weak, because Javier needs to turn his blade into a high-speed vibration tool, which is a lot easier said than done when you're standing on a living mountain that wants to crush you into a fine paste. But the blue energy arcs start crisscrossing the dark sky as Javier pushes his mana circles to the limit, creating a high-frequency whirring sound that means the theory is actually manifesting in real time as he grinds the blade into the horn, turning his swordmaster skills into a literal mana-powered chainsaw that Lloyd knew he could pull off, clenching his fist because the power fantasy is finally starting to pay dividends. As Javier lets out a primal scream, standing atop the beast while the blue light blinds everyone in the vicinity, and Padong decides to join the raid by leaping straight at the monster's open maw, slamming into the Gigatoton's face with enough force to keep its jaws busy while Javier focuses on the objective, looking like an SSS rank menace as he locks in and prepares to deliver the final blow that cracks through the armor, sending purple fluid spraying everywhere as the horn finally begins to give way. But the monster isn't just going to sit there, lashing out with tentacles that start twirling through the air while Lloyd stands on the roof like a tactical commander, shouting for Javier to aim between the middle legs and strike at an angle from the tail toward the head, because that's the only way to bypass the internal shielding, forcing Javier to slide across the tiles and dodge the counterattacks, all while Lloyd screams that they cannot let the construction repayments be delayed by a single day, framing this entire life or death struggle as a simple matter of protecting the estate's cash flow. But as Javier prepares to finish the job, the ground shakes with a crash that ruins his entire momentum, and we see the golden-hilted sword spinning through the air, knocked clean out of his hand, and clattering onto the cracked floor, leaving Lloyd with a look of pure horror as he screams, Javier. Standing there like a main character whose plot armor just expired, Javier faces down this massive, rocky entity while his internal monologue starts screaming about how he's about to meet his maker. But before the monster can turn him into a stain, Padong comes flying through the air, grabbing Lloyd and slamming into the terrain with enough force to rattle a man's ancestors. Sliding across the tiles like a pro gamer while the Count's aide cheers for the hamster. Shouting its own name like a Pokemon that's had way too much caffeine, while Javier stands frozen in front of the Gigatoton, a creature so massive it makes his legendary sword look like a toothpick, yet he chooses to put his entire existence into Lloyd's unhinged engineering plans, which is a gamble because this overgrown lobster is moving way faster than the simulations predicted, forcing Lloyd to pivot his strategy into a high-stakes combination of pure bait and brute force, jumping onto Padong's back to reach the specific location he marked earlier, barking orders at Javier to lure the beast toward the eastern woods because he's bought the workers enough time, and now everything depends on the Count's ability to deliver, which takes us back 15 minutes to when the Count stood on his balcony, watching his city burn and realizing that his previous attempt to use a statue was a complete disaster, leaving the muscular stone anatomy of the city's pride shattered in the dirt. But Lloyd isn't interested in a tragedy. He's interested in using the monster's weird obsession against it, which is why Javier is currently out here doing the most dangerous cardio session of his life, dodging claws that hit the sand with enough power to create craters, skidding across the beach while his lungs start burning from the sheer effort of staying alive, realizing he's hitting his physical limit but forcing himself to keep moving. For the sake of the people, leaping through the air while the Gigatoton roars with a sound that vibrates through his bones, chasing him into the dark forest where the trees become a blur as he sprints for his life, looking back to see the beast closing the gap until a voice suddenly cuts through the chaos, telling everyone to give it up for the guest of honor, leaving Javier looking confused and sweating like a man who just heard his funeral music start playing as a wooden cart comes rattling into view with Lloyd wearing a grin so devious it should be illegal, calling the monster a stinking lobster while showcasing the real enemy, the fully reassembled bronze statue strapped to the back of the cart, which triggers the Gigatoton's aggression so fast that it forgets Javier exists, proving Lloyd was right to trust the Count's men to glue this stone hunk back together, shouting for Javier to get ready for the opening he's about to create, even though Javier is understandably annoyed that the plan was never explained to him beforehand, as the cart swivels through the dirt to bait the creature into a vulnerable position while Padong screams for its mother, giving Javier the perfect chance to launch himself toward the monster's core, his face a mask of pure, concentrated effort, as he grips his hilt until his knuckles turn white, preparing to unleash the legendary Mana Blast, his blade glowing with an orange energy that lights up the entire forest, impacting the creature's hide with a high-frequency vibration that rings out before a massive explosion rocks the battlefield, leaving Lloyd watching from the sidelines with his heart in his throat, as the smoke clears to reveal the monster still standing near the castle, while Javier floats in midair, staring at the tiny crack he managed to make, and feeling like a fraud because his strongest attack barely scratched the surface, looking at that shell like how I look at my bank account after a weekend of pretending I'm rich, only for Lloyd's voice to shatter his self-loathing, telling him he did exactly what was needed and that it's time to let the professional scammer take over the rest of the work, reaching out with a hand that signals the start of the real show. Javier is currently free-falling through a pitch-black sky like he just got disconnected from a high-stakes lobby, feeling his consciousness slip away after dumping every last drop of his mana into a strike that barely tickled the boss. But just as he's ready to accept the game over screen, Lloyd lunges into the frame with the kind of unhinged energy that makes Javier close his eyes and think that maybe, just maybe, he can actually trust this scammer to carry the raid, landing face-first on Padong's soft back while Lloyd screams about protecting his investment like a landlord during a flood. Lloyd is acting tough for the audience, but internally he's doing the math and realizing his survival rate is currently in the negatives, knowing that luring this oversized red lobster away is just a temporary fix since the beast owns this entire coastline. And if he doesn't end this now, the creature is going to come back for a round 2 that Cremo's budget cannot afford. He looks down at Padong, who is panting so hard I'm worried about his little heart, realizing his primary engine is officially out of gas. So he has to figure out a way to pull a miracle out of his pocket before they both become prehistoric snacks. He's midair, gritting his teeth and wondering what kind of engineering BS can actually kill a walking mountain, remembering the backup plans he cooked up earlier that involved him actually getting his hands dirty with a mana blast. Except there's a massive mechanical wall because his current build only supports a double heart circle, and he needs the triple, forcing him to open the system menu and look at a 190 RP price tag like a student looking at his first tuition bill. But he starts spamming the level up button anyway, watching the cost skyrocket by 30 points every single time he clicks, until he hits double heart level 10 and sees the system demanding 370 RP for the final breakthrough, which is a problem because he's only got 311 left. Looking at the screen with the same soul-crushing despair I felt when my card declined at the grocery store while a line of people watched me fail at life, leaving him dangling from the beast's hide like a lost NPC, wondering why he's even risking his neck in the first place. Thinking that if he can just find one structural weakness, one tiny crack in the armor, he might be able to. Wait, the system starts chiming in the middle of his panic attack because something is shifting in the background. Javier's approval rating suddenly spikes by 5 points because even while unconscious, he's apparently Lloyd's biggest fan, giving Lloyd exactly 391 RP, just enough to pay the toll and unlock the triple heart circle before he hits the ground. The system confirms the level up with a glowing X that looks like he just unlocked a secret character in a fighting game, showing the blueprint of a heart getting reinforced by 3 mana circles that are about to overclock his entire nervous system, amplifying his mana by 500% as he swings his shovel with the intent to turn this calamity into a memory. The logic is simple. 1 circle stays back to make sure his heart doesn't actually explode from the pressure, while the other 2 circles spin out of control to generate the kind of raw power that shouldn't exist in a human body. But a massive piece of debris slams into his temple with a wham that would have sent a normal man straight to the Shadow Realm. Lloyd is staring blankly with blood running down his face, his brain currently rebooting while he tries to remember his own name. Feeling his fingers slip against the jagged rock, knowing he only has 1 shot left before his grip fails him, his thoughts are fracturing into a million pieces, wondering what the hell he was even doing with these circles. As the mana trails start to swirl in the dark like a glitch in the simulation that's about to break the world, colliding in the center of his chest with a violent energy that signals the end of the Gigadaton's reign. Lloyd is leaping through the air now, surrounded by a vortex of orange flames that makes him look like a final boss, spinning into a high-speed descent, a total menace with a shovel who is about to deliver a world-class eviction notice, erasing the entire frame with a blinding explosion of white-hot mana that probably just toasted every tree in a 5-mile radius. The name of the move echoes through the silence, the triple core mana blast, a technique that literally nobody should be able to survive. He's a silhouette against the fire, a tiny figure dismantling a god-tier threat with nothing but a gardening tool and pure spite. Striking the weak point, Javier opened up and triggering a chain reaction that shatters the beast's rocky ceiling, resulting in a massive kaboom that sends shards of the calamity raining down like the world's most dangerous confetti. The Gigadaton is getting dismantled in midair, its legendary armor turning into dust as the orange flames consume everything, crashing into the forest outskirts while a dark plume of smoke rises over Cremo like a signal fire for the end of the war. The massive red mass lies silent in the dirt under a full moon that's finally shining through the clouds, while the summons start calling out for their master, their high-pitched voices breaking the eerie quiet of the woods. And Javier finally sits up, looking at the little yellow and pink blobs like he's just glad they didn't get deleted. He looks over at the ruined structure of the beast, his eyes wide because he knows he didn't land that finishing blow, wondering how a man with no sword and a bad reputation managed to pull off a feat that defies every law of mana, until Padong starts tugging at his coat, leading him toward a gloved hand that's still clutching a metallic shovel. And Javier's face goes pale as he sees Lloyd lying in the dirt, looking like a discarded ragdoll with a head injury. He's sprinting now, screaming for his lord with a desperation in his voice that proves he's officially lost his nightly composure. Kneeling over the body and staring at Lloyd's vacant eyes, realizing the price of this miracle might have been too high, as he checks for a pulse and feels the crushing weight of the silence, because Lloyd's heart has officially stopped beating. A single messenger bird is cutting through the pale blue sky, its wings flapping with a rhythm that usually means someone's life is about to change, carrying a letter across the frozen landscape toward the stone manor of the Frontera estate, where Lloyd's dad is currently trying to have a peaceful morning, till the persistent tapping at his window forces him to look up, only to realize the bird is carrying a message straight from Count Cremo. And as soon as he reads the first few lines, his face goes pale, slamming his hand onto a leather saddle because he already knows he doesn't have a second to waste. Galloping away from the estate with a desperation that proves he's officially crashing out, his mind spinning from the news that his son is in a coma, pushing his horse through the snow while cursing himself for letting Lloyd get into such a dangerous situation in the first place, his heart sinking with every mile. Until his wife, Marbella, who is honestly an SSS tier baddie for this, catches up to him on her own horse, refusing to let her man face this storm alone, shutting down his protests by reminding him that she's the superior rider anyway, so he might as well save his breath for the long road ahead. And the trio starts tearing through the mountain shortcut, unaware that the Magentano Kingdom's wilderness is about to test their fight IQ to the limit. While Arcos is stuck in his head, reminiscing about the old Lloyd who used to be a despicable, alcoholic failure that nobody in the estate could stand, contrasting him with the diligent, trustworthy son he saw before he left for Cremo, the one who actually started taking responsibility for the family name. Remembering the new Lloyd standing there with a shovel and a grin, telling his father that any construction project is possible if you've got the right plan. And the way the boy actually showed genuine gratitude for the first time in his life, bowing with a level of respect that Arcos never thought he'd see. Wondering if that version of his son is really gone forever, until a massive claw crunches into the snow right in front of his eyes. And the entire group freezes as they realize they've just run straight into a monster ambush, the kind of situation that turns NPCs into statistics. As a massive, dark-furred beast with glowing cyan eyes lunges from the tree line, moving with a speed that makes their horses look like they're standing still, forcing Sir Byron to step into the deep snow and draw his sword, telling the Baron to take the shortcut and leave the monster to a professional. Because he knows the beast is faster than any horse, and the moment they turn their backs, it's going to be a total bloodbath for the royals. Shouting for them to hurry while the creature lets out a roar that's loud enough to shake the trees, its claws already sweeping through the air, clashing steel against bone as Sir Byron blocks a strike that would have turned a normal man into a red mist, while Marbella looks back with pure guilt. And Arcos shouts a farewell, promising to meet in Cremo, but he immediately runs into another purple-skinned menace blocking the path, forcing the Baron to draw his own blade, clashing with the monster in a desperate attempt to prove he's still got that dog in him. Till the impact sends his sword spinning away into the blizzard, leaving him completely defenseless as he stares up at certain death, pulling a small dagger as a last resort while the monster's jaws snap toward his throat, looking to end the Frontera bloodline right here. But Arcos doesn't fold, driving the blade deep into the creature's skull in a move that was more about survival than actual technique. He's pinned to the ground under the weight of the beast, struggling as the monster lets out one final, pained screech, gritting his teeth and using every ounce of strength he has left to keep those fangs away from his face while the world goes blurry. Screaming as the blood sprays across the white snow, a visceral reminder that this isn't a game and there are no respawns in this mountain. Until a figure lunges forward with a sword, looking to finish what the Baron started before the situation gets even worse. Leaping onto the creature's back to deliver the final blow while Marbella watches with wide eyes, her heart beating out of her chest, driving the steel through the monster's forehead, resulting in a splash of pink blood that looks like absolute cinema against the white backdrop. As the beast begins to flail and writhe in its final moments, its threatening aura completely evaporated into pure, pathetic desperation, until it finally goes still, twitching in the dirt while the group tries to catch their breath in the middle of the heavy snowfall. And the knight approaches Arcos, who is clutching his bloodied arm and looking ashamed that he couldn't even protect himself. The Baron just shakes it off, telling him that it's his duty to protect his subjects, even if he has to bleed for it. Except the nightmare isn't over, because his eyes go wide as he hears a low growl echoing from the shadows of the blizzard, revealing a whole pack of monstrous wolves with glowing orange teeth, looking like they just found the main course for their winter feast. Arcos yanks a sword out of a dead monster, stepping forward with a grim expression because he knows he's about to make a final stand. While the wolves charge in with zero hesitation, their motion-blurred forms looking like a death sentence for anyone without an OP cheat code. And the Baron lunges forward with a fierce roar, while his wife holds him close, both of them thinking this is the end of the road. Until a figure with light blue hair appears in the trees, standing there with the kind of unbothered energy that only comes from a main character. And Javier doesn't even use the stairs, he just glides through the air like he's in a Souls-like cutscene, his cape flowing behind him, landing in a crouch position right in the center of the pack, looking at the wolves like they're just minor inconveniences on his to-do list. And before they can even process who this kid is, he's already mid-air, his sword glowing with a light that's about to delete their existence, executing a series of blindingly fast slashes that leave the air filled with nothing but blood and the sound of falling corpses. Sheathing his blade with a soft click as a red aura swirls around him, looking back at the Baron with a neutral, almost bored expression, telling them he only came to escort them just in case, while Arcos stares at him like he's looking at a completely different person, realizing that Javier's power has reached a level that defies logic, wondering what kind of monster Lloyd had to become to train a knight this strong. So the blizzard is coming down heavy and everyone is just standing there in front of this dead monster, while the Baron and Marbella are looking at Javier like he's their only hope, asking if Lloyd is actually going to make it. But Javier just starts walking away into the whiteout, looking like he just lost his last reason to care, admitting he has no idea if the man is even alive anymore, until he finally reaches the spot where the earth is literally torn apart and sees Lloyd lying there in the dirt looking like a discarded NPC. And Javier's face just drops because Lloyd looks like he's already halfway to the afterlife, even though his brain is still stuck on the estate, clinging to his newly found home with everything he's got while Javier kneels over him, clutching his hand like it's a lifeline. For a second, the entire world goes silent in this rocky graveyard until a faint thrumming starts vibrating through the ground, which sends a shock through Javier's system because he realizes there's a pulse, which shouldn't even be possible since the man's heart took a vacation. And he leans in close, catching a ragged breath that proves Lloyd is still fighting, even though his body is basically a wreckage site. So he presses his hand against Lloyd's chest to see what kind of miracle is happening, and his eyes nearly pop out of his head, because he sees the most illegal setup in the history of mana cores, a triple heart circle spinning so fast, it's creating a physical magnetic field. Realizing that the sheer velocity of these mana rotations is acting as a surrogate heart, keeping the blood moving while the actual organ tries to reboot. And Javier just stares at him, realizing that Lloyd is a different breed of menace for surviving a blast that should have deleted him from the server. So the scene shifts to the Magentano Kingdom where the recovery efforts are already in full swing, with workers swarming the rooftops to fix the damage. We see the town is a total construction zone with Javier leading the Baron and Marbella through the streets while the citizens whisper about their savior, as some dude tries to thank Javier for the carry, but Javier isn't taking any of the credit, telling them he was just the sword Lloyd was swinging, which leaves the parents standing there in shock, trying to process that their formerly alcoholic son is now out here moving like a demigod, while the locals start reminiscing about how they'd be frozen popsicles right now if Lloyd hadn't stepped in to secure the perimeter. And we get a quick look at the chaos where Lloyd was out here pulling people from the water like a professional lifeguard amidst the carnage, shouting commands at Bangul to eat the debris, proving that even when he's crashing out, he's still keeping the civilian casualties at zero. And even when the fires started spreading like a bad tweet, Lloyd had his giant hippo summon on deck to extinguish the flames before things got spicy. So now the entire city is buzzing with his name, treating him like a legendary pull in a gacha game that actually saved their accounts. A massive crowd has gathered outside the manor, all of them holding their breath and waiting for the man who saved their lives to wake up. With kids crying for their dads and wives praying for their husbands, all of them realizing that their entire future depends on one guy's recovery. While Lloyd is just vibing in a coma looking peaceful as hell, until some random hater in the crowd decides to start talking crazy. This hater really stands up and tries to blame the whole disaster on Lloyd, saying none of this would have happened if he hadn't built that statue. Honestly, this guy has the confidence of a man who's never been punched in the face for having a trash-tier take. But the public isn't having it, and they immediately swarm him like a boss raid, tackling him into the dirt before he can finish his sentence, leaving the hater pinned to the ground while the heartbeat sound starts ramping up again, signaling that the main character is finally coming back online. And a system flash triggers because Lloyd's courage apparently moved the people so much that the developers had to drop a patch, notifying him that he's about to receive an enormous reward for his achievement, just as his eyes start to flicker open in the real world. And he wakes up feeling like he went 12 rounds with a freight train, clutching his head and wondering what year it is, remembering his reckless play with the mana blast, and asking the system if he's actually alive or if this is just the lobby. But the system just hits him with the snarky probably and tells him there are much more important things to worry about than his health, which is exactly when the door creaks open and Javier walks in, looking at Lloyd like he's seeing a ghost that actually owes him money. And Lloyd doesn't even say hello, he just immediately starts asking when the construction check is going to clear because the grind never stops, leaving Javier to just sigh in relief because if Lloyd is worrying about the bag, it means his brain is definitely back to normal. Then the door gets blown off the hinges by the Baron and Marbella, who rush the bed like they're trying to tackle a running back. And they squeeze him so hard he nearly goes back into a coma, calling him a scoundrel while Lloyd just smiles and realizes he's actually home. And for a second, he stops worrying about the money and just lets them hold him, because even a capitalist needs a hug after dying once. So we pan out to the royal capital of Magentano, showing off the kind of wealth and power that Lloyd is eventually going to scam for himself. Some high-ranking official is finishing a letter from Count Cremo, looking confused because the report says the Gigatitan was deleted. And this dude in the blue coat starts pacing the room, realizing that a man who can solo a calamity is someone he needs on his payroll immediately. So he orders a messenger to go to the Frontera barony and bring Lloyd and his guard to the capital, because he needs to see this menace in person. And we finally see who's running the show. Empress Alicia Termina Magentano. And chat, hear me out, because she is a certified SSS level baddie. The system is out here trying to gas Lloyd up with a notification about his courage and self-sacrifice. But he doesn't give a damn about being a hero until that 1500 bonus RP hits his account, instantly turning his boredom into a full-blown dopamine rush because the system is finally accessing the mana heart skill, which explains why he's got so much energy after being in a month-long coma. But instead of thinking about world domination, this man is really out here planning to use a high-concentration mana core just to make shoveling dirt easier. And when the system tries to call him out for having zero ambition, Lloyd basically tells it to stop disrespecting the grind, because he realizes his new mana heart is basically a biological ammunition dump that needs to be protected at all costs, since using a mana blast without a shield is like tossing a lit match into a room full of powder kegs, which usually results in a localized delete button for anyone standing in the middle of the explosion. But back when the Gigatitan was stomping through the city and the world was falling apart, Lloyd survived the blast because his heart was completely empty, allowing the shock to fill the void instead of igniting it, condensing all that raw energy into a core while he was unconscious, proving that being lazy actually saved his life. And just as he's finishing his internal monologue, Count Cremo opens the carriage door looking like he's ready to move, while Lloyd just sits there in the shadows, licking his lips like a predator who smells a massive bag approaching, as the carriage starts rolling through the wreckage of a city that looks like a war zone after a bad server wipe, prompting Lloyd to casually ask about the repair costs while the Count admits the damage is worth over a month's budget. But Lloyd leans into the darkness, whispering that if he hadn't stepped in, the bill would have been 6 months deep. And the Count starts sweating because he knows exactly where this conversation is going, asking Lloyd what he's really implying, only for Lloyd to hit him with a fake laugh, calling his own massive construction fee small change compared to total ruin, while the Count tries to play it off as an act of God, laughing nervously while Lloyd prepares the ultimate extortion, reminding the Count that he supposedly compensates anyone who works for the public interest, no matter who they are. The Count is visibly shaking now, trying to backtrack because he realizes his wallet is about to get speed ran, as Lloyd looks him dead in the eye and says it's fine, because clearly the Count values his citizens' lives at 5 times the fee, leaving a heavy silence in the carriage while the wheels rattle over the stones, the tension thick enough to cut with a sword, until the Count cracks under the pressure, stammering out that he'll pay twofold just to get Lloyd to stop looking at him. But Lloyd doesn't blink, maintaining that terrifying silence until the Count finally shudders and screams threefold, just to end the torture. And that's when we see it, the most predatory, unhinged grin in the history of civil engineering, as the Count physically recoils, realizing he just signed over his entire inheritance to a man who looks like a demon. But Lloyd instantly flips the switch back to Saint mode, reaching out with a warm smile to thank him for his bold generosity, leaving the Count dazed and confused, shaking hands with the man who just robbed him while wondering why he doesn't feel angry. And as the carriage reaches the square, the crowd erupts into cheers because they think their savior has finally arrived, while Lloyd is internally screaming because he hates the pressure of being a hero when he just wants to be a landlord. Then he sees the magic crystal ball for voice amplification and realizes he has a captive audience of thousands. standing there looking completely uninterested while the crowd chants his name like he's the second coming of Christ. Reaching for the orb while counting the heads in the crowd and realizing each one of these people is a potential customer. So he clears his throat, ditches the hero's speech entirely, and asks the citizens if they've ever heard of Ondal flooring. And the entire square goes silent, confused as to why the man who killed the Calamity is talking about home renovations. But Lloyd doesn't care about the confusion. He's already deep into the sales pitch, pointing out the lack of floor heating, calling out the old men with stiff joints and the mothers worried about their kids catching a cold in the winter, shouting at them about how much time they waste wrestling with trash fireplaces like they're living in the Stone Age, calculating that a 50-year-old man has wasted 15 years of his life just tending to a fire that barely works. And he's screaming now, telling them that if they value their time, they need to remember the name Ondal, gesturing wildly about how much their lives are going to improve once they buy into his barony's new technology, before dropping the address for the Frontera Manor like a late-night infomercial and casually walking off the stage, leaving the crowd stunned while the Count watches him walk away, finally realizing that Lloyd is too competent to stay mad at. While back in the capital, we see the back of a woman who has been tracking every single move this saint has made. And Queen Alicia basically admits she needs this greedy, persistent menace by her side because he's a waste of talent in a village. The Frontera estate is looking like a whole different place these days, finally becoming the golden goose Lloyd always wanted. And at the center of this massive glow-up is Sir Byron, a man who is the definition of a good guy. But even though he's out here putting in work on the training dummies, his actual sword skills are mid at best, which is why Lloyd is stunned when they sit down to talk business and Byron starts dropping administrative heat like a CEO, explaining how he played the long game on an Ondal contract, taking a small hit now to guarantee a 50% profit later. And Lloyd is just staring at him like he's seen a ghost, asking if he really pulled all this off solo. But Byron doesn't even pause for the praise, just casually tells a worker he'll be at the next inspection in 30 minutes, stepping out into the dirt with his arms still in a sling, confirming that the construction is finally looking flawless, which has the whole squad looking inspired because having a boss who actually knows what he's doing is a rare buff. As he tells them they're the most important part of the team now, which is Lloyd looking at him like a legend, thinking that if this man was born in Korea, he'd be a managing director at a conglomerate instead of digging holes. The system agrees, officially naming Ondal the Frontera heating system, and dropping a fat 400 RP bonus in his lap, proving that the Baron and Baroness were also hiding some management talent, making Lloyd realize his luck is finally turning. As he stands in front of a massive new coal storage frame with Javier, planning out his next financial empire, calculating that more than half the debt is gone and the neighbors are basically paying his bills through water fees, giving off the most devious grin imaginable because he can finally smell the retirement and the easy life coming his way. While Javier looks at him with pure disgust, wishing he could punch that face, right before a massive golden horn sounds, stopping both of them in their tracks as Javier realizes this isn't just noise. It's the arrival of a royal messenger. And Lloyd is standing there looking like he just saw his bank account hit zero, wondering why the crown is knocking, as the messenger starts rolling out a red carpet and doing mid-air parkour off his horse like a total show-off, landing and spinning a scroll with so much unnecessary flair that you'd think he was announcing a world war, snapping the thing open with a golden dragon emblem staring them down, which is never a sign of a peaceful day, while the background NPCs are actually clapping for this performance, totally unaware of the aura of doom approaching. But Lloyd is gritting his teeth, telling this dude to get to the point because he knows this is nothing but trouble. And as the messenger starts yapping about sovereigns and peace, Lloyd is already preparing for his life to get complicated, wondering if this is about the chaos in Cremo, while the herald announces the queen wants to personally greet the heroes, which nets Lloyd another 90 RP from the Baron's favor, but he's too busy sweating to enjoy the dopamine hit, because he remembers the golden rule from his past life in the army, never do more than the bare minimum, recalling the time his superior officer found out he was an engineering major and ordered him to build a sauna. And because he researched too hard and made it perfect, the National Defense Sauna became his own personal prison, leading to a never-ending list of orders to build cottages and fix barracks just because he was perceived as brainy, ending with him screaming on a mountain peak at sunset, realizing that being competent is literally just a trap. And back in the present, the messenger orders them to the capital immediately, leaving Lloyd in actual tears of despair, cursing that lobster monster as the royal carriage pulls up, knowing that once he's on the queen's radar, it's over, looking so dead inside during the ride that he's basically a walking corpse, wondering if he should pretend to be stupid. But Javier just looks at him and says he has the face of a man about to be executed, which is accurate, till he remembers that he actually knows how this story goes, and his predatory instincts start to wake up, realizing he knows the queen's personality, her future, and the state of the capital from the novel he read. And his face shifts into that devious, greedy smirk because if he's going to the palace, he's making it profitable, deciding to squeeze every single coin he can out of the royal family instead of just being their labor monkey. Arriving at the grand hall where they're told to lift their gaze, kneeling on a carpet that looks expensive as hell. And as they look up, they see Queen Alicia, a top-tier baddie with red hair and a presence that stops hearts. And Lloyd is out here nearly having a heart attack from the charisma she's radiating, trying to keep his flattery on point. But she isn't interested in the small talk, looking down at him with those sharp eyes and asking if it's him, before turning her attention to Javier, immediately sensing a mana flow that she's never witnessed in her life, calling Javier a worthy sparring partner, which makes Lloyd realize she's a sword master who can see right through them. leaving him with one final thought as she stares him down. Clumsy flattery is deadass not going to work here. So the queen starts things off by playing nice, acknowledging that Count Cremo basically wrote them a glowing Yelp review for saving the city. But the vibe shifts immediately because she isn't the type to just take someone else's word for it, making it clear she only trusts what she sees with her own two eyes. Which is exactly what Lloyd was banking on, remaining composed while she looks down at him with those sharp blue eyes and tells him it's time for a little pop quiz. And Lloyd is internally screaming with greed, realizing this is his one-way ticket to a royal contract as she asks what construction project the capital needs most urgently, thinking to himself that he's already won because he's got the entire plot of the original novel downloaded into his brain like a cheat code. While Alicia is out here judging his soul, deciding that if he didn't notice the glaring issue with the palace the second he walked in, he's just another mid-tier noble. But Lloyd doesn't miss, looking her dead in the face and telling her the most urgent project is repairing the very palace she's sitting in, before immediately pivoting and saying he would actually prioritize building a brand new bridge across the Magina River instead. Knowing damn well that his first answer wasn't what she wanted to hear, but he's betting on her personality being as complex as her status as an absolute monarch. And since she's the type of ruler who actually listens to people regardless of their rank, she leans in and asks him for his reasoning. So Lloyd starts explaining that while every other architect would focus on the palace first, he sees the structural defects that everyone else is ignoring. Dropping some ancient lore about how a petty dragon kept stealing the palace towers back in the day, forcing the ancestors to flatten the whole building into a heavy-ass dome. Because the palace is now basically a massive stone pancake, the sheer weight is crushing the pillars into the dirt, but Lloyd says it's not urgent because it won't collapse for years. Leaving Alicia genuinely stunned by his audacity, realized that this man purposefully gave her the wrong answer just to prove he knew what the right one was. And Lloyd is just kneeling there with the most devious, punchable smirk on his face because he knows he's successfully living in her head rent-free right now. It's a whole mental chess match where he knows that she knows that he knows exactly what she was thinking, and honestly, the brain rot is reaching critical levels. Until the queen's patience finally snaps, her aura manifesting as a literal fiery lion that looks ready to bite his head off for toying with her, forcing Lloyd to immediately switch into his pathetic beggar mode, explaining that the current bridge is a total money pit that's been rebuilt 12 times because it can't handle the spring floods. Promising her that if she gives him the contract, he'll build a bridge that won't budge even if the river tries to take it out with drift ice. Dropping the concept of a modern suspension bridge on her like it's alien technology, which leaves her looking at him like he's finally lost his mind. And the tension is so thick you could cut it with a sword as Lloyd and Javier just sit there gulping, waiting for her to either sign the check or call the executioner. But Alicia realizes the more this man talks, the more she actually likes his energy, so she tells him to keep going and explain the bridge mechanics. Which is the ultimate green light for Lloyd, who knows she absolutely despises suck-ups and only respects people with enough balls to have actual convictions. So he starts yapping about towers, cables, and anchor blocks until she eventually gets bored of the technical talk and tells him to shut up, which is a good thing for us because 3 years from now she's supposed to lose an arm, get betrayed, and turn into a butchering tyrant who stands on piles of corpses. But for now, she's just an honorable queen asking what happens if the bridge fails, and Lloyd tells her she can have his head as long as his family stays protected. And that gamble finally makes her crack a smile, telling him he can go ahead with his plans because he managed to actually entertain her, promising him fat stacks of compensation while Lloyd literally scuttles across the floor like a happy crab because the bag is finally within reach. Then he pulls the ultimate pro-gamer move by whipping out a pre-written contract and asking her to sign it, which is the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen. Framing the contract as a necessary shackle for a lowly man like himself, basically putting his own life on paper just to make her feel comfortable signing it. And as she signs it, she realizes she's being sweet-talked by a professional scammer, but she's too amused to care, especially with Lloyd's ass sticking up in the air while he bows, dismissing him before she has to see any more of his intentions, and Lloyd finally makes his exit with Javier and the royal official following behind him. The second they're in the hallway, Lloyd starts doing spins and pointing at the scroll like a kid who just robbed the cookie jar, while Javier is out here having a midlife crisis at 20, whispering that Lloyd almost got them both decapitated for being a complete clown in front of a sword master. Back in the throne room, the queen is debriefing with Sir Kyle, who points out that Lloyd is a calculating menace who knew exactly what he was doing, asking if she was actually offended by how he acted, because let's be real, Lloyd's fight IQ in a conversation is basically level 999. And she admits that she was annoyed at first, mostly because he walked in with the confidence of a man who already knew he had already won. But she ends up calling him adorable in a pathetic way, which is a massive win for Lloyd, even if he doesn't know he's being simped for by a future tyrant. A few days later, Lloyd is back at the grind, throwing his gear into a bag and getting ready to head out into the capital for his next mission, telling Javier that he doesn't need an escort because walking around with a top-tier knight is a massive pain in the ass when he's trying to be low-key. Carrying a massive sack of clothes and blankets that the Baroness packed for Julian, Lloyd's younger brother who's currently a student at the Royal Academy. And Lloyd starts remembering the original plot of the book, where the family went broke and Julian got kicked out of his dorms to live on the streets. Realizing that in the original timeline, his brother ends up getting murdered by a random thief in a snowy alleyway like some nameless NPC. Since Lloyd is the one running the show now, he knows that tragic ending is getting nerfed as he heads toward the academy to find a brother he's never even met. The capital is looking way too peaceful today, And right in the middle of all this high-end architecture is the place where the kingdom's future elites go to learn how to look down on everyone else. The Magentano Royal Academy, where we find Lloyd standing around looking like he's lost his way, which is exactly why his little brother Julian has that get away from me look on his face. And honestly, Lloyd is just looking at him thinking about how small this kid is compared to the monsters he usually deals with, realizing that the original Lloyd must have been a generational menace to make his own blood look at him with this much disgust. So he decides to play it cool and just thumps this massive bag of gear into Julian's arms, telling him it's from their mother, which is such a normal brother move that Julian is actually lagging in real time trying to process it. But the kid's suspicion meter is hitting the red zone because the Lloyd he knows doesn't just show up to be helpful, and the system is basically screaming, "Wee woo," because Lloyd's aura is being way too humane right now. So he has to pivot and drop a "later, you little shit," just to balance the scales, leaving Julian standing there wondering why he didn't get a face full of insults or a boot to the head like the good old days. It's kind of funny because the only reason Lloyd is even doing this is because the Baroness gave him those puppy dog eyes back at the estate, asking him to check if her youngest was feeling lonely in the big city. And Lloyd is out here scratching his head because being a good person is actually exhausting. So he tells Julian to stop acting like an NPC and lead him to the most expensive restaurant in the area. Julian keeps asking, why, like a broken record, and Lloyd just hits him with the "mother asked me to" excuse again, because explaining that he's actually trying to save the kid's life would take way too long. So they end up at this high-end spot where the vibes are just pure awkwardness, with Lloyd sitting there looking like he's about to order the entire menu, while Julian just stares at the lace tablecloth. Lloyd tells him to get the most expensive set on the list, because he knows the kid is probably living on bread and water, but then he has to throw in another little shit, just to make sure Julian doesn't start thinking he's been replaced by an alien. Julian is sweating through his uniform trying to figure out why the family failure is acting so composed, especially when the waiter comes over and Lloyd starts ordering like a man who actually has a bank account. But the real shocker hits when Lloyd turns down the wine, claiming he stopped drinking, which sends Julian spiraling into a flashback of the time he saw a palace official a few days ago. That official told him some wild story about the port of Cremo being saved from a Gigatitan by a man named Lloyd Frontera, and Julian's first thought was that there must be another Lloyd out there, because the brother he remembers didn't have the fight IQ to defeat a house cat, let alone a mountain-sized monster. So he's convinced Lloyd just scammed his way into taking credit for something Javier did. But his internal crisis gets cut short when some blonde dude in a student uniform decides to walk over and smack Julian right in the back of the head, interrupting a perfectly good steak dinner. This guy is looking down on Julian like he's something he stepped in on the sidewalk, asking what a nobody is doing in a place this nice, and you can just feel the arrogance coming off this fraud. He starts getting physical, hitting Julian and asking if he missed the law class about rules being for everyone, while Lloyd just sits there chewing his meat, watching the whole scene with zero emotion. The blonde dude's friends are in the back snickering, calling the Frontera family scum and impoverished trash, because apparently having a title doesn't mean anything if you don't have the bag to back it up. And Lloyd is just clocking the social dynamics, realizing that this academy is just a playground for rich kids to bully anyone who actually tries to study, which is a classic trope he's about to dismantle. Julian is sitting there taking the hits because he doesn't want to make things worse, looking at Lloyd with these eyes that are practically begging him not to interfere and ruin both their lives. But then the blonde dude makes the biggest mistake of his life by flexing his family name, mentioning the royally recognized Lacanada dyed cloth, and suddenly a ghost from Lloyd's past appears in the background. The second Lloyd hears the name, Lacona, his brain starts making dial-up noises as he clasps his hands together, and you can see the computing bar loading over his head in real time. Then the calculation hits 100%, and Lloyd lets out a laugh that sounds like a villain who just found a cheat code, while the blonde dude asks what Lloyd's father does for a living. Lloyd stands up with the most disrespectful grin I've ever seen and claims his father is the wise and merciful Viscount Lacona, which is the ultimate psychological flex since he's the one who ruined that man. The blonde student, who we now know is Diego Lacona, is looking at Lloyd like he's lost his mind, telling him to stop stinking up the place and beat it before things get ugly. And Lloyd's response is to literally slap the taste out of this dude's mouth, sending a tooth flying across the restaurant in a beautiful arc of pure, unadulterated revenge. Diego is spinning through the air like a fidget spinner, while Julian's soul basically leaves his body in the background, because he's never seen his brother move with this much speed. Lloyd is just standing there looking unbothered while the system drops a notification that the mana bitch slap has a 0-second cooldown, which is the most broken skill in human history. Some orange-haired dude from the elite union tries to jump in and defend his boy, but Lloyd doesn't even let him finish his sentence before he delivers another slap that resets the guy's factory settings. Then we get this guy Geshpond, who calls himself the Mithril Fists and the top dog of the second year, coming at Lloyd with the confidence of a man who hasn't realized he's an NPC yet. Lloyd shuts him down with one palm to the face, and suddenly these two twins with red-streaked hair show up asking who's making all the noise, looking like they're the final bosses of the cafeteria. The crowd is hyping them up as the Black Dragons double horns, but Lloyd just enters a flow state and slaps both of them at the same time, because he really doesn't have time for a coordinated attack. He even tracks down the random bystander who was doing the commentary and slaps him too, just for blabbering about double horns, when he should have been minding his own business. At this point, the entire restaurant is trembling, and these two guys at the table are sweating buckets, swearing they didn't say a single word while Lloyd towers over them like a demon. Lloyd just looks at them with this half-lidded, predatory stare and whispers that he heard them giggling. which is honestly the scariest thing he said all day. Diego Lacona finally gets back up and decides to crash out, throwing a mana-infused punch with everything he's got, screaming about how Lloyd needs to die for disrespecting the elite. The punch actually lands, snapping Lloyd's head back with a massive thwack, and Diego starts gloating about being a mana prodigy, like he just won the championship. But the narration box pops up to let us know that Diego is currently making the worst mistake of his entire 21 years of existence, as Lloyd slowly licks the blood off his lip. And Lloyd starts laughing, but it's not a normal laugh. It's that, I haven't felt pain in a month and this is better than money type of deranged energy that makes everyone in the room want to call the police. Cause in that moment, Diego realizes that he didn't just punch a man, he opened a door to a level of insanity that he is nowhere near prepared to handle. Lloyd is laughing like he just found a glitch in the simulation that lets him print infinite money. Before delivering a headbutt so heavy it probably reset Diego's factory settings and left him seeing the loading screen for the afterlife. And honestly, our man is not even done yet, pulling this fraud back up by his collar just to make sure the floor feels his presence one more time. With a slam that makes Julian realize his brother has officially left reality behind and entered his menace arc. Which is why Julian is looking for the vice superintendent to stop the homicide, only to realize the man did a high-speed vanish the moment things got real. Lloyd is out here treating Diego's head like a basketball, slamming him into the gold trim of the hallway with zero remorse. While asking him if he enjoys being a carbon copy of his trash-tier father, Viscount Lacona, who is basically the reason their family bank account is currently screaming for help. And when Diego tries to talk back, Lloyd just starts scraping his face against the masonry like he's trying to sand down his ego to a manageable size, pointing out a dark smudge on the wall and calling it Gate 666 to hell. And YouTube, please, that's just strawberry jam on the wall. Do not yellow dollar my entire career over a smudge, as he tells Diego it's reserved for utter garbage like him. Until Julian finally jumps in to stop the physical dismantling, screaming for Lloyd to knock it off before he actually sends this dude to the lobby. Julian is panicking because he knows he's the one who has to live in this dorm once Lloyd leaves, and the retribution is going to hit like a freight train. But Lloyd just turns around with the most wholesome, terrifying smile and says if the bully is dead, the bullying deadass stops. Which is the type of predatory logic that makes Julian shudder, realizing his brother is the real final boss of this entire academy. Because Lloyd knows that guidance and sanctions are for NPCs who follow the rules, and the only thing these entitled brats actually understand is the cold, sharp fear of death, which is exactly why Diego is currently seeing a skeletal reaper with a blue flame skull in his peripheral vision. The dean finally shows up with the guards, trying to act like this is a sacred place of learning and not a breeding ground for regional cliques. Lloyd is still holding Diego by the hair like a trophy he won at a fair, looking like he's ready to fight the entire faculty for the fun of it. But then he suddenly switches gears, bowing with perfect grace and introducing himself as the eldest son of the Fronteras like he wasn't just committing a felony. Which leaves everyone, especially the red-haired student, wondering why he's acting like a civilized human being after acting like a demon for 10 minutes. As he offers a fake apology for the mess, claiming he was only out here defending the Queen's honor from these disrespectful children. The dean isn't buying the act, calling it ludicrous, and asking who would dare use the Queen's name to justify a hallway beatdown. So Lloyd points to the mustachioed staff member in the back, calling out the entire institution for being a bunch of cowards, who watched Julian get bullied and did nothing because they didn't want to upset the high-ranking noble families who pay their salaries. Realizing the academy is just a factory for regional cliques where the staff are basically paid to turn a blind eye to the suffering of lower nobles. Since helping a poor, barren son provides zero return on investment for their careers in this corrupt-ass system. The dean tries to yell over him, asking what any of this has to do with Her Majesty, thinking he still has the high ground. So Lloyd reaches into his coat and pulls out a silver pocket watch, clicking it open like he's about to drop a tactical nuke on their entire social standing. And a massive golden dragon crest erupts from the watch, signaling that Lloyd isn't just some random provincial noble they can ignore. He is a royal guest specially invited by the Queen herself, which instantly forces the entire room to drop to their knees in submission. And Lloyd just casually walks away from the kneeling crowd, telling them he's taking his leave since the power dynamic has been properly adjusted. The dean is already thinking about how to punish Julian once Lloyd leaves, convincing himself that this royal guest status is only a temporary buff. But Lloyd stops and gives him a look so murderous that the man's heart probably skips 3 beats, realizing Lloyd is the type to come back and finish the job, before dragging Julian away, telling him to keep up because they have business at the administrator's office that can't wait, where he's going to request a leave of absence for his brother, because Julian's academic career is officially on a forced hiatus. And even though Julian is screaming about how Lloyd is ruining his life, Lloyd just tells him this place is about to be bad for studying anyway. And it's time for Julian to get his body in shape, because construction work muscles are the only gains that actually matter in this economy. Night falls over the palace, shifting the vibe from the chaotic academy to the high-end guest quarters where the real conversations happen, where Javier is sitting on the sofa, telling Julian he needs to trust Lloyd's vision because every single plan he makes ends in a massive bag. But Julian isn't convinced, reminding Javier that the Lloyd he grew up with was a brute who only cared about his next drink. So Javier starts listing the resume, from taking down the Gigaton to making friends with the Steel Sand Orcs like it's a LinkedIn profile. And he deadass looks Julian in the eye and calls Lloyd the savior of their entire estate, which is a level of glazing Julian isn't ready for. While Lloyd is probably somewhere rubbing his nose, knowing that his reputation as a drunken hooligan is still haunting his brother's dreams. And Julian just can't wrap his head around how a human trash bag could suddenly become a genius developer with a heart of gold. Which is when Javier drops the coldest line of the night, admitting that it is actually impossible for a man to change that much in such a short time. And that he's convinced himself that the man they're following is actually someone else disguising themselves as Master Lloyd. Lloyd is standing in the hallway, looking like he's about to get caught doing something he definitely shouldn't be. Because inside the room, Queen Alicia is having a whole crisis, asking Javier if someone deadass stole Lloyd's body using black magic. While Javier just sits there with his eyes closed, calmly admitting it's a possibility because a soul transfer would need a heavy mana tether. Which triggers a memory of Javier standing over a sleeping Lloyd like a sleep paralysis demon, performing a secret mana audit on his soul while Lloyd stands outside the door, losing his mind. And as the Queen asks if he found a second soul in there, Javier keeps it a buck, telling her the soul felt naturally connected, which makes Lloyd clutch his chest and pray that the Queen ignores everything Javier just said. But Javier is a menace, doubling down on how wild Lloyd's personality shift is, clearly sensing Lloyd's presence through the wood. And Lloyd realizes he's being tested, while Julian is over here having a main character moment, finally realizing his family is drowning in debt. Feeling guilty because he was out here playing student while Lloyd was working overtime to save the estate, so he finally decides to give his brother some credit, which triggers the system to drop 28 bonus RP into Lloyd's bag, making Lloyd realize his little brother is basically a walking ATM for points. So he bursts through the door to collect his taxes, telling Julian it's time to go get those construction work muscles, forcing him into step 1 of manufacturing suspension cables, which involves Julian thwacking oil-based clay like he's making a 3-foot pizza, topping the dough with rocks and dirt before bringing in Bangle, this pink round creature that looks like a Kirby knockoff. Proceeds to munch on the rock pizza until its stomach starts doing backflips, and expels these orange metal rods like it's a standard biological function. While this rabbit creature gathers the wires, rolling 120 strands together because Lloyd is out here speedrunning the Industrial Revolution. And once the tutorial ends, Lloyd stands there with a shovel, looking like a tired foreman, pointing his finger and telling Julian that the family's entire future depends on these cables not snapping. And when Julian asks why Lloyd would trust a former failure with such a vital task, Lloyd pulls the ultimate older brother move, calling him a little shit, but acknowledging he's the only one smart enough to do it, leaving Julian stunned in a field of sparkles. While Javier watches from the back, thinking that Lloyd really took his sweet time dropping that familiar insult. But the grind doesn't stop, as we shift to the palace grounds where Lloyd is walking with blueprints, plotting his next move, realizing that building a modern suspension bridge with medieval tech is basically a Souls-like challenge. So he heads to the workshop of Corgetus, this buff dwarf who is currently 3 bottles deep into some shiny dragon alcohol. And even though Corgetus tells him to scram, Lloyd just smiles because he already knows this old man is a bull-headed NPC from the novel, unrolling the blueprints anyway and trying to explain the truss design while the dwarf gets ready to crash out. But then Corgetus catches a glimpse of the technical drawings and his red iris starts dilating, which is when Lloyd pulls the bait, rolling the plans back up and saying he'll just find a different blacksmith who actually knows what they're doing. And as he walks away, he drops the act, his face turning into a dark mask of pure psychological warfare, telling the dwarf that if the rigidity isn't perfect, the bridge will snap and everyone on it will die, and he'll be standing there on the scaffold, screaming about how it's all Corgetus's fault for being a coward, leaving the dwarf sweating and asking if that was a threat, which is a fair question given Lloyd's aura right now. But Lloyd just hits him with that sinister smile, calling it a plea to his conscience while looking like a high-tier villain. And Corgetus sighs, finally reaching out his hand because his professional pride won't let some dunce ruin this design, admitting he's the only one in the kingdom who can pull this off, while Lloyd pretends he wasn't just threatening his life 2 seconds ago, laughing like a maniac while the elder tells him to get that thug look off his face. But Lloyd just bows deeply, securing the contract and making sure the dwarf is fully committed to the grind. The construction starts immediately, with Julian digging dirt and the royal workshop hammering out metal trusses, while Lloyd and Javier head to the riverbank to start on the suspension towers, looking like they're ready for a boss fight, slamming their shovels into the ground with enough force to cause explosions, until a cloaked figure shows up to ruin the vibe. Some dude with a mustache and a beret starts shouting about fraud and stealing from the treasury. And the scene cuts to the throne room, where these nobles are kneeling on the red carpet, begging the queen for a judgment, claiming the bridge is unnecessary work just to drain the bag, while Queen Alicia sits there looking like she's about to lose her patience. And the scene shifts to the Magentano Palace, which looks like a high-end resort, but is actually where Lloyd's future is currently being decided by a bunch of dudes in wigs. As Queen Alicia, who is a top-tier waifu and a certified SSS-level baddie, tells both sides to state their case, starting with the construction guild that's been gatekeeping the city's infrastructure for decades. And Victor, the guild leader, starts yapping about how the current Magina Bridge was built by his predecessor and has stood for 30 years, flexing those wedge-shaped support columns like they're the pinnacle of engineering, claiming that Lloyd's prediction of the bridge falling is a personal insult to the guild's legacy, which is hilarious because Lloyd is just sitting there with his novel knowledge, knowing for a fact that this bridge is made of hopes and dreams. Recalling the plot of The Night of Blood and Iron where a massive rainstorm during a war causes this exact bridge to collapse. But since he can't exactly tell the queen he read her life in a book, he's got to find a different way to win. So he ignores Victor entirely and looks at the official sitting next to him, asking the most disrespectful question possible. How much were you paid? And the official flinches so hard, he almost falls out of his chair, immediately crashing out and screaming about false accusations because Lloyd just hit the guilty button with zero hesitation. While Lloyd just smirks, knowing that when a politician and a businessman are this close, there's always some sketchy money-changing hands behind the scenes. Because anyone who's been online long enough knows the drill. Either the politician is taking a cut or the businessman is buying favors to monopolize the entire kingdom's budget. But the queen doesn't look impressed, telling Lloyd he's made a grave mistake, which would be terrifying if her aura wasn't so distracting. Even Lloyd has to gulp, realizing that groundlessly accusing a royal official is a one-way ticket to a game over screen if he doesn't have the receipts. As the officials start smirking, thinking they've won, right before the queen closes her eyes and screams for his judgment to be prepared immediately. And before we can even process what's happening, Lloyd is tied up with thick rope and forced to his knees, while a muscular executioner raises a gleaming axe over his head. And the entire court goes silent as the executioner tells him to listen well, looking like he's about to deliver a permanent nerf to Lloyd's neck. While Alicia stands on the balcony, declaring that Lloyd's lies have insulted her honor and that it's time for some old-school royal justice. Which sends Javier into a full-blown panic, his hand reaching for his sword hilt, because he's about 2 seconds away from speed blitzing the entire room to save his master. And when the queen asks for last words, Lloyd just bows his head and mutters that they should exterminate the guilty one's entire bloodline. And Javier is looking at Lloyd like how my dad looked at me when I told him I accidentally spent his rent money on Genshin pulls, his heart just hammering against his ribs while the queen asks the officials if they agree with the sentence. And the officials, thinking they're about to watch Lloyd get deleted, happily agree that a bloodline wipe is the only way to go, while Javier's hand is literally shaking on his sword. But the queen's expression shifts to something cold and calculated as she announces that she's finally going to prove her vassal's innocence. And the officials realize they just walked into the biggest trap in the kingdom's history as 4 mages surround them with their hands raised. While Lloyd starts laughing like a certified menace, his face distorting into something that belongs in a horror movie because the plan worked perfectly. As the queen commands them to summon the confession spell, and the officials start begging for mercy like the washed-up clowns they are. And the magic seals flash with enough light to blind the entire room, forcing the truth out of their mouths while they crouch on the floor in total defeat. And Lloyd's face in this panel is actually terrifying, looking like a goblin that just found a mountain of gold and a way to ruin everyone's day at the same time. While crows start circling overhead, which is basically the universal sign that your career and your life are officially over. And cut to the town square where the 2 frauds are tied to posts, shirtless and marked up by the spell, looking like they're waiting for the bus to the afterlife. And Lloyd stands there with his shovel, telling Javier how nice he is for only getting them lashed and publicly shamed before breaking out into a laugh that definitely confirms he's a villain in the making. But with the corruption cleared, the queen puts the entire kingdom's workforce on the project, and the crowd starts cheering for their darling queen, like NPCs in a scripted event. And the construction becomes a high-tier flex of power as high wizards use gravitational magic to lift stone blocks that should be impossible to move. While Lloyd stands on the tower roof shouting orders at Bangul, the pink summon who's currently acting as a living grappling hook. And he shouts fire, as Bangul gets launched across the river like a projectile, trailing a high-tension cable behind her. While the crowd watches this pink blur fly through the sky, wondering what kind of engineering madness they've stumbled into. And Bangul slams into the opposite tower where a hamster-like summon is waiting to catch the line, showing off some elite coordination. As the socket connection clicks into place, and the workers celebrate the first cable being secured, which means the backbone of the bridge is finally set. And Javier watches the chaos with a pensive look, actually taking a second to tell Julian that he's doing an incredible job with the hard labor. Remembering when Julian was just a weak kid who couldn't even lift a sword, but now he's out here in the dirt proving he's actually got that dog in him. While Hamong, the yellow summon with the wide grin, is chilling in the water helping transport the bridge sections like a glorified tugboat. And mages are using fire magic to weld the metal components together in a display of offensive engineering that would make a modern architect cry. Until Lloyd slams his shovel into the ground and screams with every bit of energy he has left that the construction is finally complete, revealing a suspension bridge that looks like it was teleported from the 21st century into this fantasy world. And the system notifications start popping off, awarding Lloyd a massive 1,050 bonus RP, bringing his total to over 3,000 and making him the richest man in the game. As Queen Alicia officially names the bridge Lojavi and bestows the title of Master Builder on Lloyd, while the local dwarf blacksmith looks like he's about to start a protest. But even the dwarf has to admit that Lloyd is the only one with the brain rot required to design something this insane, giving him the respect he's earned. And Lloyd thinks he's finally secured the bag and settled his family's debt, but then he glances at the queen and realizes there's one more hurdle left. As Alicia looks at him with those blue eyes, her mind already spinning with ways to exploit his genius for the rest of his life. And Lloyd is internally screaming because his dream of being a rich bum is being threatened by the queen's desire to turn him into her personal architect. So he kneels on the red carpet and plays the role of the loyal subject, agreeing to return to the palace to talk, while secretly plotting his escape. As he flashes a mischievous grin that proves he's already 3 steps ahead, ready to launch Operation Double Kill and secure his freedom. Queen Alicia is standing at the top of the royal staircase looking like a whole final boss, ready to drop a reward on Lloyd that would make any normal person retire on the spot, while these 2 nobles in the back are already looking like they just swallowed a lemon. because they know Lloyd is just the son of a country baron who's been out here ruining their colleagues' lives. But before the queen can even finish her sentence, Lloyd starts playing the humble servant, only to flip the script and tell her he actually wants something way bigger than just some title or a piece of land, which gets the queen's attention real quick. So he tells her to just take back the offer of land and title if she thinks his next request is reasonable. And you can see the gears turning in her head, wondering if this man is about to ask for a seat on the throne or a massive pile of gold. But Lloyd's version of a bigger request is actually just a high-tier professional hit on the reputation of the Magenta Royal Academy. And he starts airing out all the dirty laundry, telling the queen that her prestigious school is basically a breeding ground for corruption and bullying, where the teachers are too busy taking kickbacks to actually teach, and the students are basically playing Game of Thrones instead of studying. And as he explains how the academy has completely strayed from its original purpose, you can see the queen's expression shifting from curious to someone is about to die. While these 3 corrupt officials in the back are sweating through their expensive vests, Lloyd calls for Javier to bring out the receipts, presenting a scroll that's basically a 4-month investigation into every single crime committed at the school, and the mustachioed official on the right starts panicking, calling Lloyd a liar. But the queen's eyes dilate like a predator that just found its prey, and she tells everyone who just opened their mouth to stay right where they are, before commanding her mages to drop a confession spell on them, which is basically the fantasy version of a lie detector that actually hurts. And the result is a massive dopamine hit of pure revenge, with those corrupt bums tied to posts outside, getting the lashes they definitely earned. While inside the palace, it's a total purge as guards in red cloaks start dragging everyone on Lloyd's list into the dungeon, as the queen goes full off with their heads mode, ordering her men to seize their lands and prepare for executions, leaving Lloyd and Javier to watch the chaos from a safe distance while the screams of the corrupt nobles fill the air. And Lloyd is out here wearing the most devious, manic grin I have ever seen on a protagonist, which honestly makes Javier a little concerned. But Lloyd is just laughing because he thinks his plan worked perfectly, creating a massive political mess so the queen will forget he exists while he sneaks back to the countryside. Until Sir Kyle, the kingdom's top sword master, appears behind him like a jump scare and delivers a message that kills the mood instantly, telling him he's required to attend the banquet tomorrow night, and casually mentioning that the queen already saw through his little diversion, leaving Lloyd realize that he's still just a pawn in her game, while he watches Sir Kyle walk away with enough aura to drown the whole field. And when he asks Javier if he even sensed the man approaching, Javier just gives him a stone cold, not at all, which is terrifying coming from him. The scene shifts to the palace hallway, where Sir Kyle is reflecting on how easy it is to mask his presence from anyone below his level, while Lloyd is back in a private room with his brother Julian, who's looking at him like he's finally realized his brother is a literal genius. And as Lloyd explains that he basically baited the officials into a trap just to secure his own future, Julian can't help but call him a little shit. But the tone shifts entirely when Julian smiles and tells Lloyd he's actually proud of him, which is the most wholesome thing we've seen in 20 chapters, instantly triggering a system notification because Julian now sees Lloyd as the hero who saved the family from ruin, which results in a massive RP windfall of over 900 points, bringing Lloyd's total to a level that would make a dragon jealous. But back at the banquet, Lloyd and Javier are both sitting there cringing at how emotional they just got, looking like they want to delete their own memories. Until the queen's voice cuts through the music, calling Lloyd to draw near while she stands there looking like an SSS tier waifu with that wine glass. And she immediately starts flaming him, telling him he stands out like a mole cricket no matter how hard he tries to hide in the crowd. While Javier and some other knights start agreeing with her, which just leaves Lloyd looking confused and violated. And when Javier's hand starts glowing with that blue mana, Lloyd realizes his own knight is out here betraying him for the queen's approval. So he has no choice but to shuffle forward, looking like a man walking toward his own execution while the queen just stares him down, as she keeps telling him to get closer and closer until they're basically sharing the same air. And Lloyd is out here sweating through his soul because the proximity is getting way too sus for a public banquet. But then she leans into his ear and whispers that she'll have everything ready for him if he ever decides to stop being a bum, which sends Lloyd into a state of pure greed, realizing he just secured the ultimate backup plan for his retirement. He starts dancing around like a madman, thinking about how he's finally got enough money to never work a day in his life again, until he remembers the original plot of the novel, where the queen is supposed to turn evil in 3 years and ruin everything he's built. But his internal panic is cut short by a voice in the crowd, as a man in a red cloak walks past him, speaking a line about the banquet continuing until the moon sets, which instantly triggers a flashback to the most violent scene in the original story, where the queen gets poisoned and loses her arm in a brutal assassination attempt that wasn't supposed to happen for another 3 years. And Lloyd realizes the entire timeline is broken because that traitorous code just came out of the mouth of Sir Kyle himself. A weary sigh is the only thing filling the room as Queen Alicia slumps on the sofa, looking like she just finished a triple shift in a world full of idiots. Because between purging the academy and prepping for floods, the workload is making her wonder if she actually overdid it with the wine. But her mind immediately drifts to the border, specifically to that menace Samarkand who's been moving troops like he's playing a high-stakes game of Risk, which makes zero sense because marching through the wilderness is a death sentence. Yet here he is, scheming behind the scenes, until a sharp spike of pain hits her brain like a bad connection, making her realize that her mana should have cleared any alcohol out of her system hours ago. And as her heart starts hammering against her ribs like it's trying to escape her chest, she realizes she can't even catch a proper breath. right before a sickening crunch echoes through her chest, sending her spiraling off the furniture in a scream that sounds like her soul is being put through a paper shredder. And her eyes lock onto the purple roses on the table, the realization hitting her that someone managed to bypass every security measure to deliver a lethal dose of poison. So she staggers toward the exit, gasping for air and praying that a single guard or the royal doctor is actually doing their job for once. But the room is already being flooded with this oppressive blue energy that makes every step feel like she's wading through deep water while her lungs are on fire. Then the door creaks open to reveal a silhouette against a blood-red hallway, and for a split second, she thinks her luck just turned around. Calling out to Sir Kyle like he's her guardian angel, reaching out a trembling hand because she's desperate for any kind of lifeline. But the look on his face is colder than a winter in the wilderness, as he tells her she's right, and that he's here to help her rest in peace. And the sight of his blade dripping with fresh blood makes her heart drop faster than the kingdom's GDP, realizing her most trusted knight is the one holding the knife. Meanwhile, Lloyd is already on the move with Javier, looking like he's about to have a mental breakdown because the plot is moving faster than the novel promised. So he tells Javier to stop asking questions and get ready to throw hands with a sword master, which is a big ask for anyone who isn't a main character. And they start bartering over how much time Javier can actually buy, settling on 2 minutes like they're negotiating the price of a used car. Until Javier decides that 3 minutes is the magic number, striking the floor with his cane and cracking the stone just to show he's locked in. And they dash through the palace at a pace that would make an Olympic sprinter look like an NPC, only to skid to a halt when they see the carnage, which is a pair of royal guards lying face down in a lake of their own blood, proving that Sir Kyle isn't out here playing games. Back in the room, Kyle is already swinging for the fences, moving with the kind of speed that shouldn't even be legal for a human. But somehow Alicia manages to block 3 strikes even with poison melting her insides, which is a major flex for a queen who's supposed to be dying. Until Kyle decides he's done playing with his food and slams his blade down with enough force to send her straight to her knees. And as he looms over her with that deadpan expression, he looks like a man who's already mentally cashed the check for this assassination. But Javier drops in from the ceiling like a blue-haired menace, swinging a golden candlestick at Kyle's head with zero respect for the sword master title. And as Kyle tries to counter, Javier parries the strike with the candlestick, the impact sending sparks flying across the room like a 4th of July celebration, leaving Kyle looking baffled because getting your top-tier sword blocked by a piece of furniture is the ultimate or a deficit. And the air starts humming with high-frequency mana collisions, the kind of high-level physics that usually requires a degree or a cheat code to understand. As the two of them lock weapons in a stalemate, Javier realizes that this man is using a type of mana manipulation that shouldn't even exist yet, while Lloyd is in the background screaming his lungs out, probably because he realizes his entire retirement fund is currently fighting for its life. And the clash of energy becomes so intense that the room is turning into a light show, with Javier holding the line against a man who's supposed to be the strongest in the kingdom. So Lloyd rushes to the queen's side, almost calling her his royal wallet, before remembering he needs to maintain some level of professionalism in front of the dying. And he immediately pins her to the ground, grabbing her face and getting way too close. But trust me, YouTube, he's just trying to save her life and not catch a case. As he starts using the Azrahan core technique to suck the poison out of her body, his hand glowing with a blue light that looks like he's trying to jumpstart her heart. But the fight in the center of the room is reaching a breaking point, with Kyle jumping back and charging his sword with this terrifying pink energy. And Lloyd realizes that if Kyle finishes conjuring the aura sword, they're all going to be turned into a fine mist before they can even blink. So he flings his golden cane through the air with the desperation of a man who's about to lose his entire inheritance in a single strike. And the cane clangs off Kyle's guard just enough to break his concentration, making him tisk in annoyance like he's being bothered by a persistent fly, which gives Lloyd just enough of an opening to unleash a mana blast, the resulting explosion of fire buying them a few precious seconds of life. But Kyle just shakes it off, admitting that Lloyd's technique is ingenious while looking at him with the condescending gaze of a veteran who's seen it all. And he tells Javier that he lacks real-life combat experience, delivering a blow that sends our boy reeling back through the air, smashing him into the floor with enough force to create a crater, while the swordmaster just stands there looking like he hasn't even broken a sweat yet. And as blood splatters across Javier's chest, the situation goes from bad to we're cooked, because their primary tank just took a critical hit, leaving Lloyd to push his mana to the limit, his face contorted in a pained grimace as he tries to finish the job before Kyle resets. And as the purple veins start glowing on his hand, he realizes that if Javier can't pull a miracle out of his pocket, they're all going to be resting in peace by the time the moon sets. And Sir Kyle is looking at Javier with the most disrespectful grin you have ever seen, like he's already mentally picking out which part of the kid he's going to slice off first, lunging forward with a speed that should be illegal for a man that old. But Javier isn't backing down, charging right into the danger like a madman, which actually catches the veteran swordmaster off guard for half a second before Kyle's blade finds a home in Javier's back, sending a spray of blood across the floor that makes it look like the kid is finished, but he uses his last bit of breath to scream for his secret weapon, Master Podon. And the pink menace arrives with a golden candlestick, swinging that thing with a speed that would make a blender look slow, creating a chaotic blur of motion that forces Kyle to actually pay attention to something other than his own massive ego, which gives Javier the window he needs to plant his feet and prepare a move that's about to change the entire temperature of the room, gritting his teeth while Kyle realizes far too late that he's been lured into a trap by a literal pig and a teenager, as Javier points his sword down and unleashes a mana blast that looks like a miniature sun, detonating right in Kyle's face, filling the entire corridor with a wall of fire that's so dense you can't even see the floor anymore, leaving Kyle looking shocked and furious as he tries to find his footing in the middle of the inferno, getting tossed backward by the sheer concussive force while his expensive palace walls start taking structural damage they definitely weren't built to handle. And as the smoke clears, Kyle is crouched there wondering how a kid just used mana like a heavy artillery cannon. But Javier isn't done with the disrespect yet, because he's already moving for the next strike, while the traitor is still trying to stop his ears from ringing, leaping through the air with a chest wound that would have put a normal soldier in the ground 3 times over. But he's out here dropping a scatter blast like he's playing a bullet hell game, forcing the kingdom's top sword master to dodge in a panic while screaming about Javier being a total monster. But meanwhile, Lloyd is in the other room reaching the limit of his own endurance, his face looking like he's about to vibrate out of existence while he performs a high-speed dialysis on the queen, filtering out the toxin before it can shut her heart down. And when she tries to ask him where he learned this, he tells her to shut up and let him concentrate, which is the most legendary flex considering he's talking to the woman who signs his paychecks. But he's in so much pain that he's coughing up blood and looking like he's about to die for a woman he only likes because she keeps the economy stable. While back in the hall, Javier is still standing firm despite the massive explosion that just turned the banquet hall into a demolition site, leaving the guests wondering if they're watching a duel or a natural disaster, as Javier slides across the floor with his rapier out, looking like the coldest night in history, while Cal finally stops playing around and realizes that if he doesn't end this now, his entire coup is going to fail because of 2 kids, so he commands the elite guards to swarm Javier like a bunch of low-level NPCs, hoping to tire him out before he delivers the final blow. But Javier just looks at them with an expression that says he's got enough mana left to bury every single one of them, engaging the whole squad at once in a blur of steel and sparks, flinging these armored dudes around like they're made of cardboard and bad decisions while Kyle watches from the sidelines, his skepticism turning into a dark kind of realization that he's witnessing someone who could eventually destroy a whole country if he ever actually reaches the level of a sword master, which is why Kyle decides to stop being a coward and finishes the job himself, stepping forward with a sword that's starting to glow with a lethal pink energy that signals the end of the line for anyone standing in his way, because he's finally pulling out the aura sword, the pinnacle of martial power that makes every other technique in the room look like a cheap toy for kids. And Javier can only watch with wide eyes as the air itself starts to scream from the pressure of Kyle's mana, as the traitor takes a single step forward, moving so fast that the human eye can't even register the motion. And before Javier can even raise his guard, the pink light pierces right through him, dealing a hit that feels like being struck by a freight train made of pure malice, sending him flying across the grand hall until he hits the stone floor with enough force to shatter the tiles, leaving him lying there in a crater while Kyle looms over him, looking like the final boss he actually is. And honestly, Javier is lying there looking more cooked than my self-esteem when my crush likes my best friend's photo, but leaves me on read for 3 business days. But just as Kyle is about to finish the job, a system notification pops up to tell us that the poison absorption is finally complete, leaving Lloyd to stagger away from the queen with an arm that looks like it belongs to a demon, veins glowing purple and black as he vomits up the concentrated essence of the toxin he just swallowed. And the queen tells him he needs to cut the arm off right now to survive, just like he did in the original novel. But Lloyd looks at his hand and decides that the script can go fuck itself because he needs both of his arms if he ever wants to fulfill his dream of being a rich bum who spends his days shoveling dirt on his own estate. So he grabs a knife and prepares to do something that's never been done before, focusing every last drop of his mana into the limb that's currently rotting away from the inside out. He triggers a mana blast directly through his own arm, creating a swirling vortex of purple energy that literally rips through the roof of the palace, purging the poison in a massive explosion that can be seen from the entire city, leaving Javier sprawled out on the cold floor, his chest looking like a butcher shop after Kyle's pink aura ripped through him. But this blonde-bearded fraud isn't done yet, walking up to finish the job with the kind of disrespect you only see in a toxic lobby, screaming mana blast like he's the main character of a shitty ESEH Kai, swinging his blade to send a wave of energy that's honestly just overkill at this point, as it slams into the palace dome, turning the royal architecture into a pile of expensive rubble while Kyle stands there vibing in the dark. But Javier is still breathing, and my man is currently sensing a massive mana explosion coming from Lloyd's direction, which is the only reason he's forcing his broken body to stagger back to his feet, panting through the blood because he remembers the weight of the oath he swore to the only guy crazy enough to treat a queen like a walking ATM, his hands trembling as he realizes that being hopeless was just the starting line, his mind drifting back to a night under the full moon where Lloyd was poking a campfire, looking all somber and depressed because he'd abandoned his duties to chase a gigantitan, while Javier just sat there like a disappointed parent who's still gonna dock your pay for 6 months because being unfit to be a knight doesn't mean you get a pass on the bills. And honestly, seeing Lloyd try to negotiate his way out of a salary cut in the middle of a deep emotional confession is the most Lloyd thing I have ever witnessed. But even when the negotiation fails, my man doubles down on the loyalty, swearing that he'll never abandon his post again, even if Javier thinks he's just playing with the embers like a bored toddler. promising to become a sword master within the year like it's a generic New Year's resolution. To lose 12 pounds, which Javier obviously finds hilarious because humans are supposed to have a hard cap on their mana heart that no amount of training can ever break. But Lloyd was out here, scratching theories in the dirt about how sword masters actually cheat the system, and Javier realizes that if he wants to survive this crash out with Kyle, he has to stop relying on Master Lloyd and become a legend on his own. Right as Kyle's blade pierces through his silhouette in a spray of crimson that should have been a kill shot, but Javier is gathering every drop of his mana into one single point to strengthen his vitals, which is a high IQ play that has Kyle genuinely confused as he prepares to swing again, declaring that it's finally time for Javier to die. But the scream coming out of Javier's mouth isn't just pain, it's the sound of a breakthrough, as he grabs Kyle's blade with his bare hands and lets the pink aura burn straight through his palms, because he's finally sensing the flow of mana coming from Kyle's very heart, traveling through the sword like a direct data transfer of pure, lethal power. And he's not just taking the hit, he's using Kyle's own mana heart as a jumpstart for his own, even as he gets flung backward like a ragdoll into the debris of the Grand Hall, slamming into the wall with enough force to liquidate a normal NPC, slumping to the floor, while Kyle stands over him like a triumphant predator, thinking he's finally snuffed out the kingdom's greatest potential, turning his back to go finish off the queen because he thinks Javier is officially washed. But my man is standing up in the background looking like a literal demon of vengeance, as Kyle turns around and sees a needle of green light beginning to pierce the darkness, erupting into a vertical beam of energy that's about to change the entire power scaling of this fight, leaving Kyle with the kind of wide-eyed shock you get when the boss suddenly gains a second health bar, because Javier is finally manifesting a true aura sword, standing in the center of a green vortex that's basically a middle finger to the laws of physics, his mana heart finally redlining past the limit Lloyd talked about at the campfire. And Kyle tries to swing one last time, but his pink energy arc looks like a budget version compared to the absolute cinema Javier is currently putting on display in this clash, as the green force just sweeps everything aside and leaves Kyle sweating like he's about to get his character deleted, which is exactly what happens when Javier's blade creates a splatter of blood that sends Kyle's sword flying while the man himself hits the dirt, screaming in agony as the rebel knights freeze in place, realizing they're no longer fighting a talented kid, but a full-blown sword master who's shirtless, bloodied, and ready to crash out, with a glowing green tip that's officially the last thing these frauds are ever going to see. Alicia's voice is cracking as she's desperately shouting for Lloyd to wake up, kneeling over him on the carpet like a widow while she realizes his mana heart is a vacuum and decides to just dump her own life force into him because she can't let her best investment die, which is when the system chimes in and tells Lloyd he not only survived the poison but has a choice between being immune to toxins or getting a massive power buff, and he chooses wake up with the most devious, predatory grin I have ever seen on a hero, which rightfully earns him a sharp smack to the face from the queen because bro was looking like a total creep while she was crying over his body. And she's out here asking what her face ever did to deserve that level of smug disrespect while trying to see if he can even stand. But Lloyd realizes he's too drained to walk and needs to find a way to reach Javier before the kid gets turned into a kebab. So he decides to gamble on this supercharged skill which starts surrounding him in a violent blue vortex of mana that looks like he's about to go Super Saiyan right in the middle of the guest room, as the pressure is so heavy that Alicia is getting tossed around like a rag doll, realizing that Lloyd isn't just absorbing mana, he's vacuuming the entire room's energy, causing the furniture to crack and the walls to crumble under the weight of his unmatched greed for power, leaving the queen terrified because if he keeps this up, she's going to be left as a hollow shell. But she looks at his peaceful face and remembers that he just saved her life, so she determines to give him every single drop of mana he needs to go save his knight, which is a top-tier waifu move if I ever saw one, as Lloyd stands up in the center of the storm looking like a god-tier menace while Alicia is slowly fading into the background, the room physically falling apart as Lloyd's eyes snap open, and we see the aftermath of the room looking like a war zone with Lloyd standing over a fading queen, while the system confirms his mana heart just hit low-ranking sword expert and unlocked a 60-second berserker mode called Frenzy that triples his stats, which makes his body feel light enough to finally crash out on anyone in his way. But then he sees Alicia looking like a drained husk and realizes he might have overdone the mana-sucking bit, which is a pretty annoying skill for everyone else, but the queen doesn't have time to complain. She just tells him to pick her up and carry her to the hallway because they need to apprehend the traitor Kyle before he finishes off Javier. So Lloyd launches himself forward like a human missile with the queen on his back, moving so fast the palace walls are a blur, while Alicia is mentally praying that Javier hasn't been sliced into pieces by a sword master yet. But as they round the final corner and skid into the ruined banquet hall, they both freeze in their tracks, because Javier is standing there shirtless and scarred, looking like he just walked out of a Souls-like boss fight with a blade of pure green light that proves he's not just a knight anymore, he's materialized a real aura sword, meaning he's reached the pinnacle of strength, while Kyle is screaming on the floor like a washed-up clown, and the royal guards are just standing there confused until Alicia commands them to lower their weapons, declaring Lloyd and Javier as the heroes who saved her from an assassination attempt, and she immediately puts the entire room on lockdown for a full investigation. While Lloyd walks up to Javier and asks if he really became a sword master, only for the kid to Give the most unbothered, yes, I suppose, like he didn't just break the entire power scaling of the kingdom, and Lloyd can't even be mad because having a sword master as a bodyguard is the ultimate gravy train for his dream of becoming a rich bum. But the system isn't done with the rewards, and tells him that his past achievements have unlocked a compliment system that grants him points and honorary titles. But Lloyd's face drops when he sees the titles are stuff like Crusher of Bones and Resuscitator of Dead Estates, which he thinks are total trash, yelling at the system to give him something cool while the box trolls him by saying these titles are perfectly suited for his ugly face, though the Iron Stance buff he just got is a massive boost that doubles his damage against giant enemies, which is a total game changer. But the system starts gatekeeping the information on how to use his new points until he literally begs for it. And the system reveals he can summon something called the ending spoiler. YouTube, please, it's just a man begging for his life. Do not yellow dollar my video for this lack of dignity. And Lloyd lets out a scream that sounds like he just saw his bank account hit zero after a weekend bender. Lying there on the red sofa looking like a discarded gym sock because the post-coup investigation is draining his last 2 brain cells. So he asks the freckled NPC guard if they found the rat behind Sir Kyle. But the news is garbage because even though they bagged the guy sending coded messages, some high-tier protection spell is making the palace confession magic look like a budget parlor trick, meaning Lloyd is stuck in the capital. Which is a problem because the novel he's living in didn't even cover this assassination plot until season 2. And since things are moving 3 years early, his spoiler knowledge is officially becoming useless, though the system is basically throwing him a bone with this new, ending spoiler, power that costs CP to summon. So he ignores his own crisis to ask where his favorite bodyguard Javier is hiding, only to find out the queen summoned the man separately because being a sword master makes you the hottest free agent in the kingdom, which has this young guard looking like his entire worldview just glitched out. But Lloyd just hits him with the reality check that 100 normal guardsmen are basically fodder compared to a man who can materialize a green aura blade. While over in the throne room, we see the actual power dynamic shift as Javier is kneeling before Queen Alicia, who is looking every bit like the SSS level baddie she is, sitting on that throne with maximum aura, telling Javier that she saw his unprecedented swordsmanship during the coup, and since the captain of the royal guard position is currently vacant, she's not just asking. She's issuing a direct command for him to take his place by her side, leaving the freckled kid in the hallway wondering if the Frontera gravy train is finally about to derail. But while the queen thinks she's making an offer he can't refuse, Lloyd is back in his room looking bored because he knows Javier's loyalty is built different, and honestly, the queen is about to find out that trying to poach Lloyd's #1 is a mission impossible because this man really doesn't care about royal titles, as Javier keeps his head bowed and deadass tells the sovereign of the entire kingdom that he's Baron Frontera's knight, and he's not leaving his lord's side for anybody, which causes Alicia's expression to sharpen into something that would make a normal man's heart stop, reminding him that disobeying a direct order from the throne is tantamount to treason, a word that usually ends with your head on a spike. But Javier doesn't even flinch as he makes one final, humble request, asking for permission to send a single line of farewell to his lord, which Alicia immediately translates as him saying he'd rather die than serve her, proving she's got the highest political IQ in the room. Watching this man choose execution over a promotion because his sense of duty is basically a religious experience at this point. And surprisingly, she actually respects the flex, telling him he can go because she knows you can't force that kind of loyalty with a sword to the neck. So Javier gives her the most respectful, "Thanks for not killing me," bow before turning his back on the highest position in the military, walking through those airy palace halls with the step of a man who just secured his own soul, until he hears the young guard shouting his name from the balcony, looking like he's about to have a panic attack, asking if the queen really just let the most powerful asset in the kingdom walk away. But Javier just hits him with that serene, top-tier waifu-level smile and declares that he will always be a knight of the Frontera family, no matter what, which literally has this kid move to tears while back in the throne room. Alicia is realizing that the people from Lloyd's estate are just built from a different material, musing to herself that she has zero luck swaying anyone who has spent more than 5 minutes around that brown-haired menace. While the menace in question is out here lying in a field under the full moon, scrolling through his system interface like he's checking Uber Eats at 2 a.m., looking at these new titles like Crusher of Bones, which gives him unconditional obedience from his subjects, and Orc Face, which lets him use a literal roar. But the real bag is Magentano, I'll carry you, because having the queen's complete trust means he's officially immune to any treason charges the nobles try to throw his way, and as he laughs into the night sky, he realizes the timing is perfect because the full moon means it's time for the CP payout, and the system dings with 22 points, which is exactly enough to buy the one thing he's been eyeing since he arrived. The ending spoiler, which promises a glimpse of the final scene of this storyline, and Lloyd is out here rubbing his hands together thinking about how fat and rich he's about to get, so he slams the yes button, and YouTube, please, it's just a man clicking a holographic window. Do not yellow dollar my video for this man's degenerate facial expressions. But as he clicks it, the world starts to dissolve into a dark, spooky void that has him calling out for the message box like he didn't just sign up for this exact experience. And when the light finally returns, it's not a pile of gold waiting for him, but a literal inferno that has Lloyd crouching in the middle of a nightmare, realizing with a sinking feeling in his gut that he's standing right in the middle of the Frontera estate. But everything is burning. The houses and the trees he spent months building and planting are being consumed by a red, hellish heat that makes his previous life look tame, and his eyes go wide as he spots a dark silhouette in the smoke, shouting out to the void to tell him what kind of sick joke this is, running through the corridors of his home while stepping over shadowy figures that look suspiciously like the people he promised to protect, screaming for the message box to tell him if this is the real ending or just some glitch in the system's logic. The system stays silent as he rounds the corner and sees a man in a purple coat standing over a scene of total devastation, and Lloyd's heart drops into his stomach when he recognizes the two broken forms on the ground as the Baron and the Baroness, while right next to them is a man who looks like Javier, but his hair is a dull brown, and he's weeping like a man who has lost everything, gritting his teeth and apologizing to the dead because he wasn't fast enough or strong enough to stop the slaughter, and the ground is littered with the broken tools and weapons of the people who actually trusted Lloyd to lead them, as a dense cloud of black particles starts to fill the frame like the ashes of his dream of becoming a rich bum, leaving Lloyd standing in a barren, red-tinted wasteland of his own failure, realizing the sweet life he was planning was actually just a countdown to total annihilation. Lloyd is losing it in this red-tinted hellscape, screaming at the sky like a man who just saw his entire crypto portfolio hit zero, looking at blood-stained pickaxes and axes that imply his workers didn't just quit, they got dismantled by whatever is coming. And then he looks up to see the sky being swallowed by a black cloud so massive it makes a solar eclipse look like a flashlight. Realizing this isn't just smoke, but a literal wall of teeth and wings, monstrous locusts with glowing red eyes ready to eat the kingdom. And the realization hits him harder than a surprise tax audit, because these things don't care about his engineering degrees or his fancy bridges. The title card drops as we transition from the nightmare back to the dirt, where a single boot steps onto the cracked earth. And Lloyd is watching Javier go full sword master mode, swinging that blade with enough energy to power a small city, unleashing a massive circular slash that should be clearing the field, but Javier is screaming like he's fighting an ocean with a toothpick. Because every time he strikes, the impact just disappears into that grainy red void, proving that raw power might actually be useless here. And Javier is out here looking like he's fighting for his life, teeth bared, eyes wide, putting everything he has into a single swing, cutting through the air with that green aura, but the desperation on his face tells us that even a level 99 knight has a hard counter. And the explosion of energy is massive, but it feels like he's just punching the wind while the world around him continues to rot. So Lloyd is standing there, sweating, asking the only question that matters. Did the strongest man he knows actually kill them? The answer is a fat no, as they both stand dwarfed by a damaged building while a mountain of dark particles rises to swallow the horizon. And then the vision jolts him back to reality, so hard his soul probably skipped a beat, leaving him wide-eyed and gasping for air, kneeling in the grass at midnight, panting like he just finished a marathon, because that spoiler was basically a 4K trailer for his own funeral. And he's begging the system to tell him it was all a prank, but the message box basically tells him to stop being a clown. So he springs up and starts dashing through the palace like he's got the police on him, teeth gritted because he finally understands the assignment. Running through the red-lit halls while his past self's regrets echo in his head, mocking him for not being fast enough to save his family. But he's done crying, because he knows exactly what's causing that swarm and he's about to crash out on anyone standing in his way. He secures an audience with Queen Alicia, who is looking at him like he's lost his mind for saying the entire region is about to become dirt. And Lloyd is out here sweating, explaining that the enemy nation Asfahan is basically playing monster dominoes by destroying habitats in the wilderness, pushing hordes of creatures westward until they hit the kingdom's border, which is a problem because Lloyd knows this was supposed to happen years later, meaning the timeline is officially glitched, and while he's panicking internally, Alicia is just staring at him with that top-tier royal suspicion, asking the million-dollar question, how does a random noble from the countryside know the secret military movements of a foreign superpower? Lloyd's brain is currently a 404 error page, and he's desperately trying to cook up a lie while Alicia calls him out for being a fraud. So he starts licking his lips and spins a wild tale about having a blood pact with orc tribes who send him carrier pigeons. Then he claims he only found the assassination plot because he thought the conspirators were dating and followed them like a nosy neighbor. And he finishes the lie by saying Javier taught him secret magic, while Alicia looks at him like how my girlfriend looked at me when my card declined at Denny's. They share a long, awkward silence that would kill a normal man, but then the system finally bails him out with a massive ding, activating that absolute trust title, which basically rewrites Alicia's brain so she can't even suspect him of treason if he tried. And she immediately folds, granting him 500 elite cavalry and 50 wizards because the system says he's valid, no matter how much he's capping, which has Lloyd grinning like a villain who just hit the lottery, thanking her for the generosity he basically extorted with a title, and he promises to give her all the political credit for stopping the attack, which Alicia respects because she's a pragmatist who knows a good deal. So him and Javier are out here on horseback, riding at a speed that is definitely breaking physics while blue energy swirls around them, tearing through the forest path with Lloyd screaming like a banshee because his body is definitely not built for this level of cardio, while Javier is just chilling, asking for an explanation in a voice so calm it's actually disrespectful to the man currently losing his lunch. And Lloyd manages to wheeze out that they have exactly 5 days to reach the estate, even though Javier is strong enough to solo a nation. Because the problem is that these locusts have zero morale to break. They're just mindless eaters who don't fear death or sword masters. Meaning Javier's intense firepower is useless against a 360-degree swarm that will just fly around him to eat the crops and the people. So Lloyd turns to Padong and sends the little guy on a secret mission, counting on him to meet up at the exact right time. And then they're jumping their horses off a cliff against a full moon like they're in a high-budget action movie, heading for the estate. Galloping through the woods as the sun starts to rise on the most stressful week of Lloyd's entire life, because failure is not an option. And they finally screech to a halt overlooking the valley, with Lloyd pulling the reins so hard his horse is basically doing a vertical flex. Looking out at the peaceful landscape while the first dark particles start to drift into the sky, like a bad omen that's right on schedule. And Lloyd is looking like he's about to have a mental breakdown while the local farmers are just vibing, completely unaware of the threat. Until they look up and see the horizon turning a dusty, ominous shade of doom, dropping their firewood in pure shock. And Lloyd rolls into the village like a madman, screaming at everyone to hide while the peasants realize their young master has finally lost it. But he's not here for small talk. He's reaching out his hand and demanding the biggest pot lid they own because the engineering masterclass starts now. So the sky is basically turning into a wall of chitin and mandibles as the first wave of the swarm smashes through the manor walls, turning this high-class interior into a horror movie set for the staff who didn't sign up to be part of the food chain, especially since these monsters are out here scurrying with kind of speed that makes your fight or flight response just give up and accept the inevitable. But before this maid gets turned into a snack, Marbella pulls up looking like an SSS tier baddie and uses a chair to physically delete that insect from existence, proving that being a top-tier waifu also requires some serious strength. Though the situation outside the window looks like a plague from the Old Testament is happening in real time, leaving her wondering how the hell the world ended while she was probably just trying to have a quiet morning, until Arcos bursts in with the steel out, screaming about joining the soldiers because standing still in a room with breakable windows is a death sentence when the courtyard is already crawling with millions of these red-eyed menaces that are looking for anything with a pulse to strip down to the bone, which is exactly why Lloyd is out here in the streets running like his life depends on every single step, screaming at his men to assemble at the residence while a whole cow gets turned into a skeleton in the background, making him realize the villagers are cooked if he doesn't remember the noble words of his father, the Count, who basically said a lord's only purpose is to protect the people even if it means his own life is on the line. But right now Javier is the one doing the heavy lifting, carving through these bugs with a level of disrespect that only a sword master can pull off, creating a massive arc of energy that clears the air for a split second, allowing the steel sand orcs to jump into the fray and start crushing skulls with their heavy clubs because they made an oath to their brother, Lloyd. And these green giants are not about to let some oversized grasshoppers ruin the estate they've been working so hard to build. Yet, the sheer numbers are starting to look like a losing game of tower defense, with bugs clinging to every inch of green skin and every fleeing villager, creating a scene so dark and chaotic that people are just holding on to each other for dear life, which honestly reminds me of how I clung to my last relationship even though I knew she was about to ghost me for a guy with a better credit score. The trauma is interrupted by the fact that the entire horizon is being swallowed by a vibrating mass of hunger that's about to finish the job, until a massive, metallic gong echoes through the valley, making this poor huddled woman look up in total confusion as the monsters on her back suddenly stop their mandibles from snapping because they just heard something much more interesting than the sound of a human screaming, while the man shielding her looks like he's waiting for the fight that never comes, because Lloyd is currently riding through the chaos like a total madman, calling the swarm a bunch of maggots that belong in a museum, which is the most disrespectful way to start a rescue mission I have ever witnessed, especially since his primary weapon is just a giant pot lid that he's hammering with zero rhythm, asking the bugs if they like the sound of his DIY percussion set, which is actually a high IQ engineering play because these insects are biologically programmed to follow specific frequencies, and Lloyd is currently playing their favorite song on a piece of kitchen equipment, pulling the entire swarm away from the village in a massive, swirling tornado of red eyes and buzzing wings that follows him like he's the world's most dangerous parade leader, leaving the survivors on the ground looking up at the sky in total shock because they recognize that unhinged, screaming voice anywhere, realizing that their young master has returned to save the day, even though Lloyd is currently terrified out of his mind, screaming about how scary these things are while Javier keeps his cool, confirming the bugs are moving exactly where Lloyd wants them to go, which means they're about to do a full lap around the estate to gather every single straggler into one big group. But Javier hits the pot lid so hard that Lloyd's ears are probably bleeding, making him realize that Javier is definitely enjoying this way too much, though the plan is working perfectly since the book mentioned they'd fall for a loud enough sound, prompting Javier to ask if Lloyd is really trying to save the even though Lloyd's internal monologue reveals he's only doing it because he can't let them eat the people who owe him a water bill. Sky over the Viscounty of Lacona is turning into a dark cloud of chitin and hunger because Viscount is down there clutching his wig like his life depends on it, screaming into the void while Lloyd and Javier decide to make the most disrespectful entrance in history, crashing through the architecture like unpaid debt collectors, with Lloyd getting right in this man's face to remind him that even during an apocalypse, the water bill is non-negotiable, leaving the Viscount in a state of terminal shock while Lloyd spurs his horse back into the swarm, shouting like a man who left the stove on at home, ignoring the fact that the entire interior is currently being renovated by a million hungry insects. And as they weave through the narrow streets, Javier thinks there's some deep, high IQ tactical reason for funneling the swarm through the buildings, But Lloyd just hits him with a manic, top-tier villain laugh, admitting he's only doing this because he wanted to be an asshole to the Viscount for a second. And honestly, you have to respect the grind of a man who prioritizes petty revenge while a literal plague is biting his ankles. As he continues to act as a human siren, leading the dark tide away from the survivors and toward the wetlands, prompting Javier to ask him to stop wasting mana on shouting. But Lloyd knows that if the people don't see him saving them, he can't tax them later, which is why he's out here milking every second of this fake heroism, making Javier wonder if his master finally had a mental breakdown. As they clear the town limits, only for Lloyd to realize that the situation is getting way more complicated than his original plan, because a second swarm just flanked them from the side, forcing him to order Javier to use the pot lid as a makeshift shield. While Javier draws his blade, preparing to show why you don't mess with a man who has mastered core breathing, and unleashing a vertical slash that carves a path through the air, turning the chaotic swarm into a concentrated target. While Lloyd keeps the momentum going, pushing his horse to the limit despite the fact that the animal is clearly struggling to keep up with the sheer speed of a sword master who is currently turning the sky into a green blender. And as the insects get sucked into the mana vortex, the air starts to thicken with the smell of crushed bugs, and Lloyd realizes they've finally gathered the entire mess into one single spot, which was the goal from the jump. But his horse is out here looking like my bank account after a steam sale, baring its teeth and foaming at the mouth because it's hit the physical limit, and Lloyd knows if he tries to push this animal one more inch, they're both becoming bug food. So he makes the most unhinged decision of the day, leaping off his dying mount and aiming straight for Javier's back, catching the man mid-gallop and shouting that Javier is officially his new steed, which is a level of disrespect I didn't think was possible. As they skid across the dirt, Javier is probably reconsidering every life choice that led him to being a human Uber for a manic engineer. But Lloyd doesn't care about the aura deficit, poking Javier to run faster while they head toward the water channel. The summons are already in position, waiting for the signal to turn this biological warfare into a fireworks show. And as Javier dashes through the final wave of stragglers, Lloyd lets out a shout that sounds like he's calling in a kill streak, triggering the arrival of Padong and the crew, who have been cooking up a trap while we were busy playing tag. As they reach the channel, Javier has to cover his face from the spray while the summons launch their counteroffensive. And Lloyd activates his skills, feeling the mana surge through the system as the pale projectile enters the sky, looking like a weird, segmented firecracker that's about to end the careers of every insect in a 5-mile radius. And then the air just explodes, a massive fireball incinerating the core of the swarm in a display of pure, unadulterated power, turning the sky into a furnace where the locusts are getting deleted from the server in real time. But Lloyd isn't done yet, calling for round 2 of the spray shot to handle the ones that weren't cooked by the initial blast. As Padong starts acting like a high-pressure fire hose, coating the remaining bugs in a liquid that makes them clump together, turning the once terrifying swarm into a heavy, wet mess that can't stay airborne, leaving Lloyd and Javier standing back-to-back in the middle of the debris, looking like they're about to drop the hardest album of the year, with Lloyd's shovel crackling with mana as he prepares for the final strike, because you know he's not letting a single penny escape. And they launch a combined energy beam that sweeps across the horizon, a massive green and white arc of destruction that completely vaporizes the remaining resistance, showing the difference between a regular knight and a duo that has the system on their side. The light fades, leaving nothing but the sound of settling dust and the realization that they actually pulled off a miracle, even if the cost was Lloyd's dignity and Javier's patience. And the arc of the attack lingers in the sky for a moment, a reminder to the entire kingdom that the Frontera name is back on top. While the few thousand stragglers that survive the nuke start to realize the party is over and try to find somewhere to hide. But Lloyd is already flopped on the grass, panting like he just ran a marathon through a coal mine while Javier stands there looking stoic as always, pointing out that there are still bugs crawling over the local structures. And while the local peasants are out here trying to fight off giant insects with sticks, Lloyd tells Javier to just relax because the actual cleanup crew is arriving right on schedule, and they brought a lot more than just shovels. As 300 elite orc warriors from the Steel Sand tribe emerge from the trees, looking like they're ready to turn these bugs into a light snack, followed by the 500 white cavalry knights and 50 wizards Lloyd scammed out of the queen earlier, making the battlefield look like a royal parade. And as the reinforcements start the systematic extermination of the remaining pests, Javier drops a reality check on Lloyd, warning him that this is just the first domino to fall, and that the monster domino effect means things are only going to get worse from here, leaving us with a close-up of Lloyd's hand as he realizes that his dream of being a rich bum is still light years away. Commander Velalardi Blanc leads the charge like he is auditioning for a medieval propaganda poster, bellowing commands to the white cavalry, demanding every single pest in the barony be put in the dirt before driving a mana-infused lance straight through a rogue bug, while his formation slams through wooden barricades in a shower of splinters, proving that when the royal army actually shows up, they don't mess around with tactical retreats, which gives our Steel Sand orc bros the green light to go wild with wooden spears, pinning giant insects directly to the soil while screaming battle cries at the top of their lungs, and immediately setting up a victory campfire to roast monster meat, because protein gains weight for no man, until a local townswoman sheepishly walks up to thank one of the green giants for saving her earlier, handing him a tiny pink daisy that causes this massive warrior to blush bright red and sprint into the woods in a complete panic. leaving him staring at the flower in his hand while his heart hammers against his ribs, right before the scene shifts back to the sky, where the townspeople are frantically checking on Lloyd, who is lying on the grass looking like he just survived a triple shift at a factory. And as the villagers sob over him, praising him for being a selfless saint who loves saving lives, Lloyd sits there with a deadpan face thinking he did every bit of this strictly for his own early retirement, which triggers a floating system notification teasing him about his internal greed before reminding him that the grind never stops, rewarding him with a brand new title called Round 1 Pick by Terminix Pest Control, complete with a massive passive debuff that forces any bug-type monster to shrivel up in terror the second Lloyd looks at them, setting the stage for him to stand in the moonlight, holding a shovel like a Dark Soul boss. When Commander Valalardi Blanc approaches in full plate armor, demanding to know why he was summoned away from his men, allowing Lloyd to drop a smooth thank you for their help with the bug cleanup, though Valalardi scoffs and points out they were just a mop-up crew, admitting that even if he was annoyed at an engineer taking command over elite royal knights, Lloyd's tactical calculations saved them weeks of manual labor, praising Lloyd as a brilliant strategist while still holding a deep personal grudge about sending the wizards back while keeping his cavalry behind, flat out telling Lloyd to his face that he doesn't like him, to which Lloyd just listens silently before calmly taking his turn to speak. Because Lloyd already knows Valalardi's background from the original novel, where this exact commander led a ruthless purge under an evil queen, fighting Javier to the absolute brink back when Javier wasn't even a sword master yet, forcing a brutal duel that barely ended in Javier's victory, where a dying Valalardi used his final breath to beg Javier to protect the kingdom and stop the queen from going dark, proving that beneath the rigid military exterior lies a man of uncompromising honor and loyalty, which means beating around the bush is useless, prompting Lloyd to flash a menacing grin and ask if the commander wants to throw hands, proposing a wager where if Lloyd wins, the entire white cavalry becomes his personal construction crew, but if Valalardi wins, they can march straight back to the capital, causing Valalardi to scoff at the absurd terms, pointing out that as the queen's sword he has zero reason to attack a civilian without official orders, only for Lloyd to rest his chin on his hands with a smug smirk, reminding the commander that royal authority was handed over to him directly, framing the order so that refusing to shovel dirt would stain a knight's honor, unless the labor was suffered as the penalty of an official duel, forcing Valalardi to rest his hand on his sword hilt and ask what weapon Lloyd plans on using, to which Lloyd simply raises his trusty steel shovel, while Valalardi walks forward promising to leave his blade sheathed so the civilian doesn't get instantly split in two. And while Lloyd's internal calculations confirm his odds of beating a high-tier knight in a real fight are precisely zero, he knows his real weapon is exploiting the man's rigid honor code, proposing special rules for a match between a knight and a civilian, which Valalardi accepts without hesitation, stating that if he so much as flinches from a single attack, Lloyd takes the victory. And the second those words leave the commander's mouth, Lloyd goes full demon mode with a glowing eye and a manic grin, bellowing deal, which instantly sends a wave of alarm through Valalardi as he flinches before the strike even lands. Because Lloyd isn't swinging at his chest, he's driving his shovel into the dirt while unleashing the full output of his triple core mana blast, erupting a colossal pillar of compressed orbital fire straight into the sky, sending a shockwave of heat and pressure that blows the sword right out of Valalardi's grip and knocks him flat on his back in terror. The massive beam of energy streaks miles across the horizon, detonating against a distant snowy mountain summit and completely vaporizing the peak into a cloud of rubble, leaving Valalardi hyperventilating on the dirt, staring in shock at a ruined mountaintop that is literally creaking from structural failure, while Lloyd collapses flat on his back, completely gasping for air, leaving Queen Alicia back in the palace dying of laughter over the outcome. And just like that, 500 of the kingdom's most elite military assets are officially reclassified as the Frontera Barony's manual labor force, digging trenches in a rocky valley, while short-haired knights scream in pure frustration and throw their shovels, demanding to know why battle-hardened veterans are stuck moving dirt, only for Valalardi to grab his own shovel and tell his men that this task carries a deeper meaning. Remembering Lloyd's declaration that wielding a shovel to protect the realm is far more honorable than wielding a sword, before driving his boot down onto the blade, stabbing the tool deep into the earth and commanding his unit to fall in line without further complaint. While up on a high clifftop, Javier watches the operation unfold and asks if this project will actually stop what's coming, to which Lloyd promises that wilderness engineering never fails, smiling slyly as he reveals that this massive undertaking is the only way to protect his future retirement bag, pulling back the camera to show teams of workers descending ropes along a massive rock face, carving a colossal, nightmare-inducing monster head directly into the mountain wall to construct the ultimate biological deterrent against the wilderness. The morning sun hits the rolling hills of Magentano, looking peaceful enough to trick anyone into thinking today is just a regular Tuesday, until the wooden mugs on dining tables start rattling so hard they nearly spill fresh ale everywhere, knocking candles onto the floor with a loud clang as entire families scramble to hold each other, terrified that the earth itself is splitting open. And while heavy monster footsteps send seismic shockwaves through every wall in the barony, civilians grip their furniture and hold heirloom artifacts, terrified out of their minds, yet sharing one quiet belief, that the unhinged man who saved their estate before is already standing on the front lines, watching the massive dust storm rise over the forest horizon while holding two giant flagpoles, ready to shield his entire labor force from whatever nightmare just breached the border. Javier Azrahan rides through the stone streets in full plate armor, sweating bullets because Lloyd's wild predictions are coming true word for word. As a massive stampede of behemoth mastodons thunders through the valley like a freight train with zero brakes, shaking the earth under hundreds of sharp tusks and heavy hooves. Javier remembers asking Lloyd back at the manor couch what evidence he had for this incoming wave, only for Lloyd to stuff his face with biscuits and play totally clueless, asking how any of this was obvious. And even though Lloyd has a talent for dodging direct questions like a politician, Javier knows his lord's tactical instincts are never wrong. Running the numbers in his head, Javier outlines standard military doctrine. Charge the front line to break their momentum, surround the halted herd, and peel them apart layer by layer, knowing it will cost at least 10 to 20 night lives. In the cavalry ranks, a young soldier named Oleg drops the biggest death flag in history by casually telling his buddy he's going to propose to his girl after the fight, making his comrades scream at him for jinxing the entire unit before they even clash, knowing standard doctrine turns lances into grave markers. Commander Valilardi Blanc raises his arm and yells for the white cavalry to prepare their charge, but gets interrupted mid-shout. Because Sir Byron, the estate chief knight, is standing right in front of 500 armored warhorses in a plain brown suit with zero protection. Valilardi nearly falls off his horse asking if Lloyd lost his mind, sending an unarmored man into a monster stampede, but Byron just sighs and says he's only here to decode flag signals. Pointing toward a high white rock pillar far off in the hills, Byron spots Lloyd standing on the peak ready to communicate. Lloyd starts aggressively twirling a blue and white flag against the sky, while Byron translates the semaphore message out loud for the troops. Spinning the banners in wide circles, Lloyd commands 500 elite knights to clear the main road and move to the village's southeastern edge, sending Valilardi into a whole rage fit. Javier pulls up a mental tactical map, realizing that abandoning the central path lets the mastodons hit the earthen ramparts directly, and a flank attack won't stop a full stampede. Seeing them hesitate, Lloyd escalates his flag flapping into full aggressive motion, waving a literal threat that if they keep arguing he will snitch on them to Queen Alicia, which is the exact same petty energy my ex had when she threatened to tell my mom I spent my rent money on CSGO skins. Javier stands there clutching his head asking if Lloyd is just having a panic attack on a rock, while Byron deadpan assures him this entire circus was planned from the start. Down in the canyon, the mastodon herd roars forward, kicking up dirt clouds as they charge straight toward the valley gap. Standing on his high rock vantage point, Lloyd watches the dust plumes approach and signals phase 1. The stampede hits the base of the ridge with enough force to shake the mountain under Lloyd's boots. Standing tall on his white pillar, Lloyd holds his flags high as the lead beasts reach the choke point. And as the mastodons rush in, Lloyd pulls a villainous grin that belongs on an wanted poster, because the lead beasts suddenly slam their hooves into the dirt in sheer panic, kicking up massive dust walls as they desperately try to stop their forward momentum. Staring directly at a colossal relief carving of their natural apex predator, the Megalania, carved right into the mountain rock face. Terrorized by the massive stone lizard jaws, the entire herd veers sharply away from the wall, triggering phase 2. Byron immediately orders the white cavalry forward, matching the herd's movement along the side path without striking a single blow. Following Lloyd's specific orders, 500 knights stomp their horses, kick up thick dust clouds, and slam their lances together, creating a deafening barrage of metallic clangs and sparks that leaves Valilardi wondering if he joined a marching band instead of a military unit. The wall of noise and dust tricks the panicked mastodons into thinking a second Megalania is hunting them from the flank, forcing the entire monster herd to sprint north toward the open corridor just as Lloyd calculated. Watching them funnel northward, Lloyd smiles from his perch because every single beast is running straight into the real trap. Javier looks down at the map, his jaw dropping when he realizes the northern path leads straight to a massive excavation trench they dug days ago to harvest dirt for the Megalania carving. Phase 3 kicks in as the lead mastodons reach the steep edge of the artificial ravine, tumbling over the lip in a chaotic pileup of fur, tusks, and bruised egos. And standing right at the top ledge above the trapped herd is Pengsu, looking like a rotund yellow water balloon ready to pop. Lloyd strikes a dramatic pose from his rock, yelling at the top of his lungs to unleash the battle of salsa strategy, as Pengsu opens its mouth and spews a high-pressure ocean torrent straight down into the trench. The massive flood washes the entire mastodon herd down the ravine like dirty bathwater, while Lloyd midair poses with 6 phantom arms like a mythical entity. Landing on the ridge, Lloyd hits an outrageously dramatic diagonal victory pose against the sky, as Byron and Valilardi stand before 500 fully unharmed knights, declaring a total victory achieved entirely through civil engineering. And the rushing torrent carries the stampeding mastodon herd downstream, splitting around the river island, and dumping hundreds of behemoth monsters onto distant riverbanks where they can't cause damage, leaving Javier standing on the cliff in sheer disbelief that a Calamity Tier invasion was cleared with 0 human casualties. While Lloyd casually explains that the beasts won't return because of the Megalania carving, and hey, they gained a free irrigation canal. And when Javier asks if this was all calculated, Lloyd admits he just winged it mid-digging, leaving Javier paralyzed in silence. Because back in the Old Kingdom, every single military engagement meant mandatory casualties and broken homes, where officers delivered fallen helmets wrapped in white cloth, praising honor to widows who couldn't pay their bills, leaving young kids traumatized beside weeping mothers while military propaganda covered up tactical failure. creating endless graveyards of broadswords and iron helmets standing as cold reminders of dead men, where young recruits were forced to drill right next to their father's tombstones. As Valalardi used to scream commands, hiding his own grief behind hollow martial dogma. Sitting alone in the pouring rain, staring at thousands of dead soldiers he failed to protect, realizing that repeating words like valor and duty was just a pathetic coping mechanism, and that deep down, every knight knew the glorious sacrifice narrative was total corporate garbage, because dying on a battlefield doesn't leave honor. It just leaves broken families dealing with financial ruin and lifelong mental trauma. Which is why the entire royal cavalry breaks out into jubilant victory cheers right now, congratulating Oleg on surviving to see his wedding day, while Javier asks Lloyd if these monster waves will ever stop. And Lloyd points out that improvising custom military traps every time will drain the estate budget, complimenting Javier's brain upgrade, as he hits his signature villain pose, asking Javier to guess his next move, which Javier instantly predicts as lazy automation. Javier casually offers the entire royal cavalry for manual labor, stunning Lloyd, who was ready to scam Queen Alicia for permission. While Commander Valalardi steps forward with his head down, admitting his whole career as a traditional general was a fraud, dropping his helmet onto the pavement to beg Lloyd for actual civil engineering wisdom. And all 500 elite royal knights drop their lances, kneeling simultaneously to offer their manual labor, surprising Lloyd, who realizes he didn't even need to manipulate them to secure 500 free workers. So he flashes a sharp grin, locking in his new labor force to execute the most unhinged territorial defense project yet, bringing the entire leadership together around the conference table to remind his father about the old Lake Kapua Dam proposal, where an ancient calamity beast named King Storma slumbers in the deep water, waiting to shred trespassers. And Lloyd calmly tells the room that this time, they are going to intentionally wake the monster up, triggering an instant crash out from his dad and Her Majesty screaming in horror. While Valalardi yells yes with zero hesitation, and Javier casts a fake no vote just for show, knowing Lloyd's momentum is unstoppable, allowing Lloyd to declare a democratic victory and march an army of shovel-wielding knights into the woods. While Javier asks if he plans to mind control the beast, which Lloyd scoffs at because he isn't some high fantasy wizard, recalling his late-night library research where ancient texts confirm Storma is massive but doesn't actually eat humans. Because Storma built the dam himself, damaging his lake makes him let out a shriek before fixing it, meaning Lloyd can break the dam repeatedly, turning an S-rank calamity beast into a 24/7 acoustic security system called Operation Guard Dog. Leaving Javier looking at Lloyd like my ex looked at me when my card declined at Denny's after I promised her the world, realizing even Satan takes notes from this guy. And when Javier asks what happens if Storma attacks them, Lloyd nonchalantly tells him that is literally why Javier gets paid to carry a sword, envisioning the giant creature screaming across the eastern mountains to intimidate incoming waves without Lloyd lifting a finger. As Javier realizes he is just the backup guard dog for the primary guard dog, standing beside the ancient wooden dam, while Lloyd triggers his system skills to analyze the structural layout, activating survey and simulation mode to pinpoint the precise breach coordinate that wakes Storma without drowning his own barony, crouching in the grass and twitching his fingers in midair like a lunatic calculating spatial geometry, which Sir Byron interprets as pure genius, leaving Javier to let out a tired sigh by the river, unaware that far beneath the surface of Lake Kapua, dark bubbles begin to churn, as an ancient mind awakens in the pitch-black abyss, promising total annihilation if humans disturb his sleep again, opening two glowing pink eyes in the dark void as King Storma prepares to crash out. Morning breaks over the Magentano countryside, presenting a picture-perfect, peaceful valley, which makes it even more absurd when you look down at the grass, where Javier Azrahan, the realm's cold-blooded sword master, is currently rolling on the floor getting tackled by baby mastodons while squealing like a 7-year-old on Christmas morning. Bro is blushing so hard as an infant elephant licks his cheek that his stoic aura dies on impact, and while resting a tiny mastodon squarely on top of his head, he turns toward Lloyd to officially address him, explaining that these little guys were orphaned during the massive river flood at Salsu, and asks if he can adopt them, prompting Lloyd to point out the glaring tactical hazard that apex predators tend to grow into giant man-killing beasts, only for Javier to hit him with a sparkling, rose-tinted smile, declaring that it won't be a problem simply because they are adorable. So Lloyd walks away seeking sanity from Sir Byron, warning him that raising wild beasts takes serious work, only for Byron to hit him with the exact same blushing face, repeating the exact same line, leaving Lloyd to just throw his hands up and walk away from this sudden outbreak of collective brain rot, carrying his shovel down the road and figuring that if these baby mastodons survive, they might actually turn into heavy cavalry assets down the line, which is crucial considering Operation Guard Dog isn't guaranteed, right before reps from the Steel Sandorc tribe pull up to announce they gotta return home, because the monster domino effect is threatening their own territory. And rather than hoard his allies, Lloyd respects the hustle, ordering Officer Greg to take 5 knights and ride out with them to secure their border and lock down that long-term military alliance, leading directly into the big day, where Commander Valalardi Blanc steps up to report that all 500 former white cavalry knights are standing by with shovels in hand. So Lloyd drops a demonic grin, launching into a full cultic rally speech to get these former royal guards hyped to go poke an ancient sleeping calamity, yelling out who has the raw strength to carve through solid mountains with manual labor. And as the crowd roars back their own name, he screams who can knock out a giant monster with a piece of iron when it shows its teeth, And after they scream white cavalry a second time, Lloyd clasps his hands together like a TV evangelist, asking if they put their faith in the almighty shovel, which causes 500 hardened military veterans to shed actual tears of devotion while screaming that they believe, marching into the woods like a brainwashed construction cult while chanting that the shovel conquers all. As Javier stands in the background watching this mass re-education with profound, silent pity, following Lloyd's system wireframe calculations to dig out key stress points along the slope above Lake Kapua, before Lloyd calls out to Javier across the mountain to double-check his target, raising his hand into the air and giving the final command to detonate the rock face, which Javier executes by plunging his blade deep into the geological fault, releasing a targeted mana blast that shatters the bedrock, sending massive structural shockwaves rumbling through the surrounding forest, cracking the rock wall step by step toward the natural reservoir below, ensuring the dam will steadily collapse over time as the work crew hits the dirt to avoid falling boulders, leaving Lake Kapua looking peaceful for 2 whole seconds, right until the main island splits clean down the middle with thousands of tons of water surging into the sky, sending Lloyd into a full panic as an ancient presence breaks through the lake bed, washing trees into the air while Javier duck covers behind a trunk and Valalardi grips the grass in horror, as a massive column of water reaches the clouds before raining down across the entire valley, revealing King Storma, a giant, mountain-sized beaver with glowing red cheeks and colossal front teeth, leaving Lloyd lying in the mud staring up at this giant aquatic nightmare. While Valalardi Blanc looks at this world-ending threat, blushes, and literally yells that it's adorable. And as Lloyd lays in the dirt hearing Storma roar, his passive universal animal comprehension skill kicks in, translating the beast's roars into plain human speech, realizing the creature isn't making random animal noises, but shouting that he's pissed off. And as Storma turns his giant head around, Lloyd tries to rationalize that a beaver's main instinct is just fixing dams, only for Storma to loom over his tree, letting out a wave of grunts, which translates into Storma revealing he can smell metal and knows the humans intentionally sabotaged his home, explicitly stating that instead of fixing the dam and going to sleep, he is going to wipe out humanity to end these tricks permanently, which instantly breaks Lloyd's brain as he realizes this monster is high IQ and the entire strategy just crashed. And when Valalardi crawls over asking for tactical orders, he takes one look at Lloyd's horrified, distorted face and tells his lord that his expression is making him uncomfortable, right as Storma dives into the lake, whipping his colossal tail to trigger a localized tsunami, sweeping Lloyd, Valalardi, and the entire white cavalry into midair like ragdolls down the mountain, forcing Javier to vault into the sky above the raging floodwaters, flaring his radiant sword master aura, descending headfirst with an aerial mana blast to crush the monster's momentum, striking near Storma, only for the ancient beast to casually slap the explosive shockwave away with his tail, forcing Javier to step up his output, constructing a massive green blade of pure sword mana across the dark sky, swinging the energy arc midair with lethal intent, declaring he has no choice but to slay the beast, until Lloyd pokes his head out from behind a tree, screaming for Javier to stop because he has a brand new plan, stopping the Swordmaster mid-strike. As Lloyd's mind clicks into gear, realizing that if the system interface is automatically translating Storma's speech just like Padong and Bangul, then Storma counts as a summoned entity, which means he can force a system contract and turn this angry giant beaver into his ultimate personal asset. King Storma is out here thrashing through the sky like a raid boss having a major breakdown, while Javier glides around his hitboxes, detonating a precision mana blast straight against the Titan's thick hide, which barely registers as damage, only succeeding in popping a massive anger vein right on the monster's forehead, prompting Storma to fire targeted orange energy beams across the lake, forcing Javier to stay mobile while Lloyd treads water underneath, hoping his chief guard keeps the boss locked down long enough for his wild gamble to work. Except Lloyd realizes from underwater that the monster's reaction speed is absurd, making it impossible to sneak up without getting vaporized. So Javier drops another explosive mana blast to maintain aggro, following up with a massive green sword aura crescent to slice through the air. Storma contorts his massive body mid-flight to dodge the aura blade like it's a minor inconvenience, leaving Javier landing back on the shoreline stuck in a lethal tactical dilemma, because pulling his punches isn't drawing enough heat, but going all out will slice the ancient Titan in half and ruin the contract plan, forcing him to resort to the most disgraceful backup tactic in knightly history, as Bro throws away every shred of martial dignity and starts bellowing at the Titan in its own native beast language, making Lloyd almost choke on lake water below while the other knights watch in utter disbelief, which actually stops Storma dead in his tracks, trying to parse why a human is shouting beast gibberish at him. And before the monster can even process that he's being called someone's mother, Javier doubles down on the tactical disrespect, flinging beast insults at top volume and calling the mountain Titan an ugly toad, which instantly triggers Storma into a full emotional crash out because Bro takes his personal appearance way too seriously. And while the Titan is screaming in total offense, Lloyd slips right onto his back without being noticed, until Storma feels the extra weight on his neck and tries to swat him away, only to realize his stubby T-Rex beaver arms literally cannot reach his own back, forcing him to leap into the sky to shake Lloyd off, which plays directly into Lloyd's setup as he vaults off into freefall, pulling out a glowing blue system capsule, launching the contract item through the air like a high-stakes free throw, landing a direct hit straight into Storma's open roaring jaw, leaving Lloyd frantically praying in midair that the system's shrink mechanic actually triggers on time. And sure enough, the magical contraction force compresses the mountain titan down to the size of a handheld plushie, leaving Storma panting on the muddy shore in complete disorientation, wondering how the world suddenly grew so massive. Right before a pair of hands snatches him off a log like a wild creature, revealing Lloyd with a menacing reddish glow, looking like a demonic villain taking possession of new property. Except this ancient titan still has fight left in him, squirming and flailing in Lloyd's grip, delivering a sharp slap straight across Lloyd's face before dropping to the dirt path and sprinting away, forcing Lloyd to call in his full spirit squad for an emergency encirclement, where Storma collides with Padong on a fallen log and lands a heavy right hook to his face, which turns out to be a terrible mistake because Padong wipes his cheek and unlocks a level of violence we have never seen from him, turning the forest path into a full-on brawl before Hamong drops in from above to add extra pressure, body slamming the tiny beaver into the dirt and driving him further down the trail, straight into a dead end where Lloyd slides in to cut off the exit alongside Bangul. And as Storma stares at the glowing pink spirit, memories of a 500-year slumber pass before his eyes, remembering centuries spent sleeping underground with zero purpose or direction, until this exact glowing presence fills his heart with a sudden sense of peace, bringing a sudden quiet over the forest path as the little titan stands frozen in a trance, allowing Lloyd to drop the aggressive act, crouching down to offer a calm conversation, which makes Storma brush his fur with pure ego, acting like he's doing Lloyd a massive favor by agreeing to talk, totally oblivious to the horrific predatory grin spreading across Lloyd's face, as Lloyd closes his hand to finalize the system contract, officially making the Mountain Titan his newest permanent asset. And inside the estate room, the newly captured ancient titan is already trying to set ground rules, crossing his tiny beaver arms behind a desk and demanding proper corporate perks before he does a single task, while Lloyd sits back with his spirit squad, casually dropping the easiest request on earth: shout at the lake twice a day, which causes the little guy to throw a whole tantrum about basic business negotiation tactics, prompting Lloyd to hit him with a soft, apologetic posture, only to instantly drop the timid act and pull out a wide predatory grin, pointing straight down at the pink spirit sitting on his lap, which triggers Bangul's maximum charm protocol, sending sparkles everywhere and instantly turning this 500-year-old titan's brain into pure mush, causing him to slam the table and accept the deal on the spot, while Lloyd bangs his fist right back with fake enthusiasm, before his internal mind turns into a blood-red villain monologue, laughing at how easily this ancient entity got played by a crush who doesn't even know he exists, gloating about how he'll be an eternal bachelor for the rest of his life, until the logic bounces right back onto his own situation and his face drops, realizing his own relationship status is looking like my Steam library, untouched for 3 years straight, which sends him sliding into pure single-guy grief, scooping the tiny beaver into his face and sobbing tears of singlehood solidarity, while Bibiong sits there utterly bewildered by the sudden warmth, leaving the system window to register that a genuine bond just formed, right before Lloyd smoothly secures nickname rights on his new asset, until the door gets kicked wide open as Officer Greg bursts in sweating, gasping out that the escort mission got interrupted by desperate orc messengers running for their lives, reporting that a massive horde of Megalania monster lizards is currently turning the Sand and Steel tribe settlement into a total graveyard. And over at the perimeter walls, those giant-scaled reptiles are tearing through heavy wooden barricades like paper, forcing the orc warriors to form a desperate front line, with one champion leaping high into the air, swinging a jagged stone club with every bit of power in his body, slamming the weapon straight into the monster's neck with massive kinetic force, only for the beast's slitted eye to lock onto him unbothered, making the warrior realize his highest damage attack didn't even scratch the armor. And before he can even land, the creature counterswipes its heavy body, catching him directly in the ribs, sending the orc champion airborne across the battlefield while his stone weapon shatters against the dirt, crashing hard onto his back and coughing blood while the rest of his squad rushes in to cover his retreat, roaring out their battle cries through pure exhaustion, which cuts straight back to Lloyd barking commands to rally Sir Blanc and the 500 white cavalry knights at the village gate, ignoring the guard's warning about being too late, because Javier is already sprinting at full speed, recognizing the tactical value of the situation. And while Lloyd runs right beside him carrying Bibiong like a football, asking what opportunity he's talking about, the little titan locks his eyes forward, munching down an energy snack in Lloyd's palm and declaring that they are about to flip this entire monster invasion on its head, leaving the local villagers staring up in disbelief as Bibiong launches himself skyward with a loud roar, allowing Lloyd and Javier to mount his back as he channels surging green elemental energy directly into his paw, bringing his heavy beaver tail down like a hydraulic press straight into the bedrock, unleashing a seismic shockwave that terraforms the subsurface strata and sends construction workers tumbling across the dirt, while Bibiong uses the heavy kinetic recoil to convert himself into an artillery missile, soaring above the mountain range, and descending straight over the canyon battlefield like an orbital strike, just as the Megalania horde pushes the orc defenders to their limit on the cliff edge, smashing down right in the middle of the conflict with enough gravitational weight to shake the entire valley, carving a massive impact crater into the earth that instantly separates the two armies, leaving Chief Akush blinking in confusion while the giant monster lizards freeze up from the sudden threat, as Lloyd steps up to the cliff edge in his trench coat, looking down at the monster pack like a final boss, flaring a bloodthirsty, predatory aura that makes those multi-ton reptiles realize they aren't the hunters anymore, giving Bibiong the green light to charge forward in a blur of motion, catching the Megalania pack with a devastating tail strike that lifts their heavy bodies clean off the ground, launching the giant lizards high into the sky like throwaway trash, sending them crashing into the distant forest floor, routing the entire invasion force in a single attack. And the second the fight ends, Bibiong instantly turns around to check if his crush was watching. Watching Bangul float there ringing her bell, which makes the ancient titan's heart jump straight out of his chest, while Sir Blanc approaches with his shovel, feeling slightly useless, until Chief Akush steps forward with a heavy expression, dropping the announcement that their blood brotherhood is officially over, which sends a cold shock right through Lloyd and Javier, until the chief flexes his chest, and his entire tribe strikes synchronized bodybuilder poses, revealing they are elevating their status from equal allies to direct sworn vassals, which instantly transforms Lloyd's panic into a devious, manic grin, realizing he just acquired a massive permanent labor force for his next engineering campaign, leaving Chief Akush standing there completely lost, unaware that he just signed his whole warrior tribe up for endless construction duty, remembering how Asfahan originally set fire to those reed fields for strategic leverage, which triggered a domino effect driving every wild beast westward, including semi-intelligent monster tribes who were just trying to survive the migration, until those exact tribal monsters watched 3 apex megalanias get launched through the sky like literal spitballs, and word immediately spread among the tribes that the western lands were ruled by a sky-touching titan, controlled by an unhinged demon with eyes straight out of hell, while Bibiong sits peacefully on Lloyd's head, completely oblivious that his tail slams redirected an invasion force, right back toward the Asfahan royal palace, where the Sultan sits comfortably on his throne, listening to his scout report that the Sand and Steel tribe moved into Magentano territory as planned, only to get disappointed when he hears the orcs settled down peacefully without causing a single drop of chaos, before a second guard bursts in sweating through his armor with urgent news, reporting that the massive monster horde they originally pushed out has reversed direction and is tearing into their own kingdom walls, leaving the Sultan wide-eyed in shock as his own biowarfare strategy backfires, because an unknown terror in the west drove those beasts into a permanent frenzy, forcing the Sultan to order all military reserves to the front, realizing his scheme to destabilize his rivals just blew up right in his face, staring into the void as he realizes nobody could reverse a monster stampede unless a genuine demon is ruling the west.
Say wallahi, bro. Say wallahi.
While back in the estate, that exact demon is sitting on a sofa with the smoothest smile, handing the arrogant noble creditors a document titled Receipt of Debt Repayment in full, sliding over a royal check for over 35 billion gold pieces that covers every single copper of principal and interest, before flashing a red demonic scowl that threatens to erase their lineage if they do not sign immediately, allowing Lloyd to walk over to his father Baron Arcos, who can barely process that their generational curse is gone, waving the signed receipt with a playful grin and asking if he wants it framed for the wall, which breaks the Baron into sobbing tears as he hugs his son, apologizing for being a failure of a parent, making Lloyd look down with an unexpectedly heavy, quiet expression, asking his weeping father a single simple question, and reassuring him that love is the only qualification that ever mattered, which triggers a gold tier system notification granting him the title Debt Eraser 3000. Permanently unlocking the highest financial credit rating and lowest interest rates across the entire Cremona region, as Javier steps up to report that the Sand and Steel tribe has fully settled into the eastern mountain forests, building up their physical strength on estate rations while the white cavalry finishes setting up their perimeter defenses, creating an impenetrable military buffer that guarantees total security against future eastern threats. Yet as Lloyd walks through the sunlit corridor, my man achieves his lifelong goal and immediately gets hit with the same empty void I feel after grinding a game until 5 a.m., lying down in the quiet isolation of his private bedroom, where the sudden lack of financial pressure unlocks buried memories of his past life as Kim Suho, remembering his original Korean father weeping in his arms over being too poor to help his son, and listening to those echoes of parental guilt that drove him through 2 lives, as Lloyd clenches his hand over his eyes in agonizing silence, gripping the silk bedsheets as the suppressed trauma of failing his first family finally bursts open, burying his face into the pillow and breaking into heavy, broken sobs for the father he couldn't save. While outside the locked door, Javier stands motionless in the hallway, listening to every single sob, understanding the unbearable weight his lord carried alone to rewrite this family's fate, and quietly walking away to give him the privacy he earned. Fast forward a few days later, and the entire estate town is holding a massive celebration, parading through the streets with cheering citizens praising the man who saved their homes, provoking Lloyd to crash out and yell at everyone to go back to work, which only makes the crowd cheer louder because they know his aggressive barking is just a front, prompting the townspeople to beg him to scold them one more time, until an exhausted messenger interrupts the parade with news of a massive crowd moving from the south, revealing an endless line of displaced refugees heading straight for the estate, setting up his next major regional crisis. And right as the dust settles on the estate border, a band of traumatized refugees comes shuffling out of the trees, locking eyes on Lloyd and desperately asking if he's the lord of these lands, only for him to give them a deadpan reality check that he's just the lord's son. So when he asks who they are and where they came from, The chief explains they're survivors from the southern barony of Sortino, a detail that immediately clicks for Lloyd, considering his own father used to be a petty village chief before this whole noble mess started. And the horror only deepens as a mother holding an infant explains how their chief stayed behind to hold off the horde until he was butchered, leaving these people with bleeding, bandaged feet walking on bare dirt, while elderly women cough their lungs out in the dust. Which forces Lloyd to drop his casual posture, locking his eyes onto the chief, and asking the one question that determines the scope of this whole crisis, whether this disaster was caused by an actual monster invasion. And the heavy silence hanging in the air tells him everything he needs to know before the man even opens his mouth. As the survivor describes 6-foot-long armored beetle monsters raining down on their homes like a locust swarm, making Lloyd immediately turn to Javier as the tactical math hits him. This isn't an isolated attack, it's a massive regional domino effect sweeping across the continent. Because in his head, he maps out the entire geographical border from Asfahan through the wilderness into Magentano, realizing every single territory along that monster migration route has been overrun, leaving only House Frontera and Lacona intact. Which makes complete sense, because ordinary noble estates don't have ancient Titan beaver summons, an armored white cavalry engineering unit, or a level 9999 sword master, like Javier powering up like a Dragon Ball Z character, meaning these refugees have zero defensive options to the north where the ocean sits. And with hostile foreign borders locked down to the south and Cremo sitting way too far to the west, every displaced civilian on the map is being funneled into a single bottleneck trajectory, straight into the center of House Frontera's territory, causing Lloyd's brain to drop into panic mode as he calculates the sheer mathematical terror of 5,000 to 10,000 starving refugees crashing into his border at once. And before he can even digest the logistical nightmare, the refugees fall to their knees, weeping and begging for a single crust of bread for their kids, prompting Lloyd to ask Sir Byron if their infrastructure can even handle an influx this massive, only for his face to instantly glitch into a blood-red, demonic grin, breaking out into a manic laugh that leaves Javier standing there sweating in pure psychological distress. And when Javier stammers, asking what could possibly be exciting about a humanitarian catastrophe, Lloyd starts greedily rubbing his hands together like a cartoon villain scheming over a fresh haul, explaining that thousands of new residents means a permanent, generational expansion of his territorial tax base, making Javier's soul briefly leave his body from the sheer disrespect, provoking the silver-haired knight to crash out and yell at Lloyd for treating starving human beings like taxable assets, before immediately turning to Sir Byron and reassigning the white cavalry engineers into an emergency soup kitchen crew while the refugees bow in tears. And while Lloyd nonchalantly slings his shovel over his shoulder to go brief his dad, Byron gently tells Javier not to take the young master's villain act to heart, dropping a profound truth bomb that Lloyd is a master at reading everyone else's mind except his own, reassuring the young sword master that he'll have plenty of time to yell at him later, leaving Javier standing in silent realization as the true weight of Lloyd's burden sinks in. Cut to the manor interior, where Baron Arcos is clutching his head on the couch in a full-blown anxiety attack, stressing that taking in thousands of homeless civilians will instantly bankrupt the estate's remaining treasury. Even though Arcos admits his conscience won't let him turn away dying families, their grain silos will be dry within 48 hours, making Lloyd tilt his head like his dad just failed basic arithmetic. Before dropping a smug, confident grin and assuring his father that food is actually the one thing they have in unlimited supply, leading them outside to showcase a literal mountain of 6-foot-long dead beetle monsters stacked higher than a 2-story house, casually explaining he collected these massive bug carcasses for agricultural compost and has storage sheds full of them. And just as Arcos recoils in horror, arguing that serving monster bugs to human refugees is borderline biowarfare, Baroness Marbella casually strolls up, grabs a roasted beetle leg, and bites directly into it with a loud crunch, leaving Lloyd screaming her name in shock while his mom calmly chews on monster meat, casually noting that it tastes like jumbo shrimp and has enough dense protein to feed an army, though the gamey smell needs a little work. Which leads into a fast fact check. Cooking insect chitin and protein actually breaks down tough structural alpha-chitin while retaining high amino acid density, meaning Marbella's culinary instincts are dead-ass scientifically accurate as she officially takes charge of the estate catering corps. And within hours, the entire white cavalry engineer corps and the sand and steel orcs transform the open fields into a massive construction zone, hammering wooden stakes and pitching white shelter tents at record speed. While Lloyd stands in the middle of the dust shouting for double supply drops, right as a lookout on a watchtower waves a white flag to signal that the first wave of 100 refugees is already marching down the northern road, forcing Lloyd to lock eyes with Padong, yelling at the giant beaver titan to pick up the pace before these exhausted people freeze to death in the open air. And Padong doesn't even hesitate, diving headfirst into the soil and plowing through bedrock like an industrial tunneling drill, while Lloyd barks orders for the Ondal floor heating crew to trench underground flues and rotation teams to support Lady Bangle. As the pink elemental floats into the sky, unleashing a massive surge of construction mana that gets the entire workforce screaming in hype. And with flag bearers screaming that 5 more refugee groups are converging from the north and south, the camera shifts inside the main mess tent where Marbella ties on her apron, ready to turn monster bugs into a 5-star feast. So when her kitchen assistants start panicking over the pungent, earthy stench of roasted beetle meat, Marbella just hits them with a serene, motherly smile and pulls out, "I become the Dragon King's chef," the S-tier cheat code cookbook Lloyd snatched off the dark sorcerer Ruffalin, announcing that this magical artifact holds the exact secret to turning monster scraps into heavenly cuisine, sending the entire kitchen staff into a frenzy over the god-tier recipe book that balances top-tier seasoning logic with dad jokes, as warm meals start pouring out to feed the rapidly expanding tent city below. By late afternoon, Lloyd is sitting alone on a grassy hill scratching his head in pure spatial dread, realizing that even if he clears the eastern forest, horizontal land area is a finite resource that will cap out in weeks. And his internal panic gets shattered when a crying child named Rudy sits weeping in the grass beside his mother, screaming that he wants to go back to his old bedroom, while his mom hugs him through her own tears, whispering that they don't have a home anymore. And that exact line hits Kim Suho like a physical punch, pulling his consciousness back into a sepia-toned memory of his past life in Korea, watching his impoverished parents sit on the bare floor of a shabby outskirts apartment, smiling through their exhaustion as they unpacked cardboard boxes. A memory that hits heavier than my ex texting me, "We need to talk," at 3 a.m. after I spent my last $20 on her DoorDash order. Because back in Korea, having a roof over their heads was the single happiest moment of Suho's entire miserable existence. And seeing that exact same desperate loss reflected in this refugee mother's eyes makes something fundamentally shift inside Lloyd's soul, as he stares down at the crying child and quietly mutters a promise under his breath that he's going to get his home back, because the greatest civil engineer alive is standing right here. So he pushes himself up off the grass and grabs his shovel, walking back down toward the camp with an unshakable, terrifying resolve. While Javier stands a few paces back, closing his eyes with a gentle, knowing smile as he realizes his master was never thinking about tax money. He was figuring out how to build a sanctuary, prompting Lloyd to turn around and declare it's time for their biggest build yet. And when Javier asks if he actually has a tactical structural plan to house tens of thousands of displaced people on limited land, Lloyd looks at him with pure architectural dominance and announces they're building the realm's first modern high-rise apartment complex. Strutting forward with his shovel held high like an unhinged real estate god, ready to revolutionize medieval urban planning while Javier trails behind, completely sold on his master's vision. And the architectural answer to cramming thousands of homeless refugees into a tiny border region isn't some complex magical sanctuary, but the humble modern apartment tower. A design built on pure mathematical density, maximizing square footage vertically so you can fit 10 times the population on the exact same footprint while slashing logistics and construction budgets, while also solving their thermal crisis, because stacking standardized units wall to wall turns every surrounding neighbor into natural insulation against the brutal winter. And as Lloyd activates his mana vision, scanning the open river valley like a man playing a high-stakes city builder simulator, he isn't just looking at dirt and water. He's watching a green wireframe grid of high-rise commercial districts materialize in real time, projecting how a concentrated population turns into massive purchasing power and infinite tax revenue, sending him into an unrestrained victory dance on the hillside before his face suddenly contorts into a bloodshot, manic grimace as he realizes this massive project is his final hurdle. The ultimate finish line that will let him dive headfirst into a mountain of gold coins and retire forever as a filthy rich slacker. Which means back at headquarters, Administrative Steward Sir Byron is currently staggering in physical agony with ringing ears, entirely unaware Lloyd is planning to dump the whole estate management onto his shoulders the second construction finishes. So Lloyd officially convenes the construction council for what he calls the honeypot apartments, dropping blueprint dossiers onto the conference table for the tribal reps and knights, which instantly prompts Javier to object to the title for sounding like an economic scam, only for Lloyd to tell him to shut his mouth, right before Javier notices Sir Byron looking like a ghost because he keeps having nightmares of a demon working him to death. And after casually dismissing Byron's existential dread, Lloyd directs their attention to historical blueprints of Eastern Tulu structures, massive circular compounds designed for shared communal living, explaining how each private residential unit houses a living area and bedroom, while the central courtyard contains shared wells, kitchens, and facilities, except he plans to build a modified square version, because straight stone walls eliminate complex masonry, drastically cutting build times, though he intentionally leaves out the building's main tactical feature from the written notes, demonstrating on his board that by dropping a single reinforced iron gate at the courtyard entrance, the entire apartment building instantly transforms into an impregnable siege fortress, triggering a wave of applause from the tribal leaders before Lloyd claps his hands together and smugly opens the floor to operational questions, only for Javier to instantly press him on their bankrupt treasury, demanding to know if Lloyd is telling him to abandon freezing refugees over money, forcing Lloyd to drop his ego and admit he's terrified of their financial deficit, before leaning in with a razor-sharp smirk, pointing out that since the Ondal shelters and Giant Locust catering are already active, they basically have their upfront costs covered. Because every massive infrastructure project requires predatory capital, and as they ride out into the countryside, Lloyd can't resist leaning over to tease Javier about pouting on horseback, laughing in his face and mocking the estate's top swordmaster for acting like a whiny baby who won't even make eye contact, until his taunting voice suddenly softens, and Lloyd admits out loud that under all his bravado, he's scared out of his mind that the project will collapse and fail the people, reflecting quietly from behind that as the chief engineer who dragged everyone into this crisis, he can never afford to show an ounce of weakness if he wants the populace to trust his leadership. Meaning Javier is the only person on Earth to whom he can actually drop his mask and show his real vulnerabilities. A heartfelt confession that causes Javier to turn around under a red aura, asking if that means he's being used as a glorified emotional trash can. And before Lloyd can even process his master guard's furious expression, Javier delivers a righteous, full-force right hook straight to his lord's jaw, leaving Lloyd nursing a swollen face as they pull up to the opulent gates of the Lacona Viscounty. The young noble Diego, who got expelled from the Royal Academy earlier in the story thanks to Lloyd's political traps, is dejectedly walking down the hall when he hears footsteps behind him, turning around only to see Lloyd waving with a sparkling angelic smile, which sends Diego into immediate, red-hot psychological convulsions. Trembling like a leaf as Lloyd casually slings an arm over his shoulder, asking him how sweet life has been since getting kicked out of elite society, before dropping his voice into a terrifying low register, promising he can easily get Diego readmitted to the academy, depending on how his father handles an upcoming business proposal. Specifically, a sudden rate hike on their regional water bill, cutting straight to Viscount Lacona sweating through his silk coat inside the reception room, with the old noble erupting into a scarlet-faced fury, screaming that Lloyd is a human monster who ruined his son's career and now has the audacity to demand extortionate utility fees. While Lloyd just reclines lazily on the leather couch with a devious smirk, quietly chuckling to himself as the Viscount stomps over to the window, holding up their original agreement, triumphantly shouting that the contract explicitly fixes water rates by law, meaning Lloyd possesses zero legal authority to alter the bill, only for Lloyd to pull out a magnifying glass and point directly to microscopic fine print along the bottom margin, reading that water fees are subject to unilateral change based on the provider's emotional mood, causing the Viscount to utterly snap, grabbing Lloyd by the collar and shaking him like a rag doll, while Lloyd internally puts on a dramatic performance of feigned terror, before smoothly grabbing the Viscount's cravat with mobster precision, telling him to calm down because this isn't a shakedown, it's a mutually beneficial business partnership. Laying out leverage item number 1. 17 neighboring baronies were wiped out by the monster domino, and Viscount Lacona illegally turned away every single refugee at his border, a treasonous act Queen Alicia would execute him for if Lloyd accidentally let it slip. And as Lloyd looks down at him with deadpan disrespect, the Viscount's face collapses into a black and white sketch of horror, screaming about how political blackmail is supposed to benefit him, prompting Lloyd to hit him with leverage item number 2, leaning back and promising that when he files his official royal report, he might just happen to ask the Queen to reinstate Diego back into school, clasping his hands like a saint while the Viscount's pupils shrink into tiny dots of existential dread, leaving the old noble panting in dark red shadows, entirely broken in spirit as he desperately asks how much money Lloyd is demanding. So Lloyd brushes his hair back with mock offense, claiming he's no cheap criminal running a street shakedown, before leaning forward under sinister red lighting with clasped hands, asking for just a tiny extra contribution, whatever the Viscount feels is necessary to prevent a tragic rift in their friendship, driving the Viscount into total mental annihilation, crying black and white tears as he screams for the demon to just name his price. While Lloyd sits there looking thoroughly bored with his extortion, and Javier stands behind him in the dark background, his dilated eyes frozen in horror as he realizes his master is a total demon, summed up in Javier's internal monologue as he stares at Lloyd's back, realizing without a shadow of a doubt that his lord is the worst human being alive. Clasped hands and a humble monk pose while radiating a pitch-black demonic aura, Lloyd politely begs Viscount Lacona to pick whatever price increase he feels comfortable with, which causes the old noble's heart rate to spike through the ceiling, staring across the table as his chest thumps in sheer panic. Because when a man known for vaporizing dark sorcerers sits across from you with dead, unblinking eyes and starts stammering out a request, you don't insult him with standard numbers, so the Viscount frantically offers a 20% increase, only for Lloyd's face to instantly collapse into pure despair, reaching out trembling hands to fix his mistake before he loses out on the critical funding needed for his refugee housing project. Except the Viscount misinterprets Lloyd's desperate grimace as an ultimatum of total destruction, panicking even harder and immediately raising the offer to 30%. Panting for air like he just ran a marathon while his soul practically leaves his body from the mental pressure, while Javier stands in the back acting like a stoic statue, forcing the terrified Viscount to crash out and shout that he will increase the rates by 50%, even though Lloyd's teeth are chattering from pure stress because his awful acting is spiraling out of control. So when the Viscount slams his hands onto the table demanding to know what could possibly be wrong with a 50% bump, Lloyd holds up 4 fingers with deadpan coldness and drops a single word, times, sending the Viscount flying out of his seat screaming about highway robbery and how a 5-fold price jump is illegal extortion, only for Lloyd's aide to intervene and clarify that 4 times is plenty, causing the Viscount's brain to short-circuit in relief because he thinks he just bargained down from 5, slamming his official seal onto the contract before reading a single word of the fine print, sitting back with a massive goofy smile thinking he beat the demon, while Lloyd rides away having successfully extorted a 400% rate hike, leaving the old noble slumped over his desk moments later like a broken NPC as the actual math finally hits his brain. Meanwhile out on the road, Lloyd turns to Javier with a smirk admitting he feels like a mobster, before cackling like a menace and calling his guard an official accomplice, which pops a massive forehead vein on Javier as he snaps, declaring he is a bodyguard not a scamming partner, prompting Lloyd to hit back by threatening to cancel his bedtime lullaby. And Javier tries to flex his new sword master status, proudly bragging that his mind control is so advanced he no longer needs a childish engineering story. Cut directly to midnight, where Javier is lying flat on his back with wide bloodshot eyes suffering from terminal insomnia, looking like my roommate after I told him my half of the rent is going into crypto, before crawling into Lloyd's room, clutching a pink pillow to beg for help. Giving Lloyd the perfect excuse to drop a deadpan lecture on sleep hygiene like a tired parent talking down to a toddler. Until Javier yields, sitting in a chair holding his pillow while Lloyd reads dense structural retaining wall specifications until the sword master passes out. And with his guard finally unconscious, Lloyd rolls up his sleeves and spreads out massive blueprint sheets to handle the real emergency, activating his system 3D wireframe skill to project glowing green building grids right in the middle of his room. Struggling to adapt modern apartment layouts into a medieval valley until a system notification pops up mocking his brute force methods, which Lloyd answers with a smug grin, explaining that combining simulation with trial and error is his ultimate cheat code. And by morning the estate transforms into a massive hive of activity, as supervisors yell out orders to draft every mason and carpenter from nearby regions, while Lloyd marches down the corridor shouting to hoard cement supplies and buy out every scrap of grain and meat in the western provinces. And when an officer reports 300 more starving refugees arriving at the border, Lloyd does not hesitate, telling them to accept everyone while he locks himself back in his lab, pushing his brain beyond its physical limit until blood drips from his nose onto the paper, refusing to cut down building floors because high-density housing is the only way these families survive. So when the estate accountant walks over at the dusty site pointing out that the treasury will run dry in 4 months flat, Lloyd looks back with hollow eyes while leaning weakly on his shovel, muttering that he will somehow find the funds. Before his legs give out and he collapses face down onto the stone pavement, sending his staff into panic. Meanwhile, far to the west in the royal capital of Magenta, an elite squad of palace archers lines the high arena walls with heavy crossbows locked on target, aiming iron bolts down at Queen Alicia, who stands alone in the stone courtyard, holding a single sword. And the armored commander drops his gauntlet to order an open kill volley, sending a shower of lethal projectiles swooping down on her from every angle, prompting the queen to pivot and swing her blade in a blinding 360-degree arc, unleashing a massive wave of purple aura energy across the entire arena floor that shreds every incoming bolt into harmless splinters in a fraction of a second, leaving the royal guards staring in awe at the top-tier waifu as she lands cleanly amidst falling debris. She stares at her sword in frustration, recalling her past defeat against Javier and raging that her strike speed is still lacking, until a palace messenger interrupts her practice to announce that an envoy from the Frontera barony has arrived, making the queen narrow her eyes in suspicion, knowing Lloyd never sends news unless he wants something, especially when his representative drops to his knees on the red carpet shouting that he deserves to be executed, leaving Queen Alicia sweating in dread, wondering what kind of unhinged financial extortion scheme Lloyd is bringing to the royal court. As the messenger kneels under dramatic divine sunlight, preparing to drop Lloyd's massive bill onto the crown, starting off with Lloyd's envoy kneeling on the red carpet in the royal throne room, reading a letter aloud that praises Queen Alicia's foresight before detailing how 17 border baronies got flattened, driving thousands of refugees toward House Frontera. And Lloyd stacked the script with so many fake compliments that the queen sits on her throne with a vein popping on her forehead, which gets worse when the messenger covers his face and fake sobs right on cue, dropping the news that House Frontera is broke, instantly setting off the queen's aura because she knows this man has zero shame when draining the royal treasury. So without skipping a beat, the envoy reads the next line, asking for triple the cash she was thinking of sending. And when she snaps back asking what is wrong with him, the messenger delivers Lloyd's pre-written response deadpan, assuring her he's fine, leaving the top-tier waifu clutching her forehead in frustration, contemplating hitting him with a sword while he unrolls multi-story housing blueprints, explaining how these units stabilize the refugee crisis, right before dropping back to his knees and wailing for cash all over again, which finally pushes her past the limit, throwing up a hand to shut down the drama before her court turns into a circus, as she tries to shut him down with standard royal bureaucracy, claiming a monarch can't just hand out billions without Senate and finance minister approvals, only for the envoy to quietly unroll the second page of Lloyd's script right across the floor, showing a stone tower engulfed in flames to explain how these residential blocks double as multi-level fortresses when the next monster horde or Eastern army hits, making the queen freeze as the letter reminds her that whoever signs off on this project right now will look like a visionary later. And while Lloyd's devious face grins over the burning tower in her imagination, she starts running the geopolitical numbers in her head, realizing this project turns a refugee camp into a commercial hub as big as Cremo while buying her direct political loyalty from the ministers, concluding internally that funding this fortress city is a massive return on investment for the crown, which triggers the envoy to scream, bingo, right on cue, explaining he was instructed to shout it 5 seconds after her realization, leaving her defeated, ordering Javier Azrahan to stand by while she pulls the funds. And when the script adds a P.S., asking for Master Corgidus as a bonus, she finally snaps and yells at him to get out. Meanwhile, back at the Frontera refugee camp, winter operations are in full gear as Officer Greg carries stacks of heavy blankets through the snow, which is a wild shift considering Greg used to be a hesitant guard holding a shovel in the back row, who got bound and dragged through dangerous missions without ever taking charge. Yet watching Lloyd work himself to the bone transformed him into a real man who takes ownership of his duty, personally handing warm bedding to shivering families and making sure the kids and elderly get covered first. Till he catches maid Emily carrying a mountain of linens and starts scolding her for working through her break, snatching the load right out of her arms while she flashes a bright, sparkling smile. While behind a nearby tent, a massive green orc warrior holds a tiny bouquet of purple flowers, watching her from afar, his sad red eyes contrasting against her glowing smile. As his fellow orcs gather behind him to roast his soul, laughing that no human woman wants an ugly green monster with heavy muscles. A tragic scene so heavy it broadcasts into Lloyd's sleeping mind, showing the orc smirking in a golden dreamscape, where he walks away through falling petals while Emily turns around in confusion, crossing past her in a dynamic motion blur before the absurdity overloads the system, causing Lloyd to bolt upright in bed drenched in cold sweat from the sheer weirdness of the dream, groaning to Javier, who was sitting vigil beside him, before his physical body remembers it was dying from total burnout, sending him back into a feverish sweat. As he looks at Sir Byron and starts muttering about the financial nightmare of payday, screaming that his bank account is dropping toward zero while coughing violently. And when Byron desperately suggests delaying worker paychecks, Lloyd's eyes snap open with fury as he rejects the idea, making Javier freeze in the hallway, realizing his master would rather collapse than break trust with his workers. As Lloyd gasps for air, clutching the bedsheets and swearing he will never delay a single paycheck, before his eyes roll back and his entire body goes limp on the pillow, sending Byron into panic, screaming for a doctor as his master appears to pass away. Right as the door swings open and Javier steps into the room, bathed in light, calmly announcing that he brought the money, pulling out an official royal draft for 3 billion gold pieces as a massive dark aura begins to surge, triggering the system window for a special skill called financial healing right in front of Byron's terrified face, which resurrects Lloyd's body with red energy, bouncing him up into a wild, crouching stance, curing every trace of physical burnout with raw capital as his face contorts into a manic, demonic smile, bellowing his battle cry to get back to work now that 3 billion gold is secured in the ledger. And with 3 billion gold sitting in the treasury, Lloyd doesn't waste a single second resting, immediately pulling up to the dirt lot with a shovel to scream orders at the work crews, setting a ruthless pace as hundreds of laborers echo back in unison, while Javier steps up to handle the heavy terrain manipulation using his freshly awakened sword master mana, channeling high-grade emerald energy through his hands to bypass months of manual excavating, flicking his fingers like he's casually sweeping dust off a desk, which triggers controlled micro-landslides that flatten the entire lot in seconds, lifting colossal blocks of earth through the air so the foundations sit perfectly level without wasting time on heavy machinery. While up on the grassy ridge, Lloyd projects holographic system simulations of the honeypot apartments, getting slammed by simulated hurricane winds, watching the digital green tower grids hold their ground against simulated natural disasters, before stepping right up to the cliff edge to trigger the ultimate stress test scenario, bursting with bright green system mana as the camera pulls back into planetary orbit, zooming out past the clouds into space to render a full orbital impact test, dropping a simulated meteor out of the sky to see if the concrete specks can survive a direct apocalyptic impact. And as the simulated shockwave detonates across the landscape, Lloyd breaks into a manic, unhinged laugh over his structural math holding up, completely terrifying everyone nearby, which prompts Javier to stare at him like a patient who just escaped the ward, deadpanning that he never assumed his lord was mentally stable in the first place. But Lloyd ignores the disrespect entirely because Master Corgidus and 30 elite dwarf craftsmen have finally arrived on site to fix their core bottleneck, the concrete mix, explaining to the dwarf team that unlike a basic suspension bridge, complex multi-story housing requires a continuous pour so the cement never sets early, which means they need specialized machinery. Pulling out custom blueprints for a rotating mixer truck, only for Corgidus to bark at him for handing out heavy labor schematics instead of offering a hot meal after a long trip. So Lloyd just grins smoothly, pointing out that deep down, dwarf master builders live for blueprints they've never seen before, popping such a sinister face that Corgidus snatches the paper in frustration, demanding to know if the foundation beds are actually prepped. And with the designs handed off, construction officially kicks off as Lloyd and Javier dual-wield a shovel to blast open deep trenches with raw mana, shattering hard bedrock in a single strike before deploying their secret weapon for the mixing drums, stuffing Padong inside a massive wooden barrel set on wheels so the little guy runs like a hamster, keeping the cement churning at high speed, while the sand and steel orcs flex their ridiculous physical power, snapping heavy rebar rods and mounting wooden formwork with their bare hands. As Lloyd shouts over the noise to ensure zero air pockets remain in the pour, setting up the next phase where Titan Beaver Bibiong acts as a living crane for high-level lifts, hoisting platform loads of concrete up the rising scaffolding, while Bangul jingles bells to boost worker morale, leaving the summons looking blissfully invested in their new roles on the construction site. And as the building frame towers high into the sky wrapped in scaffolding, Lloyd hands site supervision over to Sir Byron, who confirms he can manage the routine labor, allowing Lloyd to shift his focus to the single biggest engineering flaw in the entire blueprint, vertical thermal loss. Because the central heating relies on coal boilers piping hot steam up to individual unit radiators, which means heat bleeds off rapidly as the steam rises, leaving top-floor residents in the cold unless he finds an elite insulator. After running endless simulations with standard materials that all fail, Lloyd locks himself in his study for days, drowning in crumpled papers as he desperately searches for a cheat code. slumped over his desk with dark circles under his eyes, sifting through his memories of the original novel The Night of Blood and Iron for any hidden lore, until the scattered keywords finally connect in his head, snapping him awake with a manic grin. Remembering a specific arc where Javier fought a colossal red dragon in a cavern, with the dragon screaming standard fantasy villain trash talk at a human opponent, before unleashing a point-blank, mountain-melting torrent of infernal fire across the screen, only for Javier to stand dead center inside the roaring blaze without taking a single point of damage, leaving the dragon completely flabbergasted by a human eye calmly staring back through the flames. Unharmed because his endgame armor was fortified with the sap of the Alintia tree, the single greatest thermal insulator in the entire world. A legendary magical tree whose sap can resist dragon breath, making it the perfect material to wrap municipal steam pipes, which cuts straight to present day, 2 days deep into a freezing trek through the Everglow woods as Javier asks where they're actually sourcing this impossible material. And the second Lloyd mentions heading into elven territory, Javier stops cold, reminding him that elves hate humanity and haven't spoken to an outsider in 500 years, pointing out that in the original storyline, Javier was the one who built rapport with them, so Lloyd is basically walking into a wall, demanding to know how he expects to negotiate with a xenophobic isolated faction, only for Lloyd to turn around with a calm smile, explaining that Javier completely misunderstood the premise, dropping the most sinister, unhinged grin on his face as he casually announces he has zero plans to negotiate because he's just going to steal it, leaving Javier looking deeply soul-drained, silently calculating if he can resign from his knight oath on the spot. Leaving the freezing mountain peaks behind as night settles over the northern border, and bringing us deep into the glowing roots of the Everglow woods, where every single plant emits a faint mana pulse, which is why Lloyd keeps his voice to a whisper, warning Javier that the elves are biologically linked to this ecosystem, meaning even a single snap of a twig will blow their cover, right before Javier feels a sudden tickle in his nose and lets out a dramatic sneeze that somehow looks like a high-budget romance anime scene with magical sparkles floating through the air, leaving Lloyd glaring at him in disbelief, asking why he felt the need to make a routine bodily function look majestic, only for Javier to deadass explain that when you look like him, everything you do looks cinematic, though Lloyd will never know what that feels like, which triggers a system notification dropping 99 points of direct ego damage on Lloyd's head, which hurts worse than getting your card declined at a restaurant in front of someone you've been trying to impress for 6 months, causing Lloyd to lose his mind, threatening murder and screaming how an actual sword master can't suppress a sneeze, only for Javier to calmly argue that biological functions cannot be resisted, asking why on earth anyone would hold in a deuce and risk medical constipation. And as Lloyd keeps shouting about how a top-tier warrior can't even handle basic digestive hygiene, Javier just chuckles to himself, mocking Lloyd for resorting to bathroom jokes because he can't roast his face, which is the final straw for Lloyd, who loses his composure and winds up a furious right hook, unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of fists into Javier's chest. But because Lloyd's physical stats are nowhere near a sword master, all his rage punches do is act as a deep tissue muscle massage, triggering a system pop-up confirming Javier feels physically refreshed. So Javier just shushes his exhausted master like a child, urging him to quiet down so they can navigate toward the central Alintia tree without drawing attention. Except it's already too late, because an entire battalion of blonde elven archers materializes out of the canopy with arrows knocked straight at their faces. And when Lloyd screams in panic asking how they got spotted so fast, the lead archer yells back that they were shouting about pooping and making enough noise to wake up the whole continent, while Javier realizes their stealth approach is ruined. But instead of panicking, Lloyd's expression morphs into a sinister grin as he realizes this actually saves them time, flashing a demonic smile at the archers while the lead elf counts down to 3 and orders her squad to fire, sending a lethal storm of wooden shafts raining down. But Javier instantly steps in front, igniting his Emerald Sword Master aura to create an impenetrable kinetic shield right above Lloyd, spinning his blade in a sweeping circle of pure mana that shreds the incoming volley before it can get anywhere near them, and launching himself into the air to deflect the rest of the arrows while Lloyd stays crouched on the ground untouched, leaving the elven squad freezing in panic as they recognize the emerald energy of a genuine sword master, which gives Lloyd the perfect window to sprint off, shouting for Javier to execute their planned split and meet him at the central tree in 30 minutes while drawing all enemy aggro. And the tactical play works, because the lead elf takes one look at Lloyd's face and screams for her squad to ignore the ugly guy and chase the handsome warrior instead, sending every single archer leaping through the branches to hunt Javier down like he's a limited edition drop, forcing Javier to spring across the terrain with his glowing blade drawn, constantly tracking the archers positioning above him under the full moon, while noting how the elves move with supernatural grace, barely tapping the leaves of the branches as they pursue him, which reminds Javier of the briefing Lloyd gave him on the mountain path earlier that day, where Lloyd explained that elves view all plant life as sacred, possessing a specialized footwork technique specifically designed to avoid stepping on flowers or crushing foliage. Meaning since these elves are innocent guardians, lethal force is banned, so Javier's sole job is to draw their fire, dodge their shots, and use their ecological habits against them. And as an archer pulls her bowstring taut from above, Javier dives behind a massive tree trunk, using the wood as natural cover, while arrows slam into the bark around him, forcing him to keep moving at high speed. only to realize that because he's actively trying not to crush the forest flora, his footwork is heavily restricted to bare rocks and dirt paths, forcing him to ricochet off stone ledges while deflecting continuous sniper fire from the canopy, until his hyper-perceptive senses register the tactical pattern, realizing the archers aren't just shooting at him, they're intentionally funneling his movement into a specific zone. While deep in the center of the sanctuary, the massive Alintia tree stands towering over the forest, glowing with mystical thermal energy. Lloyd has already set up his position, cracking his knuckles and grabbing his trusty shovel, activating his system ability, the upgraded Energizer, which completely wipes out his physical fatigue for 20 minutes while wrapping his body in a roaring green aura, and unleashing his inner menace as he screams at the top of his lungs, driving his shovel into the earth at violent, superhuman speed, carving out massive structural trenches within seconds while Javier's boots dash across the forest floor miles away. Javier notices that the elven commander has disappeared from the front line of pursuers, making him realize she might be circling around toward Lloyd's location. And before he can turn back, Javier leaps out over an open body of water, realizing too late that the clearing has zero plant life to block the archer's line of sight, allowing the entire elven squad to lock on and release a massive blanket volley of hundreds of arrows raining down from the sky, forcing Javier to grip his sword with both hands and channel every drop of his swordmaster core into a defensive downward strike, unleashing a colossal explosion of cyan energy that obliterates the sky-blotting arrow storm in a blinding flash, and landing cleanly in the water as the shockwave settles around him, leaving the surviving archers trembling in terror, realizing this human could wipe out their entire squad if he stopped holding back, until a stern voice echoes through the trees, telling them to calm down, because while the humans brought a sword master, they brought Melika? And as Javier steps forward into the dark clearing, two glowing eyes locked onto him from the shadows reveal a towering, muscular elven champion holding a massive artillery bow, who marches into the light and slams the heavy metal base of her weapon directly into the earth, pulling back the thick steel string with overwhelming physical power to knock a massive armor-piercing projectile, revealing her title as the Dragon Sniper, as Javier braces his emerald sword barrier for the incoming impact. And Melika releases the string, launching a high-velocity shockwave round that tears a trench straight through the dirt, striking Javier's guard head-on and detonating in a blinding eruption of light and force that forces a grunt of pain from the swordmaster, as a massive kinetic shockwave echoes across the Everglow woods, leaving Javier fighting for his life against an anti-dragon siege weapon, and the kinetic shockwave of Melika's heavy artillery arrow rips through the air, sending Javier skidding backward across the damp earth, his boots grinding against the slick mud as he struggles to absorb the sheer raw force of the impact, dragging his glowing blade along the ground while yelling in physical exertion, baring his teeth as he barely manages to neutralize the kinetic momentum. Because clashing head-on with an anti-dragon siege weapon under the moonlight isn't something even a sword master can handle casually. And as he catches his breath, he cannot believe this elven champion just repelled his aura sword using nothing but her own ungodly physical strength, which leaves him in a massive strategic nightmare, since Lloyd explicitly laid down the ground rule before they stepped foot in this forest. If Javier hurts a single elf, their entire xenophobic nation will declare total war, making this fight 10 times more dangerous than their war with the Steel Sand Orcs, which means Javier has to find a way to break through their lines and reach Lloyd. As he surges through the dense woodland at top speed, knowing that half the elven strike force has likely already bypassed him to hunt down his master, leaving him frantically calculating how to disarm a wave of lethal archers without accidentally taking a single life, just as another heavy bowstring snaps taut in the shadows. And Javier pivots on his heel, igniting his emerald aura to unleash a massive orbital sword sweep, creating a concentrated wall of kinetic pressure that detonates right in the center of the clearing, swirling his blade into a continuous defensive vortex that deflects a dozen incoming arrows mid-air, stripping away their momentum without letting a single shockwave hit the archers, flawlessly neutralizing their ranged offensive before turning his attention to the elite artillery specialist locking onto him from above, as another heavy armor-piercing shaft tears through the tree canopy like a miniature missile, forcing Javier to launch himself straight into the air, screaming through the exertion as he channels his remaining mana into his legs, slicing the incoming heavy projectile in half with surgical precision while maintaining zero lethal force against the shooter, landing back on the dirt and roaring to draw the remaining aggro onto himself, blocking a point-blank kinetic blast that lights up the dark forest floor, while another high-velocity shaft comes whistling down straight from the canopy, shattering harmlessly against his aura shield as the shockwave rattles the surrounding trees. While deep underneath the forest in a dark root cavern, Lloyd is completely unbothered by the life-or-death battle above, slicing off another glowing piece of central Alintia tree root for his high-rise thermal insulation, only to freeze in place when a furious voice echoes through the cave, calling him a demon, and turning around to find 3 female elven archers aiming heavy arrowheads straight at his face, demanding to know why he's vandalizing their sacred tree while he gives them the most deadpan, half-hearted apology about people counting on his engineering project, which does not work at all, as they threaten to turn him into a human pincushion if he so much as twitches. So Lloyd pulls off the most unhinged psychological move in civil engineering history, calmly telling them they can shoot him if they want, but if they do, he's turning his hostage into a baked potato, whipping out a live, potted mandragora plant he casually dug up earlier, which immediately makes the plant-venerating elves gasp in horror. Because threatening to roast a living root in front of a race that considers all plant life sacred is the ultimate psychological crime, forcing all 3 archers to back up while screaming insults at him. And Lloyd just shrugs off being called a scoundrel, right until the lead elf gets so angry she shouts that he's an ugly piece of trash who will die alone without ever touching a woman. And the statement hits him so hard his face turns pitch black from emotional destruction, looking like my ex-girlfriend just dropped my credit score in front of my mom, while the mandragora screams in terror, forcing himself to push through the psychological damage as he menacingly marches forward with his torch, backing the 3 terrified elves up a steep earthen tunnel, staring into the void with a hollow, villainous glare that makes the archers panic and beg him to negotiate. And to make his leverage look 100 times worse, he brings the mandragora right to his mouth and starts slobbering on its leaves, making the sentient root scream bloody murder about getting spit on, ordering the terrified archers to crawl up into the light before he takes a full bite out of his hostage, finally bursting out onto the forest surface, where he wipes his forehead and checks his surroundings, hoping Javier is close by because getting cornered by actual combat reinforcements right now means instant death. And to keep his terrifying act convincing, he takes another dramatic chew on the mandragora leaves, making sickening noises that make the hostages clutch their stomachs in disgust, as 2 of the elves begin staggering and complaining about getting dizzy from witnessing such heinous botanical cruelty, until the squad leader tries to yell at them to hold their composure, only for her own stomach to let out a violent growl that echoes through the trees. And all 3 elite archers physically collapse onto the dirt in total weakness, leaving Lloyd standing there in confusion, wondering why 3 trained warriors folded like paper, which causes his civil engineering brain to start analyzing every weird anomaly he noticed since stepping foot in these woods, like how sunken their eyes were and how dead quiet the canopy was, realizing there hasn't been a single bird, rabbit, or deer anywhere in the central woods, because his own reputation as the demon in the west triggered the monster domino effect, driving all local wildlife to the outer mountain edges. And since elves venerate plant life and refuse to eat flora, they are strict carnivores, meaning Lloyd's economic chaos in the west accidentally starved the entire elven population for months. While farther down the ridge, Javier is still sprinting through the trees, ducking under incoming arrows while trying to reach his master. Noticing that despite their legendary agility, all the elven archers chasing him are breathing heavily and faltering in their pursuit. Realizing their stamina is shot, giving him the exact opening he needs to break away using his remaining mana, leaping through the forest canopy in a dazzling burst of emerald light. As an exhausted elven archer tries to draw her heavy bowstring one last time, completely unable to match his speed, allowing Javier to bypass the defensive perimeter entirely and land cleanly in the direction of the central clearing, slicing through the air with blood on his face, desperately shouting in his heart for Lloyd to stay alive until he gets there. And while Lloyd is chilling by the fire, Javier is out here, tearing through the forest like a man possessed, ignoring the volley of arrows flying past his head while the elven captain shouts at her squad to keep up. Except her archers are so malnourished they're literally collapsing on the branches like wet laundry, forcing Commander Melika to take matters into her own hands, leaping off the boughs with her heavy longbow, despite having surrendered all her personal rations so her soldiers wouldn't starve first, releasing a kinetic shockwave arrow that tears through the canopy. And even though Javier catches the projectile dead center on his blade, the sheer weight of the impact slams him backwards into a tree trunk, leaving him zero breathing room as another archer swoops in from above to take his head. But Javier slips the angle with zero hesitation, his mind locked on a single priority, vaulting clean over the archer's weapon as a fresh wave of arrows rains down from every direction, turning the moonlight canopy into a high-stakes kill zone. Yet Javier doesn't stop to fight, channeling his green aura to launch himself straight through the upper boughs, moving so smoothly through the air that the watching archers go stiff with horror, realizing this human somehow mastered their secret 100-year footwork technique on the fly, leaving them stranded in the trees as he sprints across the high canopy, ignoring his burning muscles and shredding coat as he pushes his physical limit, until the brilliant purple glow of the Alentia tree roots finally breaks through the treeline, and he screams out for his master at the top of his lungs, expecting a bloody battlefield, only for the scene to shift to thick slabs of pork belly sizzling quietly on a hot stone, where Lloyd is casually stuffing his face alongside 2 elven ladies, turning around with a mouthful of meat to see Javier looking like he survived a building collapse, asking him with total deadpan indifference if he accidentally wandered into a war zone, before flipping another skewer and telling his exhausted bodyguard to pull up a rock before the pork gets burnt, introducing Javier to the group like nothing happened, which confuses the elves who thought someone that handsome had to be a noble, only for Lloyd to introduce Chief Moira, scolding Javier for giving them his usual emotionless 1,000-yard stare, right as Moira timidly asks if one more hungry soldier can join the circle. And out steps Melika, looking like an SSS-tier muscle mommy who hasn't seen a decent meal in 6 months. So Lloyd puts on his best host smile and welcomes her to the table, while casually pointing out that the 30 archers hiding up in the trees will just have to eat the fresh grill smoke, leaving an entire elite squad hovering in the branches, watching in pain as Melika lifts a fork of crispy pork belly to her mouth. And the second that fatty meat hits her tongue, her brain short-circuits, giving Lloyd the exact psychological opening he was waiting for, as he immediately launches into a world-class soap opera performance, putting his hands together and weeping about how terrible the men and children must be suffering back home. dropping his face into a dark shadow, while fake sobbing that nobody knows if the wildlife will ever return before they all starve to death. Wiping away fake tears while the elven warriors in the trees start breaking down in tears from the sheer emotional damage, which breaks Moira's resolve so hard that she begs him on the spot to make a trade. And when a random archer shouts that they don't negotiate with humans, Lloyd pulls out his potted mandragora with the most devious smile imaginable, reminding them that taking food from a hostage situation is already a deal. Leaning forward with his eyes narrowed to lay down his real terms, offering them the one thing they cannot buy with pride, survival, promising an unlimited supply of high-grade pork along with all the coal needed to cook it, while secretly keeping his mouth shut about coal being made from burnt trees, because telling plant-worshipping elves they'd be cooking over wood fuel would ruin the entire pitch. Sweetening the pot by offering to construct cold storage facilities for free so their meat never spoils, before dropping the friendly act and telling Moira to her face that if she turns him down, his own estate will freeze to death when winter hits, asking for nothing more than a tiny monthly harvest of dragon fireproof Alentia sap, guaranteeing he will teach them sustainable extraction methods that won't harm the sacred tree, plus a small labor agreement where 100 elves help transport the food and assist in building his new honeypot apartment complexes, asking if they have a deal to save both their nations, only for her squad to scream from the trees that humans are deceitful snakes who can't be trusted, causing Moira to bow her head as a childhood memory resurfaces in her mind, remembering her elder touching her head and warning her that because humans live short, desperate lives, they are naturally greedy, manipulative, and dangerous, and that the only human an elf can ever trust is one who is a genuine, true friend, bringing her right back to the quiet glow of the campfire where Lloyd sits waiting for his answer, as Moira opens her eyes with stone-cold conviction and flatly rejects his proposal, stating that she will only do business with a human she considers a real friend, sending Lloyd's mental gears grinding into an immediate panic, biting his finger in sharp frustration as he realizes that scamming his way through this negotiation just hit a massive brick wall. Because centuries before any of this, Chief Moira's late parent knelt beside her in a sacred sanctuary, gently placing a hand on her head to pass down a warning from their time among humans in the realm of Gaffel, explaining that because human lifespans are so ridiculously brief, they naturally become greedy, deceptive, and reckless, which is why an elf must never trust a human unless they prove to be a genuine, true friend. And holding on to that generational doctrine with total conviction, Chief Moira looks Lloyd dead in the eyes and flatly rejects his proposal, refusing to sign any contract with someone who treats them as mere trade leverage, leaving Lloyd clutching his chin in pure frustration, grinding his teeth as he realizes his standard high-pressure sales tactics just crashed into an impenetrable cultural brick wall, standing frozen in the quiet cavern as his mind drifts into a dark, empty void, forced to ask himself what a true friend even is when his entire past life was defined by total isolation. Flashing back to his original life as Kim Suho in South Korea, where he walked through the halls of the traditional Architectural Research Institute shabby, broke, and ugly, with his classmates constantly sneering behind his back, listening to his peers mock him at coffee shops for being impoverished and killing the mood, yet choosing to swallow the disrespect and lock in on his studies because mastering engineering was his only ticket out of poverty, telling himself that if he just acquired enough technical knowledge he could finally escape a life of struggle, until one afternoon at a local grill restaurant, a classmate sat across from him over sizzling coals, comforting Suho by telling him not to listen to those idiots since his grades and work ethic were 10 times better than theirs, handing over a freshly cooked slab of premium meat while boasting that the beef at this spot was on a whole other tier, prompting a timid, grateful response from Suho as he held up his chopsticks, only for the classmate's expression to twist into a condescending, sinister grin, taunting Suho by asking if canned tuna was the only meat a broke guy like him normally gets to eat. And in that exact second, Suho looked up and recognized those eyes looking down on him with sheer superiority, watching that rotten smile and realizing the dude was getting a cheap high off playing the merciful savior to someone below him, relishing the ego boost of feeding a dirty, stray dog, while Suho sat there feeling tears build up from the psychological disrespect, chewing on that piece of grilled meat while wrestling with his wounded pride, only for tears of pure unadulterated joy to stream down Suho's face as he realized the stray dog being pitted did not care about the insult at all because this beef was unbelievably top tier, leaving the classmate feeling like a generous god who just brought light into a poor man's life, as Suho held up his chopsticks yelling for 2 more portions, prompting the classmate to laugh heartily and order 3 more on his own dime, running through the neon city lights together in a wave of mutual satisfaction, proving to Suho that true friendship is actually remarkably simple. And snapping back to the present day, Lloyd's face twists into a manic, red-eyed smirk as he realizes that emotional connection doesn't require decades of trust when you can literally buy it with high-grade beef, whip-cracking metal tongs in a blinding flash of light to whip out marbled slabs of raw imported beef right in front of the starving elven squad, causing Moira to gasp in utter bewilderment at the lustrous fat caps while Lloyd twirls the skewers over the glowing coals like a seasoned teppanyaki chef. And the second that sizzling grease hits the flame, Moira takes one single bite and breaks down into weeping, ecstatic tears of pure flavor overload, followed by her archers sobbing in bliss as Chief Moira throws her hand forward, completely abandoning her ancestral taboos to yell that she accepts the deal immediately. And when a terrified archer asks how they're going to get the elders to sign off on this, Moira shouts to just feed the elders some beef too, officially binding the 500-year isolated forest nation to House Frontera. Marching the new elven workforce straight into town, while Lloyd Loki questions why he spent hours trenching Sub-Zero dirt when a brisket could have solved the entire regional war, leaving Javier looking profoundly exhausted. As townspeople whisper in utter disbelief that Lloyd brought orcs first, elves second, and wonder if Bro is going to pull up with a dragon next, while an orange-haired elven woman stares at the town architecture in deep anxiety, sweating as she looks at wooden fences and carved door frames, fighting an internal panic over standing in a city built entirely from harvested plant life, which Lloyd instantly notices, stepping up beside her to explain that every species and culture operates under different values, but compromising a tiny bit allows everyone to build a world where everybody profits. And while she admits in her head that the logic makes sense even if her heart resists, Lloyd drops a devious smirk and tells her to ponder that philosophical dilemma over another plate of smoked beef, leaving her thoroughly converted by the food diplomacy as focus shifts directly to the honeypot apartment construction site, where Lloyd reflects on the massive civil engineering disaster he was racing against before heading into the Everglow woods. Specifically the deadly concrete freeze-thaw cycle, where trapped water droplets inside cold concrete pores freeze into micro-ice blocks. And when spring temperatures thaw that trapped ice, the resulting volume expansion shatters the internal structure from within, turning multi-story buildings into crumbling dust. A catastrophic structural failure that Lloyd touches his chin and smirks about, knowing that lethal engineering hazard is officially deleted from the board. Thanks to the elves' weightless movement, scaling multi-story scaffolding at lightning speeds while carrying massive bundles of steel plumbing pipes, swinging across high-rise ropes with zero fear, yelling at each other to speed up the installation process so they can get back to eating premium beef, completing complex exterior utility piping in record time as elven agility turns a multi-month construction nightmare into a routine afternoon job, allowing honeypot apartment blocks 101 and 102 to stand fully constructed right as the first winter snow begins to fall over the estate, leading Lloyd, Javier, and the dwarf craftsman into the interior stairwells, carrying glowing pots of specialized thermal sealant to begin environmental testing, dipping brushes into the mixture of 1 part Alentia tree sap and 100 parts soybean oil, painting every inch of white radiator piping to create a dragon fireproof heat trap, until the lead worker shouts that all 8 floors of plumbing are completely sealed, signaling the basement crew to ignite the massive industrial boiler, causing steam to hiss and red-hot pipes to vibrate with raw thermal pressure while the testing crew sits in the muggy room sweating through their shirts, confirming the insulation holds heat perfectly. Stepping out into the falling snow carrying his shovel, Lloyd yells for the management team to prepare the incoming refugee residential transfers. And when Javier tries to offer a structured priority list, Lloyd tells him to shut it because he's busy, wheeling around to bark direct orders at Sir Byron instead, commanding him to move families with young kids in first, followed immediately by the elderly and sick sorted strictly by medical severity, while placing everyone else into Ondal heated homes so no single person starves or freezes. A seemingly noble act that Lloyd flashes a devious, wide-eyed grin over, secretly plotting how every saved refugee will feel eternally indebted to him and work twice as hard on future labor projects. Walking through the snowy village as Javier watches his master's back, reflecting on how Lloyd has been this unhinged ever since his personality suddenly changed, yet admitting to himself that you simply cannot hate the guy. Because when push comes to shove, Lloyd has built himself into the single most reliable pillar that every soul on this estate depends on to survive, right as a loud trumpet horn echoes across the stone bridge, prompting Lloyd to pause and ask if that horn is signaling what he thinks it is, with Javier confirming it announces the arrival of Her Majesty's official royal messenger, who arrives in a green doublet and feathered hat, kneeling on a crimson carpet before Baron Arcos and Baroness Marbella before unfurling a red scroll with a dramatic theatrical flourish, shouting at the top of his lungs that Queen Alicia is thoroughly impressed by how House Frontera took complete charge to resolve the regional monster and refugee crises. As Baron Arcos and Marbella listen in breathless anticipation while Lloyd stands in the background leaning on his shovel, and the messenger proclaims that Her Majesty officially elevates the Frontera estate from a barony to a county, bestowing Arcos Frontera with the noble title of Count, kneeling low on the red carpet to offer his royal congratulations, leaving Baron Arcos and Marbella completely frozen with wide-eyed, tearful shock at their family's massive political elevation, clasping hands in quiet disbelief as falling snow surrounds them, while Lloyd stands behind them with a calm, triumphant smirk, holding his shovel in the winter cold, having successfully engineered his family's rise into high nobility while securing the ultimate fortress estate. Unrolling an ornate royal scroll across the snowy courtyard, the messenger begins proclaiming Her Majesty's official decree, while Lloyd stands there with a sly smile right next to Javier's wide-eyed shock, shouting at the top of his lungs that House Frontera is officially promoted to a county, before dropping to his knees on the red carpet to offer his congratulations to Count Frontera, leaving Baron Arcos and Marbella weeping tears of sheer relief in each other's arms, while Lloyd just smirks quietly in the background. As the official continues reading out the Empress's justification, starting with House Frontera stopping the massive monster invasion from the east, followed by sheltering thousands of displaced refugees, while Marbella gently pats her sobbing husband's shoulder as their third contribution of building a regional fortress gets listed, confirming their independence from Cremo County, alongside a massive royal pledge where the imperial family will supply all construction materials and funding for the next 10 years, and topping it off with a 20-year tax exemption, which sends Lloyd straight into a manic celebration, praising the Empress for her top-tier generosity. Walking down the snow-covered path shortly after, Lloyd admits building a megacity by hand sounds impossible for this era, but tells Javier to head toward the village. While Javier points out that every bordering territory, including Lacona, now falls under Count Lloyd's administration, looking touched as his chief knight calls him a miracle. Admitting that going from a bankrupt barony to a dominant county in record time makes Lloyd the single most important figure in the entire kingdom. Meanwhile, across the realm, massive flower-adorned stone statues of Queen Alicia have been erected in every public square, surrounded by crowds shouting her name, with noblemen and commoners alike dropping to their knees in weirdly intense worship, chanting for her to unite the entire world, sweating profusely while screaming at the top of their lungs, trying to make sure their cult-like devotion reaches the royal palace, where Queen Alicia sits on her throne looking thoroughly annoyed by the court messenger's report, realizing her subjects are engaging in endless mindless worship, and finally snapping in frustration, ordering her attendants to make the people stop doing such cringy nonsense immediately. Back at the estate, a horse comes sprinting through the snow, carrying a white-haired, powdered-wig viscount who is screaming at his mount in panic, throwing open the study doors and plunging face-first onto the patterned carpet before Lloyd's desk, breathlessly asking if the Count summoned him, prompting Lloyd to tell him to drop the formality since he isn't used to the title, while the Viscount desperately flatters him, calling Lloyd's personality second to none, while inwardly dying of terror, remembering how he used to point and laugh at broke Lloyd holding cheap wine at noble banquets like my ex's friend group when I offered to split a $12 appetizer, reassuring himself that he just needs to play nice now, convinced that Lloyd is a naive fool whose kindness can be easily manipulated to save his own skin. So when Lloyd mentions that Eastern reconstruction requires serious labor and politely asks the Viscount for a tiny favor, the noble eagerly offers anything, leading Lloyd to coyly ask if he could spare a few engineers, feigning concern that taking too many might put a strain on the Viscount's domain, which makes the Viscount press his forehead deeper into the rug, sweating through his clothes while begging Lloyd to take as many engineers as he wants, unaware that the ambient light in the room is shifting, as Lloyd's face gets swallowed in a menacing red shadow, whispering that he'll only take enough to ensure their friendship isn't negatively affected, causing the Viscount's face to drain into desaturated terror, sending the noble stumbling out of the mansion so shaken that he falls headfirst off his horse, while Lloyd silently watches the wipeout from his window, reflecting on how he has never bullied or threatened a single soul in his entire life, while the noble scrambles through the mud outside, before his face twists into a dark, sinister grin, admitting to himself that intimidating corrupt nobles actually feels fantastic. Right as an administrative clerk reports that Honeypot Apartments 101 and 102 are fully occupied, triggering a bright blue system window in midair, awarding him a monumental achievement for constructing the continent's first high-rise housing, along with 700 bonus RP to push his total to 4,783, causing Lloyd to sling his shovel over his shoulder with red, glowing eyes and drool, thinking that now that the seeds are planted, it's time to harvest. Inside the warmed apartments, refugees are served tray meals featuring thick grilled meat chops and soft bread, prompting a displaced farmer to push his plate toward his wife and young child, telling them to eat up while he sits back empty-handed, his expression darkening with heavy shame, as he remembers being a proud worker who provided for his family, now reduced to a helpless charity case, wondering how long he has to live as a dependent when someone out in the square suddenly calls for Sir Lloyd, where Lloyd is playing the ultimate saint, holding an elderly woman's hand with gentle words before kneeling to fist pump with a kid for a local painter, waving broadly to cheering crowds and shouting his love to everyone, while Javier stands nearby, sweating under intense suspicion, knowing for a fact that Lloyd is setting up a massive trap, right before Lloyd slams a heavy wooden desk into the center of the square, and drops a massive foot-high stack of official papers onto the table, brightly announcing that it's time for all the refugees to pay back their debt, causing the crowd to recoil in confusion and dread, as Lloyd unveils a mountain of labor contracts, making it clear that nothing in life comes free, sitting behind his desk with hands folded, sporting a calm, unbothered smile, before leaning down with sharp, unblinking eyes, warning them that once their free aid ends, they'll have to stand on their own 2 feet, which causes Javier to clutch his head in an existential crisis over Lloyd's methods, right as the displaced farmer steps up to the desk, asking if signing means gaining actual employment, to which Lloyd offers a sharp grin, promising fair monthly wages and overtime pay, while adding the dark catch that once they receive their first paycheck, they'll be buying their own food and firewood like independent citizens, causing the farmer's jaw to go tight, as he realizes this isn't predatory debt bondage, but an actual chance to reclaim his dignity through work, and looks up with fierce determination, loudly demanding that Lloyd read him the contract so he can sign, making Lloyd laugh manically while warning him that their county operates on pure capitalism, before reassuring a nervous woman that labor opportunities are open to everyone regardless of gender, which triggers an overwhelming rush as the entire crowd surges toward the desk begging for work, while Lloyd smirks, officially launching his next initiative, the terraced farmland development project, which will carve up the eastern mountains using Gabian retaining walls to grant refugees individual land ownership. Cut to the estate quarters, where Bangul the pink pangolin lies fast asleep under a blanket, exhausted from building apartment blocks, leaving Lloyd at his drafting table realizing Gabians need rebar reinforcement, right as Bibiong the beaver titan shrieks in protective rage, and leaps midair to deliver a flying smack straight into Lloyd's cheek, screaming that nobody is overworking Bangul ever again.
Whoa, calm down, Jamal. Don't pull out the 9.
Leaving Lloyd clutching his swollen, drooling face in comedic shock, realizing he's going to have to engineer a completely different workaround for the mountain terracing. Under the pale moonlight, Lloyd Frontera stands out in the freezing cold, staring at the system interface floating above the snow. Knowing that with Bangul exhausted and Bibiong threatening to break his kneecaps if he overworks the pangolin, rolling for a new gotcha summon is his only move for the terraced farmland project. Even though this system UI talks like a back-alley swindler, Lloyd manages to convince himself that the game has always had his back, especially sitting on a balance of over 4,700 RP, giving him more than enough cash to burn. So he slams the summon button without hesitating, demanding a beast tailored for wire mesh production. Watching a glowing green spell circle materialize in the air while he folds his hands like a man praying for a crypto rebound, only to hear a voice inside the portal tell him he's being annoying as fuck, right as his eyes go wide, because a massive explosion detonates straight in his face, blasting him across the snow, leaving him covered in soot with his hair blown back, staring at a floating notification that laughs in his face. And the betrayal hits so deep he looks like his soul just left his body, while the system coolly gives him corporate PR, claiming to be neutral and bound by strict rules, before the entire interface turns blood red and starts cackling like a supervillain, flat out explaining that it only gave him early wins to trap him in a gambling addiction loop, which makes Lloyd crash out on the spot, screaming that he's going to destroy the system while it yells right back at him. Because Lloyd has classic addict psychology, the system dangles one more spin to pull him back in. So bro clicks yes with the exact same blind faith I had when I bought stock at the top, because a guy on Twitter told me to, only to trigger another massive explosion that blows up a nearby structure while the system panics, telling him the third time is the charm, which tricks him into wasting another 338 RP. And when the third dud hits, Lloyd lies face down in the snow laughing like a villain who lost his mind. Except the leftover magic ruptures, spawning a multi-tentacled horror from the breach that rears up with glowing eyes, ready to swallow Lloyd whole, diving through a nearby window frame as Lloyd scrambles backward in terror. Right until Javier, who is casually relaxing inside holding a pink heart pillow, instinctually draws his blade and slices the beast in half, leaving Lloyd sitting in the dirt gasping for air before screaming at the screen that he's done gambling. Until a hidden bankruptcy safety protocol triggers, offering him a targeted skill selection menu as compensation for getting scammed 3 times, expanding a massive blue grid full of selectable abilities right before his eyes. And when he looks closely at the options, his jaw drops in disbelief, seeing that most options are joke skills like licking your own nose or eating 100 sweet potatoes, until one specific title stops him in his tracks, locking onto getting spider webs, instantly running the structural math on how spider silk has 3 times the tensile strength of steel and never degrades in sunlight, which brings back his signature evil grin because this single material solves his entire Gabian wall problem. So he slams 800 RP onto the button without an ounce of hesitation, triggering a green magic circle that floods the site with energy, washing out the entire sky in a pure white flash. While inside the estate, Javier blinks under the sun, still clutching his heart pillow in a daze, wondering if that whole monster incident was just a weird dream before looking out over the quiet county landscape. Out on the terraced farmland site, the workers pause their digging to stare up at a light in the clouds, watching white feathers drift down from above like a divine omen, making them wonder if an angel just descended, only for it to be Lloyd soaring through the clouds shouting at the top of his lungs, mounted on top of a massive, round, white parabil named Goming, sending the workers below into a frenzy as they wave their shovels and cheer for their lord, while Lloyd realizes that flying around on a divine beast is the ultimate public relations flex, knowing that as long as the people see him as a holy savior, their loyalty and work output will skyrocket, which translates directly into massive future tax revenues in his greedy mind. Inspecting Goming's skills reveals the bird wears a little spider-marked backpack that dispenses endless high-grade silk, which Lloyd tries to break using his own mana circle, proving the silk only stretches slightly under extreme force, making it the perfect replacement for steel rebar, except for one operational hazard. Because this bird is lazy, ignoring Lloyd's commands and flying straight toward the trees. And the moment Lloyd chases after it, Goming delivers a deadpan kick straight to his stomach, sending Lloyd headfirst into a snowdrift, clutching his bruised face in shock, while the bird casually leans against a tree trunk chewing on a twig without a single care in the world, leaving Lloyd realizing he just traded one stubborn summon for another. Now he has to figure out how to bribe a lazy bird into building his terraced farmland before winter hits. And while Lloyd is out here sitting on the beach like a retired monk with his shovel and summons, he remembers how this whole operational nightmare started last night when he casually asked Goming to demonstrate its spiderweb skill, only for this bird to literally tumble onto its back and drop an anti-work manifesto about why it shouldn't be born for labor, which immediately tests Lloyd's patience, prompting Padong to pop out of nowhere looking like a tiny union rep and deliver an enthusiastic sermon about civic duty, infrastructure, and societal contribution, which brings us right back to the present snowfield where Padong is still preaching while Goming pretends to consider it. Except the bird immediately reverts to total laziness, lying in the snow with a twig in its beak like an unemployed roommate on a Tuesday afternoon, forcing Padong to slide out of Lloyd's coat collar to try soft managerial persuasion one last time. while Goming internally rationalizes that the world will keep spinning without its effort anyway. And that since Lloyd summoned it, he's legally obligated to provide free room and board, which instantly triggers Lloyd's internal demon face, because YouTube guidelines are the only reason this bird isn't currently being roasted over open flames. So when Padong scolds the bird for mooching, Goming decides violence is the answer and spits the twig straight into the air, sniping Padong right between the eyes with surgical precision, leaving both of them frozen as smoke rises from the rodent's forehead. And Lloyd realizes soft diplomacy is dead, handing Padong a single seed as emotional damage compensation, before taking this operation up to the mountain slopes where the peaceful scenery is about to be shattered, because Goming suddenly finds itself flying in utter terror, as Bibiong lunges out of nowhere like an oversized furry sleep demon and grabs the squawking bird midair, locking Goming in a suffocating Titan-grade bear hug that squeezes every bit of rebellion out of its tiny lungs, while Lloyd watches in the background with the most unhinged grin known to modern civil engineering. And Bibiong holds the traumatized bird like a plush toy, dropping Goming onto the dirt panting for dear life before leaning down with a terrifying smile to ask if it wants another round, which breaks the bird's spirit, causing Goming to burst into tears and beg for hard labor while Bibiong glows in the background, earning a thumbs up from Lloyd, proving that severe physical deterrence remains the undisputed champion of labor management, which officially launches Step 1 of the terraced farmland project, with workers carving flat slope steps while Bibiong operates a giant sieve, sifting through scooped dirt for fine sand while Goming takes to the sky, trailing high tinsel spider silk thread behind it, and weaving a synthetic grid across the mountain that boasts triple the tensile strength of structural steel, while Padong slaps the shovel handle to yell at slacking workers before Lloyd steps up to command the White Cavalry Engineer Corps, sending former enemy soldiers weeping tears of pure devotion as they shout their battle cry and backfill sand over the spiderweb mesh, before locking down the perimeter by packing heavy boulders into metal gabion baskets to guarantee zero soil erosion during heavy rains, allowing Lloyd to fly over the completed section on Goming's back like a military general inspecting his shovel-wielding legion, doing the mental math on how completing this arc ahead of spring will accelerate refugee apartment integration and clear his entire workload by next year, raising his shovel to the heavens like a man who just saw the promised land, and screaming about his impending rich unemployed retirement while digging alongside his men with frantic speed. While inside the administration building, Sir Byron and his clerks are drowning in mountains of paperwork so Lloyd doesn't have to, triggering a massive system notification confirming the completion of the Northern Terraces and ranking Lloyd among the continent's top engineers, which drops a fat 800 RP bonus into his balance, sending him swooning into a bed of wildflowers in blissful relief, before the system bestows a new regional title, the leader of those who are tired, granting local refugee farmers their own private land deeds, and buffing the domain's agricultural output with a massive 300% harvest multiplier that locks in economic stability for 30 years. And with the major projects wrapped up, Lloyd sits back inside the manor attempting to relax over a game of chess, making what he thinks is a galaxy brain move with a smirk, only to get counterplayed into oblivion, clutching his hair in tactical agony, while Count Arcos laughs like an unhinged maniac across the board, declaring that anything is thrilling as long as it isn't estate management, and casually mentioning that after raising soldier wages, everyone is working hard and everything is going smoothly, which hits Lloyd like a flash of trauma, pulling up a gray memory from his previous life as Kim Suho, back when a senior construction supervisor sat on a high balcony under a dreary sky, and gave him a haunting warning to always audit his position whenever life seems to be running too perfectly, snapping Lloyd back to reality as he stares at the chessboard and quietly tells Javier to stay up late tonight, ignoring Javier's confused question because deep down, Kim Suho knows that smooth sailing is usually the calm before a catastrophic storm, stepping out beneath the full moon to summon the system interface for an ending spoiler query costing 40 CP, realizing that securing an early retirement requires eliminating every future threat before it can even spawn, and slamming his finger onto the confirmation prompt to force the system to leak the final boss's playbook before it's too late. Dropping 40 command points into the system pulls Lloyd into a dark, silent void, leaving him standing in his brown trench coat as the ending spoiler feature activates. And as a strange, swirling red aura bleeds across his field of vision, he narrows his eyes in deep suspicion, recognizing the background wall as his own bedroom, though the red atmosphere instantly puts his brain on high alert, spotting a future version of Javier wearing a dark purple coat, standing near a bed that is engulfed in roaring magical flames. Wondering for a second if Javier is doing some unhinged meridian massage technique right before a blinding burst of mana detonates, revealing white-haired Javier from behind, pumping an overwhelming volume of green aura out of his core, desperately trying to force life force into a bettered man while observing Lloyd steps closer in total disbelief, watching Javier strain so hard his face is contorted in tears and sweat, burning through his own mana reserves, pumping pure energy into the chest of a gaunt, emaciated patient whose body looks entirely drained of fluid. When observing Lloyd gets a clear look at the dying man's sunken eyes and pale skin, his heart drops into his stomach, realizing the guy breathing his final breaths on that bed is actually a future projection of himself. Listening to his future self tell Javier to stop spending mana because it's useless, asking him to burn something once it's over. A white-haired Javier clasps his master's cold hands, ignoring current Lloyd trying to yell out in confusion, and crying tears of real heartbreak as he swears he won't let history remember Lloyd as a greedy nobleman, promising to tell the world that Lloyd was a hero who saved countless refugees and protected his second hometown. While future Lloyd's chest heaves with heavy, shallow gasps, his pulse weakening by the second, fighting for every individual breath as his body reaches the limit of physical failure, until his vision fades out and his spirit starts slipping away, surrounded by Padong, Bibiong, and his other animal summons weeping over his pillow just as his body dissolves into bright light, shattering into glowing green particles that vanish into nothingness, leaving observing Lloyd frozen in speechless shock, holding his coat as panic flares in his chest, forcing himself to suppress the anxiety and audit the visual evidence like an engineer. Noticing that Javier hasn't visibly aged at all, which means this specific disaster is scheduled to hit the domain in the near future. Observing his future self's severe emaciation and dehydration while Javier carries his red-wrapped corpse down stone halls, marking the spring seasonal lighting overhead as Javier walks across a floor covered in white linen bundles, stepping into a vast underground chamber packed wall-to-wall with hundreds of bandaged corpses, which proves this wasn't an isolated assassination, but a domain-wide mass casualty event. Watching Javier splash heavy wooden buckets of oil across the bodies before raising a burning torch, setting the hall ablaze, confirming to civil engineer Lloyd that this mass cremation was triggered by a contagious epidemic. Standing among the phantom flames as his pulse races, evaluating the threat of an airborne or waterborne outbreak, feeling cold sweat break out across his face because he's a structural engineer from modern Korea, not a medical doctor. Till future Javier turns around, staring straight through the void toward observing Lloyd to deliver his master's final words, looking directly into the camera and uttering the cryptic final message, "Remember empty," snapping Lloyd back to reality as the spoiler vision dissolves, leaving him standing under the full moon in a rain-slicked forest, holding his chin in deep thought, trying to figure out why his future self left such a specific phrase, realizing that the future version of himself had already activated ending spoiler in his timeline and deliberately left a coded clue, pacing in rapid, tight circles across the dirt ground, repeating empty while breaking down every single environmental variable, until a sudden shock of realization hits his brain like a high-voltage current, connecting the winter freeze, the refugee population boom, the river waste disposal, and the spring mass casualties. Cracking a bloodshot, manic grin as he realizes empty translates directly to Vienna, immediately meeting with domain officials the next morning to demand every available quarryman from Cremo. Sitting down with Javier over tea as Javier worries about the massive labor costs of hiring external masons, which triggers his system title, #1 at getting out of debt, granting him top-tier credit scores to secure low-interest loans, explaining to a stunned Javier that this massive infrastructure plan will cover the entire Viscounty, climbing onto the couch and drawing imaginary tunnel blueprints in the air to explain that their true enemy is cholera, leaning in with conviction to explain that doctors aren't the only ones who stop diseases, because civil engineers build sewers. Flashing back to 19th century Europe during the Industrial Revolution, when Vienna experienced a massive population explosion without modern plumbing, where hundreds of thousands of citizens dumped raw waste straight into the Danube River, relying on water currents to break it down, until an unexpected winter freeze locked the river solid, trapping all that waste and preventing natural microbial decomposition, causing the trapped biohazard to seep deep into the soil and poison the city's drinking water, spawning a massive cholera outbreak. Snapping back to present day where Lloyd stands on a high hill overlooking the Prona River, clutching his hair in frustration as he realizes his domain faces the exact same structural vulnerability, complaining out loud that work always multiplies the exact second he tries to settle into cozy relaxation, before clenching his fist with glowing green eye aura and a villainous grin, declaring that not even a kingdom-wide plague will stand between him and his wealthy retired future. Lloyd lies flat on his back staring at the ceiling, trying to cope with the reality that his cozy retirement dream is getting crushed under a mountain of financial liability. Because even though he swore that no demon or disease would stop him from living a peaceful, wealthy life, taking on high-interest loans for external workers from Count Cremo is turning into a total nightmare. And as sweat pours down his forehead, the math is eating him alive. Base wages are one thing, but covering housing, food, and transport logistics for hundreds of quarrymen will drain his reserves down to zero, causing him to physically grab his shirt in agony, gasping that borrowing other people's money is a slow-acting toxin devouring his soul. While out on the domain grounds, a muscular steel sand orc worker suddenly stops, watching Officer Greg flirt with a local girl using game so unrefined it should carry a prison sentence, with Greg handing her a yellow flower and whispering that his heart feels warmer than the sun, while she giggles and calls his lines painfully cringy, and Greg chuckles that a little rejection won't stop his hustle, unaware that the orc watching him from behind has bloodshot eyes and an aura flaring with pure, unadulterated anger. Because while Greg and his girl are out here giggling like middle school sweethearts, this orc is looking like he's about to crash out in the middle of a workday, until another guard yells down the stone path that Sir Byron needs Greg right away, forcing him to wrap up his smooth-talking routine and head out, only for the orc to step directly into his path, broad green back turned, acting like a surprise mini-boss blocking the exit, demanding to know how Greg could act so reckless, his voice shaking with righteous moral indignation, before throwing his head back and screaming at the top of his lungs about how Greg could pull a stunt like this when he already has someone named Emily, leaving Greg looking lost as hell, asking who the fuck Emily even is, looking like a dude whose card declined at Denny's after promising his girl the entire world, which sends the orc straight over the edge, lunging forward with a heavy swing to deliver a lesson in loyalty. Except Greg doesn't even flinch, channeling refined blue mana straight into his right fist and landing a counterpunch that plants the orc flat onto the stone path, leaving the orc sprawled in the dirt holding his cheek in total disbelief, realizing his raid boss physique meant nothing against House Frontera's guard force. As Greg flexes his glowing right arm, pointing out that a weak swing won't do anything because months of non-stop labor forced every soldier in the domain to passively master basic mana control, meaning these guys possess enough raw power to beat 10 men in a brawl, even if 90% of their stat points are spent on high-speed shoveling. But the orc refuses to take the loss, flaring a violent red aura from his core and getting ready to go all out, prompting Greg to drop into a low stance, spinning a circular blue mana guard around his forearms to absorb the hit, locking his posture and preparing for a real battle right outside the manor. As both fighters set their feet, ready to clash in a red versus blue mana explosion, when a shadow blurs across the screen faster than a top-tier assassin, and Sir Byron materializes behind Greg, sweeping his legs out from under him and slamming him onto his back before anyone can react. Standing over Greg with a cold stare, scolding him for messing around and slacking off when he's supposed to be earning his salary, leading Greg and the orc down the stone path while lecturing them that working hours are strictly for production, so he better start packing for a long business trip, explaining that estate time belongs to the Lord, while Greg walks with a heavy side-eye, knowing better than to talk back to his superior. As the three of them march past the manor courtyard under the bright morning sky, arriving at the stables where Byron saddles a horse to head toward Count Cremo's domain, explaining that Lloyd is planning a massive project that affects life and death, which makes Greg pause, noticing that traveling all the way to Cremo for external labor feels like a massive waste of time and money, which instantly transitions straight to the manor office where a blue system window suddenly flashes awake, where Lloyd is slumping in his chair like a defeated corporate worker, staring up at the UI, while technical sewer drawings sit scattered across his desk, as the system notifies him that his accumulated achievements are producing a hidden combined effect, making Lloyd squint in confusion as the notification reads out his history of executing traitors and clearing debt, listing how he built honeypot apartments to house thousands of starving refugees and faced calamity-tier disasters head-on, explaining that every single peasant, farmer, and refugee across the domain has been watching his actions, as thousands of boots begin marching down the stone roads. The system drops the news, revealing that the entire population wants nothing more than to repay the massive debt of gratitude they owe him, leaving Lloyd wondering how broke refugees could possibly repay a lord. Right as the system triggers the passive tidal effect, people who want to repay your help, causing a deafening roar to shake his office window, making him snap out of his chair and rush across the stone floor to look down at the courtyard, only to find a massive, endless sea of thousands of citizens and refugees screaming up at his window, begging him to give them work and explicitly offering to build his sewer system for zero pay, waving their arms in unbridled devotion, chanting his name like he's a savior who personally handed them their lives, which causes Lloyd's jaw to lock up as he grits his teeth in irritation, leaning out the sill to scream down at the top of his lungs, ordering the crowd to shut up immediately, freezing thousands of people in place as his internal capitalist logic takes over, knowing that uncompensated altruism is the most fragile foundation on earth. Because in his eyes, people doing things for free creates unbalanced social debt, whereas self-interest guarantees long-term reliability, leading him to ask if they really think he'll let them work without pay, screaming at them to never even dream of doing free labor under his watch, and pointing his finger down to declare that every single one of them is getting a legally binding, fully paid employment contract right now, which causes the crowd to explode into even bigger cheers because their lord refuses to exploit their gratitude and insists on giving them economic dignity, leaving Lloyd standing at his window, adjusting his vest and sighing, satisfied that his financial principles remain untouched while securing a massive local workforce without taking out a single cent in Cremo loans. While far to the east across the desert, a messenger pigeon carrying a metal intelligence capsule swoops down onto the balcony of a grand palace city, where Sultan Samarkand, an elderly emperor in rich red robes, unrolls the intelligence dispatch sent directly by his Western reconnaissance scouts, reading the opening lines of the report detailing what the scouts discovered in the Western territory recently hit by monster migrations. As the report frames Lloyd's summons in full mythical proportions, describing a heaven-splitting firebird, an earth-shattering beast, a sea devourer, and a mountain snake, misinterpreting Goming, Padong, and Bibiong as world-ending mythical war beasts, while noting that House Frontera's common laborers beat orcs barehanded and their old clerks move like the wind, and explaining that even the elite white cavalry swap their spears for shovels to build infrastructure alongside elves and orcs, leading the scout to conclude that if their non-combatants are this strong, their main military force must be unstoppable, causing Sultan Samarkand to visualize House Frontera as an army of armored death knights wielding glowing mana blades, standing in his sunlit palace in disbelief, and sweating through his turban as he clutches the report, trembling in terror and asking what kind of unhinged monster domain exists in the West. Along a quiet dirt path cutting through the rolling countryside, Lloyd and Javier travel toward neighboring territories to audit local land rights, setting up the ground for a massive regional infrastructure expansion before the winter freeze settles in. when they stumble upon a corrupt little noble student in a green vest, sitting on a stone like a feudal dictator while forcing his 2 household servants to beat each other senseless in a forced brawl, threatening to starve their wives and children to death if they hold back their strikes, using raw economic leverage to force these poor men into brutal violence just for his own twisted entertainment, forcing the sweat-drenched laborers to trade heavy blows, swinging with total desperation because losing their jobs in this territory means absolute financial death for their families. And as one punch lands square on the jaw with a pained grunt, the arrogant little bully sits back laughing, completely enjoying the suffering of men who have zero power to fight back. Until Lloyd strolls right up behind him and joins in on the laughter, making the arrogant noble think he found another fellow aristocrat who enjoys stepping on commoners. Only for the student's soul to physically leave his body the exact second he turns around and realizes who is standing beside him, cowering on his rock like a terrified rodent, stuttering out excuses about how class hierarchy gives nobles the right to abuse servants, completely unaware that Lloyd considers aristocratic entitlement an operational liability, which is why Lloyd flashes the brightest, most terrifying corporate smile, politely offering to jump into the ring and take a turn fighting. And the second the noble stammers that gentlemen shouldn't brawl like scum, Lloyd drops the sweet act, glaring down at him to clarify that he wasn't offering to fight him himself. He's setting up an official matchup, putting the abusive bully in the red corner against Javier in the blue corner like a deadpan boxing promoter, as Javier unsheathes his blade, letting a blinding aura of pure sword master mana flare into the air while offering to execute his lord's command without mercy, sending the noble tumbling to the dirt in sheer panic, screaming for him to put the weapon away while Lloyd casually notes that if he feels disadvantaged, he can grab a sword too, forcing the terrified bully to prostrate on the grass, begging for his life because fighting a sword master means getting turned into diced meat in 3 seconds flat. So Lloyd pretends to be reasonable, admitting that a sword master is heavy overkill before cracking his knuckles with a grin that belongs in a nightmare, and delivering a brutal, high-yield beating that resets the noble student's entire worldview on impact, proving that arrogance without fighting capacity always ends in tears, leaving the bully face down in the dirt, bruised, weeping, and missing teeth, completely stripped of his noble posturing, while Lloyd pulls out a quill right on the spot, drafting an official administrative report to request his immediate expulsion from academy grounds. When the broken noble whimpers for mercy, Lloyd leans down with unhinged disrespect, reminding him that a count's son outranks a low-tier bully every single day of the week, sealing the document into a transport canister and sending his flying messenger summon soaring into the sky to finalize the expulsion order, before turning to the 2 abused servants, giving them immediate citizenship in Frontera County and directing them to report under Sir Byron for actual paid labor contracts, leaving the 2 men weeping in sheer gratitude as they secure real livelihood dignity, while across the regional border, Viscount Lacona wakes up screaming in a cold sweat, because Lloyd's terrifying face has been invading his dreams every single night like an inescapable demonic entity. And when a sharp knock rattles his bedroom door, the furious Viscount grabs a leather whip, yelling at the intruder to get lost before he feels the leather, only for the door to slide open, revealing Lloyd sporting a smile so wild and predatory that it instantly breaks the Viscount's composure, causing the old noble to collapse onto his carpet in pure shock, dropping his whip while Lloyd stands over his bed with Javier like debt collectors at 3 a.m., casually making fun of his own menacing face before dragging the shivering Viscount out onto the balcony, pointing across the sprawling border territory, and announcing that he's expropriating his entire estate to flatten the land into a massive granite quarry for county construction. So when the Viscount panics and asks why his home is getting seized, Lloyd grabs him directly by his oversized mustache, leaning into his ear with an intense glare to make it clear that resistance is impossible, because high-grade granite is required to build a permanent underground sewer network that won't erode over centuries, and immediately mobilizing an army of shovel-wielding workers, shouting orders to carve a wide transport highway in a perfectly straight line from the quarry to the domain. So when the construction team notes that Viscount Lacona's luxury mansion is sitting square in the middle of the survey path, Lloyd doesn't even slow down, plowing straight through the estate walls, bisecting the entire multi-million gold mansion clean in half, leaving a giant dirt road running right through the ruined living room. And as the Viscount stands there with his jaw touching the grass, Lloyd pats him on the shoulder with a bright smile, promising to build him a tiny hut while reassigning all his household staff to paid Frontera contracts. Meanwhile, deep in the nearby woods, the disgraced noble student from earlier is forced to camp out in a small tent under the direct supervision of a giant elf warrior, sitting humbled on a rug alongside other evicted elites, too intimidated by the sheer physical mass of their guard to even think about causing trouble. While over at the new quarry, Sir Byron assumes full logistical control, his administrative stats hitting level 99 as Bibiong effortlessly devours whole forests to clear stone beds, and heavy-duty orcs haul massive granite blocks alongside monster boars, moving high-density building materials with military discipline under Byron's rhythmic chants, while the elves construct high-rise apartment units fueled by continuous feasts of sizzling beef, leaving Lloyd back in his manor office clutching his head over a massive engineering bottleneck, realizing that manual labor cannot clear toxic sewer sludge without workers suffocating on lethal biohazard gases, meaning the only modern solution is daily high-temperature incineration, which would exhaust his own mana reserves in days, leaving him groaning at his desk as he searches his brain for a dedicated slave capable of generating infinite fire on demand. until a sudden stroke of genius strikes him like a lightning bolt, causing him to snap his fingers with an expression of pure malevolence. Remembering that a Calamity Tier fire dragon is currently resting out in the wild, making it the ultimate infinite heat source for domain waste management, prompting Lloyd and Javier to march straight into a local dwarf blacksmith shop, where the master forge worker listens to their custom armor request in utter disbelief, asking if they seriously plan to use fireproof Alincha tree sap armor to capture a living fire dragon, to which Lloyd gives a deadpan confirmation. And when the stunned dwarf asks who on earth is supposed to wrestle a legendary beast into submission, Lloyd points his finger right at Javier. Javier is looking at Lloyd with the exact same dead-eyed, soul-crushed despair I had when my ex texted me, "We need to talk 10 minutes," after I dropped my whole paycheck on her birthday dinner. As he closes his eyes and lets out a deep, pained sigh, realizing his life as a hero will forever be spent serving as a glorified dragon catcher for Lloyd's plumbing projects. Deep within the frozen peaks of the eastern mountains, far away from all human civilization, lies a subterranean cavern, where the peaceful silence is violently shattered by a heavy stone crashing against the rock wall, belonging to a red dragon named Solitas, who is currently sitting on top of a giant hoard of glittering rough gems, huffing in total exhaustion, staring down at his pile of unpolished jewels while dripping cave water echoes across the underground pool, because despite holding all this raw wealth, he lets out a heavy sigh as light filters into the cave, quietly confessing the one thing keeping him up at night, which is his desperate urge to find a wife, looking down at his massive clawed hands and cursing them for lacking the fine motor skills needed to refine raw crystals. Since dragon mating culture requires males to craft polished gemstones to feed hatchlings and prove they can provide, leaving Solitas staring at the shattered debris on the floor knowing female dragons would instantly swipe left on him. Remembering how back in the ancient days, dragons never had to deal with this delicate crafting nonsense, because whenever a dragon wanted jewels, he would simply raid human kingdoms, kidnap a master dwarf artisan and force them into hard labor until his claw accidentally squeezes a stone too hard, turning it into powder. Recalculating how his entire species got nerfed when the ancient dragon king married a human lady in a traditional hanbok and instituted the law of dragons, legally banning all dragons from pillaging other species and forcing them to mine their own minerals, which leaves Solitas baring his teeth in a wild crash out against the boomer dragons who hoarded all the wealth through feudal raids before locking the door behind them, right as a casual human voice chimes in from the dark agreeing with his economic rage, revealing Lloyd stepping into the cavern stream clad in full heavy plate armor, dropping a deadpan truth bomb about how older generations played the real estate market, then lectured youth about pulling themselves up by their bootstraps, leaving Solitas stunned that 2 random NPCs bypassed his dungeon traps. As Solitas ignites his throat with internal fire while Lloyd and Javier stand in the shallow water unbothered, casually explaining they dismantled every single security system just to deliver a business proposal. And before Lloyd can even finish pitching his job offer, Solitas loses his mind and decides to turn the uninvited visitors into ash, unleashing a continuous wave of scorching dragon breath that engulfs the cavern, screaming at the top of his lungs that humans are the reason his dating life is dead. Yet as the blinding orange flames wash over them, Lloyd and Javier stand inside the inferno without taking a single point of fire damage, because their armor was forged from heat-proof Alincha tree sap, prompting Javier to calmly ask what the actual battle plan is. And when Javier points out that Lloyd never actually mentioned a strategy, while Solitas continues to spew endless fire, Lloyd casually repeats that the plan is to capture the beast, forcing Javier to lift his visor and look at Lloyd like a tired worker whose manager just handed him a double shift on Christmas, deadpan reminding his lord that capturing the dragon is the goal, not a tactical strategy, but agreeing to trust whatever scheme Lloyd came up with. Only for Lloyd to hit him with the most disrespectful breakdown in history, laying out step 1 as fighting the dragon and step 2 as capturing him, before shoving Javier's heavy back armor straight into the flames, which leaves Solitas' eyes bulging in complete disbelief as the knight gets shoved forward, landing on one knee inside the roaring fire without a single burn mark on his suit. Realizing his elemental fire breath is useless against this plain-looking armor, forcing Solitas to bare his sharp teeth and decide to rely on pure physical violence to squash the intruder. While Lloyd cheers from a safe distance like an armchair quarterback, leaving Javier to draw his sword with a heavy sigh as a brilliant green aura blade hums to life. And with explosive speed, Javier lunges across the cavern floor, catching Solitas' downward claw strikes squarely on his steel, parrying the massive blow with such force that rock dust flies everywhere, pissing Solitas off enough to label him an annoying little bug. Swinging his heavy red wing in a sweeping strike that Javier dodges by leaping into the air, sparks showering the cave floor as steel meets dragon hide. And while Solitas roars at the ceiling in pure frustration over missing a target 10 times smaller than him, Javier's mid-air eyes recalibrate the dragon's clumsy telegraphs, realizing that he can clear this boss fight without taking a single scratch, which has Lloyd smirking in total smug triumph behind his visor, remembering how in the original novel The Knight of Blood and Iron, Javier fought this exact same beast in a grueling duel back when he was a newly awakened swordmaster, who barely scaled above Queen Alicia or Sir Kyle in raw combat power, barely dragging himself to victory through stamina. But in this timeline, modified by months of Lloyd's engineering demands and high-intensity labor protocol, Javier has broken through his original limits, flipping midair with zero hesitation. as a bright blue mana burst detonates beneath his boots, revealing that he learned to create invisible aerial stepping stones after studying elven mobility during the Fujin Tolu construction, officially ascending to the realm of a high sword master, leaving Solitas shuddering in utter confusion as he watches a normal human walk on air above his head, while Javier crouches on his air platform, calculating that these solid mana footholds give him way better mobility than wasting energy on mid-air blasts, circling around Solitas' head like a menace while the dragon's multi-angled vision glitches out trying to track him, allowing Javier to drop from the ceiling and land squarely on Solitas' upper back, knowing that even a young dragon is the strongest creature in existence and won't go down to standard damage, which is why he channels his high sword master mana into a high-density, swirling vortex, compressing his entire aura pool into a single blinding point of light that crackles across the cavern dark, unleashing a full-power aura blast from point-blank range, striking with surgical precision right into the center of the dragon's chest before swooping down to the stone floor below. As the concentrated beam of high-density mana descends like a needle beam, focusing all its momentum into a single localized point on Solitas' hide, delivering a tiny, concentrated poke to his chest that leaves Solitas standing still, blinking down at the faint glowing mark in total confusion, until the hyper-compressed shockwave hits his internal pain receptors a second later, causing the giant dragon to burst into tears and throw himself onto the cave floor, rolling back and forth in dramatic agony, as Javier stands calmly holding his humming green aura blade, issuing a deadpan challenge while the giant beast cowers against the wall crying that it stings. Because from the dragon's perspective, this fight has completely defied all laws of nature, creating a psychological terror equivalent to a tiny beetle stepping up to a human and talking trash, where you are sleeping peacefully in your room when a random bug pops up looking for smoke. So you spray it point blank with heavy-duty raid, only for the bug to stand in the chemical mist and hit you with a toothy grin, before flying around your head while you panic and swing a fly swatter like a madman, only for the bug to whip out a massive needle and charge straight at your throat, stabbing you right in the chest with an inescapable needle strike that sends your entire nervous system into a panic-induced breakdown. Which is precisely why High Sword Master Javier, stepping forward across the cavern stream with his glowing sword, is the ultimate, invulnerable nightmare to Solitas, leaving the giant red dragon shrieking in pure terror as he begs for his life, completely broken and ready to be forced into full-time sewer management service for House Frontera. Because everyone who has ever lived knows the exact, localized agony of getting poked in the chest by a relentless little monster. Which is why in Solitas' eyes, Javier isn't even a human knight anymore, but an unkillable, glowing demon holding a buzzing green blade, stepping across the cave rocks with zero fear, leaving the apex predator of the mountain shivering in the corner, desperately holding his massive claws together like a terrified kid begging a mugger to let him speak first, only for Javier to tilt his head with a blank, deadpan question mark, not giving a single millimeter of slack. So Solitas tries to throw a quick panic slam with his claw, only for Javier to speed blitz right through his guard, delivering another compressed aura needle right between his scales that has the massive dragon screaming profanities, and firing off a continuous, hyper-dense barrage of energy pokes until Solitas is covering his head like a child getting jumped, squirming on the cavern floor while Javier just kicks his feet up and relaxes in full plate armor, watching the giant red beast roll around in total defeat, because at this point the psychological break is total, and Javier props his head on his gauntlet with the smuggest smirk imaginable, knowing the dragon's entire mental fortitude just collapsed. So when Solitas tries to exhale a desperate cloud of smoke to cover his retreat, Javier doesn't even bother moving. Because this is the exact same logic as when a massive bug enters your room, and no matter how much raid you spray, the bug keeps coming, leaving you with only one real tactical option remaining in your entire playbook, which is to sprint full speed out of your own front door, losing a shoe on the pavement, screaming for your mother while running behind a boulder, praying the terrifying entity lost track of you, prompting Solitas to press his claws to his temples and cast high-tier spatial teleportation to escape, only to get instantly electrocuted by the security trap he set up earlier around his own lair, leaving him fried and smoking on the dirt, realizing he just played himself harder than anyone in history. Right as armored boots step into view and Lloyd smoothly steps up, introducing himself as Count Frontera's eldest son, while Solitas shifts into a disheveled human polymorph form with red hair, looking around in utter confusion, until Javier casually swings a glowing green arc of aura right past his throat to remind him who owns the room, forcing the dragon to drop to his knees and scream like a helpless victim asking why they're getting tormented, allowing Lloyd to step in with a sweet, commercial smile, offering a business proposal while Solitas cries about getting poked. And Lloyd easily laughs it off, claiming his servant just reacted out of self-defense, securing the upper hand in negotiations. Recalling from the original novel that Solitas was notorious for having massive anger management issues, much like a toxic customer throwing a massive tantrum in a restaurant and tossing food at the walls, who instantly shuts his mouth and eats quietly the second the 6'4" jacked head chef steps out of the kitchen. Except Lloyd knows that even if Solitas is subdued, a dragon's wounded ego will ruin any long-term labor deal. So he suddenly turns around and starts screaming at Javier, berating him for having zero respect for a dragon, shouting at the top of his lungs while Solitas stands behind him, nodding along as his massive ego gets restored. And Lloyd points aggressively across the cave, ordering the High Sword Master to go sit in the corner, yelling at Javier to kneel down and raise both hands in public repentance for daring to defend himself, forcing his elite bodyguard onto his knees while turning back to Solitas with ultimate hospitality, inviting the dragon to sit down on a rock like an honored guest while Javier takes the punishment. Before Lloyd leans in close with a predatory grin and asks if the dragon wants to get married, leaving Solitas flushing bright red and stammering in shock as Lloyd instantly pinpoints his weakness with gemstone crafting. And before the flustered dragon can even ask how Lloyd found his cave, Lloyd drops a 10-year marriage guarantee, causing Solitas to blurt out pure excitement before desperately trying to backtrack and preserve his pride. While Lloyd paints a vivid picture of romantic dates, ice skating in the Arctic, and sending telepathic love notes, visualizing two dragons forming a heart with their tails under a full moon, completely overwhelming Solitas' mind, and pulling out a parchment contract, handing over the pen so the dragon can sign away his life, only for Solitas to freeze the exact millisecond his signature hits the page, as an ancient law flashes in his head, remembering the ancient Dragon King's decree that any dragon who breaks a contract with a human faces total destruction, realizing with sickening clarity that the human standing before him didn't just offer help, but set an inescapable trap, slumping onto the rock in a cold sweat, muttering to himself that he just signed a deal with the devil, and breaking down into a manic laugh of despair as the scene cuts back to the peaceful, sunny domain of House Frontura, where local farmers working in the terraced fields notice the young lord returning from his mountain expedition, gossiping about how he always brings back weird stuff, assuming the disheveled red-haired guy behind him is just a random peasant, while Solitas walks in human form carrying a heavy pack, muttering that no human could ever catch a real dragon, unaware that Lloyd is leading the way with an extreme close-up smirk, thinking about his new sewer sludge incinerator, and adjusting his massive pack with a triumphant grin, having officially secured a live dragon asset for the estate. Thick, sulfurous steam fills every square inch of Corgetus' workshop, and Solitas is out here sweating in his fresh formal suit, practically leaking dragon breath vapor through his collar while Lloyd casually introduces him, which causes Corgetus to throw a massive temper tantrum over being scammed, right up until he looks at Solitas and asks if he's genuinely trash at fine handiwork. So Lloyd unrolls the contract like a court summons, laying out the deal. Corgetus teaches gemstone refining, and Solitas flies into the subterranean sewer system once a day to blast every last pile of accumulated human waste into ash with pure, high-grade dragon fire, which leaves the dragon having a complete mental breakdown in his own head about cleaning feces, only for Lloyd to read his thoughts aloud and leave him utterly terrified, explaining that he only used predatory contract tactics because Solitas' oversized ego would have turned him into a lifelong bachelor, framing the whole dilemma around what matters more, holding on to meaningless dragon pride, or actually securing a wife. Solitas stands there silently staring at the floor before turning to the shirtless dwarf and dropping into a deep, formal bow, begging Corgetus to take him in as a student, which gets Corgetus stroking his beard in disbelief that an apex predator is bowing to a dwarf, while Solitas admits that while dragons have strength, dwarves possess world-class craft, begging him to fix his clumsy hands so he can finally build a future. And Corgetus accepts him on the spot, warning that his lessons are going to be pure torture, which Solitas accepts without hesitation, only for Corgetus to instantly scream at the top of his lungs, telling him to stop standing around like an idiot and go fetch raw materials, leaving the dragon pointing at his own chest with tears in his eyes, shocked that a dwarf is speaking to him like a dog. And Corgetus slams the workbench shouting at him to move, sending Solitas sprinting out the door while Lloyd watches from the corner, thoroughly enjoying his own business genius. Because while Solitas gets world-class education and Corgetus gets the satisfaction of smacking a dragon's hands with a wooden stick for crushing raw gems, Lloyd reflects on his past life as Kim Suho, remembering those grim black company corporate desks where evil bosses handed down predatory contracts, forcing desperate workers to sign away their souls while glowing-eyed managers grinned in their faces, implicitly asking how a broke nobody could ever have a choice. Which is why Lloyd considers a true contract to be mutual exploitation, stepping in to berate Solitas for wasting raw materials, while scooping up all the discarded jewel shards into his own coat pockets with the unhinged grin of a greed demon. And as he rolls a wooden card overflowing with gem fragments into the sunlight, the system hits him with a chime, announcing that he changed another tragic fate, projecting a vision of the novel's original timeline, where Solitas lost his horns fighting Javier and retreated to a dark cavern, bleeding out slowly in the dark beneath cold mountain stone, dying alone in a den no human would ever find. And Lloyd rubs his chin, realizing the web novel never mentioned his death, while the system reminds him that without his intervention, his own parents would be 6 feet under, showing Count Frontera debt-free at his desk, happily carving wooden shovel statuettes in his spare time, living a peaceful life because his son cleared every single gold coin of debt, and showing his younger brother Julian being awarded top student at the academy, proving that changing the timeline saved entire generations, though Lloyd drops the sentimentality and demands actual RP from the system, pointing out that emotional speeches don't pay for the massive subterranean sewer project, realizing that his current intermediate design skill only covers 700,000 square meters, which is way too small to map an entire county without running himself into the ground. So adhering to his rule of spending heavily where it counts, he opens his 4,000 RP bank and smashes the level up button repeatedly, spending 1,200 RP in one single burst, upgrading his skill straight to advanced design level 1, boosting his survey radius to a staggering 3.3 million square meters, which instantly triggers a bonus option called Construction Guideline, leaving Lloyd squinting at the screen. And even though the system sounds like a late-night infomercial selling scam knives, he decides to play along, summoning a glowing green 3D floor plan over his hand. And the moment he activates the guideline, green energy surges violently outward, expanding into a massive wireframe blueprint that spans across the entire sky, knocking Lloyd onto his rear while the system explains that every single laborer on site can now see the exact structural blueprint mapped onto the real terrain, which means he just cut his administrative workload by 50%, prompting him to test the system out in the field immediately, bringing Javier out to a quiet field under the full moon, where a glowing green circular grid appears directly on the dirt, telling Javier to strike the soil inside the light, which reveals that the holographic grid penetrates straight through the ground. So Lloyd asks him to test what happens if he digs outside the designated boundary, and Javier drives his shovel into the unlit dirt, causing the grid to flash deep crimson while loud alarm beeps echo through the field. And a giant pixelated red head of Javier manifests in the sky, screaming down at them to do a proper job, leaving Javier staring up at his own giant screeching face with heavy, exhausted eyes, dryly noting that nobody will make mistakes if that's the penalty. And Javier turns to Lloyd, asking if this is secret illusion magic or some dark artifact he stole from a sorcerer, which leaves a cold drop of sweat rolling down Lloyd's face as he realizes Javier just handed him 2 ready-made excuses, calculating in his head which lie sounds slightly less ridiculous to his high sword master, and smoothly choosing the dark sorcerer tool story, telling Javier to wear a matching magic necklace so nobody questions it, prompting Javier to ask if Lloyd has any real questions about his own hidden powers or the burdens he carries. And Lloyd drops all the humor, looking him dead in the eye and stating that personal curiosity doesn't matter when saving every life in the county is on the line, which causes Javier's stoic expression to soften into a genuine, quiet smile, as he pumps his fist and vows to give everything he has to protect the domain for the man who truly believes in him.